Okay. Back on track. All right. All right. I am so fucked. Yes, I'm fucked. Dette kommer du spørre ut, og du spiller aldri skjønner rolle. Bare det at du hører at det ikke spiller rolle. Du svarte ofte ikke for en 50. Man, I hate and I love Yodel. It is so dumb. It is so... You bite who? Hey, come back here! Demolish King! Demolish Companion!
No, I can fix my own helmet.
You sure?
They are this passive-aggressive in the underworld.
Why are you so mad? Why are...
Someone's got a case of the zoomies.
Hey, little zoomers, huh? Little zoomers, that's not bad. What about my phone making so much noise? Okay, no, I don't need to know what I missed. I am good. I am good. Do we have options? Do we have options? Sound. Everything's on. Yes. Yeah! Jesus. Oh yeah. How do I sound? Do I sound okay? Do I sound okay? How do I sound? Do I gotta go over here maybe? Gotta go over here a little bit maybe. Then I have to go to myself, right? To my channel and see. Oh, then I have to go to myself, right? To my channel and see. Oh, then I have to go to myself, right? To my channel and see. Oh, aha! Go to myself, right? To my channel and see. Out of here. Myself, right? To my channel. No! Stop! 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 Kind of wanna. Okay. Stop! Stop! Kind of wanna. Okay. Stop! Stop! Kind of wanna, okay, stop. Kind of wanna, okay, I don't know, okay, sounds okay? Just a little bit down, maybe just a little tiny, be a little bit better, just a little bit, know I'm saying, what am I doing here, actually? I don't remember at all. It's been a while since I played this. I like that this logo over here, it looks like Feather, the Minecraft launcher I'm using now. Okay. Talk to Bot Stallion. Oh, the Bot Stallion. Is there anything over here I shouldn't, like, look at? We got some money. Money. Oh, a gun. What are we rocking? We are rocking. What is this? That's an arrow thingy. Okay. Yeah, 14 is not bad. Oh, so okay. So where's that? Oh, there's the thingy. That's this one I was looking for. Yep. Exactly. Yep. I can take it. Sell it. I'm gonna be on a fucking show later on. Matthew McConaughey. It's like 2.5 hours until the start, but better than life or something. What is it called? Give me a second.
Magic barrage.
Oh yeah, right. Because that's another thing here. Right, right. I am going to the Art of Living, a virtual live event. Only a few hours left until the art blah goes live and make history a viral event in history. Blah. McConaughey and his guests are hitting the gas at 10 a.m. Pacific time. Things now to make sure you're ready to go. Okay, so hey Google, when is 10 p.m. Pacific time?
7 a.m. Tuesday in Venezuela.
Oh shit, it started!
what we recognize, what we give credit to as being a reality, sometimes when it's not. Number two, let's talk about illusion.
Damn, I'm late.
Me, I gotta admit again, sometimes reality, it's not enough for me. I feel like I need more than reality to get off to sometimes. I have unrealistic expectations of others and the world around me a lot of times. And when they don't live up to my expectations, I start chasing a false existence.
True.
All right? And before I know it, I start chasing a false utopia, one that doesn't even exist. And before I know it, I'm living on an illusion, and I'm missing out on reality.
Yes.
Now look, I'm all for the notion that, hey, if you ain't impressed with your reality, then create a reality that you're impressed with. Yay. I'm all for having dreams and the spirit of shooting for the stars. But not at the exclusion of missing out on the reality of the day. How about you? Are you still looking for a perfect mate or a partner that you think is going to fix all your problems?
Yeah.
But you hadn't really done the work to fix your own?
Yeah. Yeah, boy. That's me.
Illusion.
I
Is
believe
your
it.
self-worth maybe based on how many likes you got on your
No.
Instagram from strangers who you don't even know?
Nah, bruh.
Illusion. You want a best-selling book, but you hadn't even written the first word yet. Illusion. You want to solve world hunger, but you haven't fed one person yet.
Get it?
Illusion. You want the $1 million business, but you won't quit the 9-to-5 job that you hate to make it happen.
True.
Illusion. Or you want the $1 million business, but won't take that 9-to-5 job that you need as the first step to get there. Also, illusion. So let's admit it. Let's admit where we maybe don't have appropriate expectations on a day-to-day basis of the world and of ourselves. Let's admit that maybe we're missing out on the truths, the beauties, and the tools of the day that are right in front of us.
Education, I guess.
And let's admit that those very truths, beauties, and tools, those are what we are going to need to build that rocket ship to get us to those stars that we're shooting for, the ones we're trying to reach. That is not an illusion. That is reality.
Yes, sir.
Admit it.
You gotta work for it. Nothing's free. Come on.
Number 3,
Come on, McConaughey.
false sense of identity.
What?
Are you only hanging out with people that never challenge you, that always agree with you, your beliefs, your politics? You know, the enablers, those people who make you feel safe, but maybe keep you small.
A lot of times, yeah, I feel so.
Speaking of politics, can we just admit how often we say to ourselves, I don't need to be self-reliant and make up my own mind if the people I agree with are in power. Because, hey,
Wait, what?
they're going to take care of me and my kind.
No. We're fucking
Boy,
on
how
our
do we do
own.
that? We run to our echo chambers, we huddle up, we get tribal, we start saying, me and my tribe. We don't really know what we're about
No,
or what
exactly.
we're for. We just know that we're against whatever they're for.
Fuck them. But I don't know what
It's
we're
not
standing for.
identity. There's no
No.
vision or way forward in that thinking. That's just some passive passive-aggressive counterpunch default bullshit.
I will say so, yeah.
Guilty. I know. I said no judging. My bogey. Couldn't help myself.
But I agree. I agree. Judge your way. Judge your way.
At the same time, let's also admit, it's hard to be open to other perspectives and opinions that may not be just like our own. I get it. Because it feels like if we are open to them, if we do consider another point of view, it feels like we might end up compromising our own. And that's fair. Let's admit that too. But at the same time, let's also admit that it might truly serve us well if we at least try and put ourselves in other people's shoes.
It's important.
And when we do, that it doesn't mean we have to quit wearing our shoes. It just means that we can maybe learn more, understand more. And that doesn't give us less identity.
No.
It gives us more.
What you saying? I heard some.
Admit it. You check this chat. Whoo, we got amen, strength and diversities, learning. Everyone has opinions. I don't have to agree with them. And that's okay. We can still converse. Respect is a mutual thing. Yay, celebrate differences. Empathy. We can learn, change,
Wait, can I
and
be
grow
up here?
from every experience. We gotta be humble. Yes, you know the best definition of humble I've ever heard? Humble. Admitting that we have more to learn. Oh, love that definition. Humility. That's the kind of humble we're talking about. Need more compassion. Perspective does make us richer. Walking other people's shoes, amen. Let's all keep learning. Be open to new ideas. Everybody does want to be heard and valued.
10:40. It's not now.
Don't stop.
Believe it.
Number 4. Going off of don't stop. Let's talk about complacency. Can we admit all the times we say, oh, well, that's just what it is, so
It is what it is. I can't do anything
Can we
about it.
admit where and when that we're not ambitious enough?
Maybe.
Admit
Yeah.
those times that we hesitated to actually find out because we feared failure. Times we didn't give ourselves enough credit for our ability. Times we put a self-made ceiling over our head when we didn't really have a right to do so.
True. I didn't get that
Can
one,
we
actually.
admit when and where we blamed others for not getting the success that
It is your fault I am down in the mud. It's not.
politicians, government, economy, banks, or boss?
Yep. It makes it harder though. I'm not gonna lie.
Admit it.
But if I took more responsibility of my own actions, things would be
Number
like
5.
more like I like it. Yeah.
Oh, I love this one. Our greatest strengths can also be our greatest weaknesses. This
be
one just
open?
came to me like 6 months ago. I don't know why it took 52 and a half years to figure it out, but sure. You ever notice how your greatest assets and strengths can also be your greatest Achilles heel? All right, me. All right, one of my greatest strengths happens to be resilience. Now, I fall down, I get up and dust myself off like that. I step in a pile of shit. I keep running while I'm cleaning that shit off my shoe on the go.
I can't
Alright.
stop.
But that can turn into one of my biggest downfalls,
Because you don't stop.
being a repeat offender. See what I mean? I'll step in the same pile of shit every time around the bend because I never stop to take inventory of just where that pile of shit that I keep stepping in was.
Sure.
If I did that, I'd be able to dodge it the next time around the bend.
Why don't you even clean it?
Keep running.
not yours, but why don't you clean it?
Stepping it again on the next way around.
Like, bro.
You see, I rely on resilience. One of my greatest strengths. So much sometimes that I'm too busy dusting myself off, too busy running again with the same shit on my shoe, that I never take the time to look back and ask, why do I keep stepping in that same pile of shit?
Same poop.
Our resilience is great, but not at the expense of a little wisdom and discernment.
It would be nice to just actually know where it came from and then probably do something about it. Yeah, that too.
Another strength of mine is preparation.
That was such a fake laugh.
It has led to so much of my success. But it can also become my Achilles heel. How? Because I love preparation so much. If you give me enough time, I will prepare until the day I die and still think that I could use more time.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's my
Sometimes I
ADD.
tell myself, McConaughey, declare, boy. Get in the
Boy.
ring, son.
Boy.
Ding, ding. It is game time. Ready or not, here I come. Enough prep, enough studying. It is time to start doing. Go.
No.
I ask you, what can you admit that might be one of your greatest strengths, that when you rely on it too much, actually becomes your Achilles heel? Write it down. Put it in the chat. Admit it. Procrastination. Overthinking. I like to think a lot. Oh, I'm too organized. Too proud. My honor turns to pride. Oh, I like to take my time, but I can sometimes get lazy.
I'm trying to look for my name.
Sometimes I'll wait around too long for things to happen. Oh, I love pleasing people. Sometimes I please them at the expense of pleasing myself, taking care of myself.
Neglect yourself.
Sometimes I think of others so much that I don't love myself enough. I love to talk. Sometimes I talk too much.
That's you, huh? McConaughey.
Sometimes I talk so much I don't listen. Taking care of everyone else. The resentment builds up.
Like the chat is going
The
so
belief that
fast.
no one can do it as good as me.
Oh!
Been too strong. I got nothing left. Too busy saving the world and not me. Oh, I think I'm always right. No one truly hears my voice. I'm relaxed, but I get too relaxed. I get tired. Okay. Thank you for the chats. Keep them coming. This is a live discussion we're having. I'm loving this. I've never
Yeah, I'm
done it
trying to see my name up there,
before.
baby.
This is on point. Thank you. Number 6.
What's this?
White lies. White lies.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no.
I honestly say I do a lot of white lies to please others. Just because I think that
Some of
the
you youngsters
truth
out there,
sometimes
what the
hurts
hell's he
more than
humming?
just
Everyone else there, y'all go, I remember
small
that.
lies.
Yeah. Question. Or fact, I think. We all tell white lies.
I would say yeah.
To ourselves and to each other. My dad told me a good white lie when I was a kid. It was around 1980. So I was, I think, around 11 years old. I was living with my dad in a trailer park. My mom, she wasn't there. She was on an extended vacation in Florida.
Oh,
My dad told me.
in
I
jail?
found out 20 years later that in 1985, my mom and dad, they were actually in the middle of their second divorce.
Oh,
See, mom wasn't on an extended vacation in Florida. Now, if my dad had told me the truth that they were divorced, man, I think I'd have had so many questions. I'd have been so confused.
What? What do you mean?
It.
Yeah, what do you mean?
So I asked myself, do I blame my dad now
No.
for not telling me the truth? Tell me that white lie then?
I wouldn't
Answer
say
no.
so. No, I wouldn't say so.
Because
he did it what
he did it for my
yeah,
preservation.
he did it what he thought was
he
right.
thought it was best for me not to know.
I agree with
I gotta
that.
say, I think he was right.
I agree with that.
Besides,
statement.
they got remarried for the third and final time anyway. It's a true story. Look, what I'm saying is, white lies sometimes are necessary to tell. But what we gotta watch is the slippery slope of letting the little white lies become the bigger lies.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Too many big lies. We don't know our own truth from our own fiction. And before we know it, we look around. And we're living a lie. We find ourselves lying for short-term convenience.
Yeah,
But we
struggling
do it
to.
so often, the lies, they start to accrue. And instead of the lies creating convenience, they end up not being convenient at all.
Yeah, you have to keep them up
They
just
actually
because.
end up causing us stress.
Yeah.
From one, trying to remember who we told what and when. And two, we find ourselves in between the rock and a hard place of trying to lie our way into defending lies that we already told in the past.
Yeah, it's a cobweb.
We all been there. Those lies, they leave crumbs in our past. Crumbs that we are eventually going to have to sweep up. And in the long run,
It's a cobweb.
that sucks for all of us. So I ask you, any white lies you've been telling that maybe you've been letting slip into some bigger lies?
I would say yeah, but I can't remember them right
Ones that you
now.
might be telling others? Or ones that you might be telling yourself?
Okay, yeah. I do.
Guilty?
A lot.
Admit it. What do we got over here, chat? That I'm fine. That lies are okay. That I'm not depressed. That I can afford this. That I'm not good enough. That I'm disciplined when I'm not. That the keto and dark chocolate are good for me. That my dreams will be given to me. That I don't miss my home. That I'm not an addict. Okay, thank you. Keep them coming. Oh, yeah. That I don't need anyone. That I did my best. That I lied to keep loving my life. That I'm drinking as much as I am. That I can do it all. That I'm trying as hard as I can. Beautiful. Keep them coming, please. This is live. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want
That's
to get
pretty
on to
good.
number 7 with you. It's called Imposter Syndrome.
Haha! Heard of that?
All right. Let's admit that our confidence is fickle. Take me, for example. And I need achievement, confidence, a sense of significance. I don't achieve, and I start to feel very insignificant. I feel less confident. Seriously, That's my wife. I go 48 hours without achieving something, I start to feel unworthy.
True, you gotta have small
I forget to
steps.
remind myself, like, hey, McConaughey, what about the last 53 years of your life? Look around, look back.
Nah.
Want to give yourself some credit for that?
No. Fuck no.
And I forget to.
Yeah. Whatever happened, happened. I'm done with
As
it.
much as we say we enjoy the process, so
It is-
often we panic if we don't have constant achievement. So we're always perpetually in lack of achievement. And here's the thing, it never ends.
True.
Whether you are a rookie just getting started, or you just had a big successful breakthrough. Let me tell you a story. It's 1996. Movie I made, A Time to Kill. Anybody remember that? Well, it opened up on the weekend, a very successful box office and critical applause. And within 72 hours, that opening weekend, I suddenly became famous, a movie star. And I could greenlight movies in Hollywood. Everybody seemed to love me, and they even told me so out loud. Things that I had talked about before that nobody listened to. Now, not only were they listening to, but they were putting it in big, bold print.
True.
I was on the cover of a lot of magazines. Next to my face on the cover of GQ magazine, it even said, Matthew McConaughey saves the movies.
Ooh.
I didn't know the movies needed saving, but all right.
Hi, I'm good, bro.
I was on top of the world, right?
No, at the moment.
No.
No.
See that overnight tidal wave of applause and affluence
Felt like you were
had
top of the world.
understandably thrown me off balance. Ironically, my confidence was very fickle.
Yeah, like,
Why?
ooh, too much pressure.
I was confused, man.
Me?
I had a hell of a lot more questions than I did answers. Certain? I was not. You see, I didn't feel like I had earned the sudden success, the attention, the affection, the overnight fame. And I started to feel guilty about it. Why me? Geez, do I deserve this? What's real? What's not real? So, I did what in hindsight, I now know was a very smart thing. I got the hell out of Dodge. Whoop. I left Hollywood, and I went to a monastery in New Mexico, whose invitation was, if you can make the 13-mile hike down the washed-out dirt road off Highway 11 to get here, pull the rope, ring the bell, and we'll find you a place to sleep. So I had a friend drop me off on the side of that highway. I made the 13-mile pilgrimage. I pulled the rope, rang the bell, and a monk named Brother Aldred answered the door. He welcomed me in. He said, why do you come here, brother? I said, brother, I got a lot of things on my mind, man. I need to talk to somebody. I need to confess. He listened to me and then said, brother, I know just the right person for you to talk to. His name is Brother Christian. He'll meet you in the morning at sunrise. The next morning, Brother Christian met me at sunrise. He said, do you want to go for a walk, brother? So we did. Now on this walk, I began to purge. I confessed where and what I felt were sins of my mind, sins of my flesh, sins of my deeds.
My D's.
Newfound indulgences that were making me feel gross. Some of them make me feel like I just hadn't really earned them or deserved them. Or maybe I didn't even want them. I went on and on and on with my confession. Brother Christian patiently listening as he walked beside me, hands behind his back. Never saying a word. He never said one word. 4.5 hours later, me purging, confessing, him not saying a word, we circled back to the chapel where we sat on a bench. Me, I'm sitting there and tears are running down my face. And I got snot running out of my nose, and I'm sitting there coming out of this purge, and I finally wrap up my 4.5 hour confessional rap sheet. Brother Christian has still not said one word. But now I'm finally done. Heads down, I'm wiping tears from my eyes, and I'm awaiting his judgment. He says nothing. 20 seconds go by. He says nothing. 30 seconds go by. He says nothing. A minute goes by. It's silent. Nothing. Finally, I looked up at him. And I see Brother Christian just staring at me. We just held each other's gaze, just looked at each other's eyes for about 10 seconds. And the clock was ticking in my mind like I was just waiting on his condemnation. That's when he leaned slightly towards me. And he whispered, "Me too." Thank you. I laid out on the ground, man. Tears all came back, but this time they were tears of relief, forgiveness, joy. You see, those two words, me too. Those two words, Brother Christian didn't. He let me know that I didn't have a singular, self-centered, independently original, one and only, one-of-a-kind problem.
No.
No, I had a human condition.
Yes.
With those two words, Brother Christian invited me back to the human race. And it took so much pressure off of me. Yeah. Like I said, finally I was able to forgive myself. I was also able to name and claim what I was going to change about myself. I was able to see more clearly the truth from the bullshit and all the opulent options of my newfound fame.
Right. Right.
Me too. Those two words let me off the hook.
Helped.
And allowed me to handle my business. To take ownership of my place within the human condition. Thank you, Brother Christian.
You're not alone, buddy. There's more out there like you.
So I want to ask you, can you admit something in your life that you don't feel like you deserve or have earned? Can you admit a goal or a dream that you want to chase, but you're feeling like, nah, I can't fly that high. I'm not equipped. I don't really have the ability. I'm not qualified. Can you admit something in your life that guilt is keeping you from getting? Can you admit something that you don't want to start, continue, or finish because you're afraid to? Say it aloud to yourself.
My friends and family's love. I'm not emotionally there to take the love that is given to me.
Admit it.
I don't feel like I deserve it.
Me too. Number 8. Nine. What is the boogeyman? Dum, 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 dum. The unknown.
There's my fantasy.
The darkness. Your fears, your flaws, your future.
Yeah.
Now, why and when and how do we get so convinced that anything in the dark, anything unseen or under the bed,
so scary,
is bad?
Because I don't know
Something
it.
to fear. Something that can hold us back. Something that if we face it, if we dare to face it, will defeat us.
Yes.
I'm not sure why, but doesn't seem like we shake those damn nursery rhymes as easy as we like to think we do we?
No.
Perfect. And when we do that, we quit turning our dreams into these damn nightmares.
But I am perfect now.
So whether it's the future, the unknown, or our flaws, we have to look the monster in the eye and hold that son of a bitch's gaze. It's hard, I know. We want to blink when we try that. But don't blink.
Scary.
So I'm telling you, if you hold its gaze,
Yeah, stare at it right
it's
into
gonna
the eyes.
bow, and it's gonna heed. It will become mortal,
I know it's scary,
and then it becomes manageable.
but when you can see it, you can
And
touch
that's
it, you
when
can.
we get the constructive
master it.
capacity to navigate past and through whatever it is that's keeping us up at night. Now, if we don't look it in the eye,
It's get
some
scarier.
bitch starts growing.
Yeah, you don't know how it
Shadow
looks,
on the wall.
right?
As we reseed, it proceeds. Anything worth having or gaining in our lives has to cost us something.
Of course, nothing's free.
Cost of facing our fears is not free. It's hard. We're supposed to be sweating in our boots.
My boots are
Fears.
sweaty.
Flaws. We all have them. The future, the unknown. It's scary. But we have to understand that we can have fears and flaws and still get to our ideal life. I'd say that actually the fears and the flaws are an inherent part of the initiation of getting there. They're the rites of passage to get where we want to go. And I'd say there's no getting there without them. So, first off, let's admit that we all have fears and flaws, right? They're there. They need to be. Second, let's admit that to get to where we want to go, we got to face them. I found this excerpt in my journals when I was working on this section of the event, and it made me smile. Let me read it to you. Oh, shit. Said, what's the boogeyman? To look the boogeyman in the eye and laugh at him. To dare ourselves to be inconsiderate and not ask for permission. Sometimes we gotta listen to that little whisper inside us that only we can hear and chase that fucking dream down.
Yeah.
Just so we can find out. That's a fun one, right? So what's been holding you hostage? What's a
Myself.
boogeyman under your bed that you've been too afraid to find out ain't as scary as you thought he was?
What if I used a lot of time and it doesn't work
What
out?
monster do you need to look in the eye? Admit it. And if you dare, put it in the chat. What do we got? Oh! Alcohol! Age! Money! Rejection! My past! Divorce! Control! Perfection! Mental health! My finances!
Bah, bah.
Father! Hiding! Control! Letting go! Hurt! Pain! Money and perfection! Debt! Abuse! Being average. My daughter. Forgiveness. Disorganization. Being alone. Burden. Losing it all. eat too much, solitude, irrelevance, I'm a burden, abandonment, trust, being alone, falling on my face. The success of life, responsibility, rejection, disappearing, marriage. Did I do enough for my kids? Me too. Thank you, Josiah. Mistakes. Losing my dad. Disappointment. Not being able to pay my bills. Amen. That's not easy, is it?
No, it's not.
No. Thanks for doing that. Thanks for continuing to do it on your own. I think we have to. We have to. Let's talk about this next topic, it's number 9. Everybody hear me okay out there?
Yes.
Okay. Number 9 is a beautiful one. It's called gratitude. What we are thankful for. So I got a question for you and for me. Do you dissect your success more? Or do you dissect your failures more? Me, I dissect my failures more than my successes. Damn it. Most of us probably do, I'm guessing. Anybody out there going through a midlife crisis? Carissa told me this morning there's even something going around called a quarter-life crisis right now. Anybody going through one of those? Me too. Congratulations to us. We're not settling. But we got to ask ourselves, are we seeking and moving forward towards a more meaningful chapter in our lives? Or are we just running from our past? A past that maybe we regret, feel guilty about, or consider a failure. Now, I propose that most of these crises, most of these midlife crises and quarter-life crises, are not because we did not do all we could have done, or because we failed in our past. Rather, that most of these midlife crises are because we don't realize truly how much we actually did. We don't respect and show ourselves enough gratitude for the successes of our past. Now look, we all need something to push off of and away from to get to where we're going. But we gotta watch we don't wallow in our failures too much, you know? We gotta watch that we don't dissect our failures for too long. Because we do that, we become victimized by them. We start giving them too much credit. We find ourselves not only stopped at the red light, we find ourselves stuck at the damn red light.
Fucking died.
So, I want you to admit a failure that you've made, that you're obsessing over. Can you say enough with the dissection of that failure and instead maybe forgive yourself? Let it go. Release the guilt. Turn the page. Move on. Change. And give grace her time of day.
No, it's too hard to let it go.
Now, admit a success that you've had, or something that you do pretty darn well on a consistent basis. Something you're good at, you know, at work. A way you care for your child or sibling or your spouse. Maybe you have great timing for telling jokes. Maybe you're a great whistler. Whatever that something is, I want you to give more credit to it. Give more respect to it. Have more gratitude for it.
But it's one of my problems. But yeah.
Will you commit to dissecting the successes instead of the failures in your life? Because I believe that the recipe for your particular secret sauce is under the hood of what you do well, not what you don't.
Yeah, if I was worse
So
at
will you
it,
dig
so,
deeper
yeah.
into the why of your successes? Show yourself more gratitude for them?
You're asking a lot of
Do
questions
that,
here,
you're gonna
McConaughey.
suffer more success, more often, I bet you. See, gratitude, it reciprocates. When we are thankful for something, it has more meaning to us.
True. I will say that's
When
true.
something has
Yeah.
more meaning to us, we care for, nurture, tend, and feed it more. We take more responsibility for it. And when we do that, it grows, spreads, scales, multiplies. We do it more often, and it happens more often. And therefore, that makes us even more generous. So start dissecting your successes more than your failures. And start being great at what you're good at instead of trying to be good at what you're bad at. What are you good at? What are you successful at?
I don't know.
Admit it.
I don't know. I don't feel like I'm good at anything, to be honest. I'm just existing. I'm okay at everything.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
Like, yeah, I feel like I'm okay at
Number 10.
basically everything, but not good
It's
at
a beautiful one.
anything.
It's one of my good friends. Highest value. Big Dolphin, I know you're out there. Number 10, trust. In 1999, I had just had a dream that I was floating down a river, naked, wrapped up in anacondas, sharks, piranhas, and crocodiles.
Okay.
And lined along the ridge of the river, there were thousands of African tribesmen, each holding a shield and a spear. And it wasn't a nightmare. Actually, it was a wet dream. No shit.
What?
And it wasn't the first time that I'd had this dream. I know, doesn't make sense. And because it wasn't the first time that I had this dream, and because it was so peculiar and ironic, the elements in the dream and the outcome, I believe that it had a message in it for me. A message I had to listen to. A message that I had to chase. But what was the dream telling me? And just where was I supposed to chase to? Well, the only point of origin in the dream was the continent of Africa via the African tribesmen. Well, Africa's a big continent. Geez, where do I go? A couple nights later, I'm sitting in my hotel room, still trying to figure out a clue to help me chase the meaning of this dream down. And I was listening to my favorite musician, Ali Farka Touré,
Okay.
when one of my favorite songs of his came on. It's called I Do, A-I-D-U. Now, this had long been one of my favorite love songs, but I never really knew the exact meaning of it because the lyrics were in the African language of Bambara, of which I didn't understand. Now, I'd always thought that it was a romantic love song about a man and a woman, a couple in love. And for whatever reason, on this night there in the hotel listening to him, I got curious to find out what that love song was about. So I got up, I grabbed the CD case, and looked at the liner notes. This is what they read. This love song read, the liner notes read this. Trust. Trust and faith in your fellow man has no equal. If you have experienced trust, you will know its strength. You must know yourself before you know others.
Okay.
It was a love song. Just not the one that I thought it was. It was a love song about trust. It was a love song about the great power of having faith in our fellow man. A love song about community, fellowship, about our need to know, have faith in, and trust ourselves. To be able to know, have faith in, and trust others. Well, that's when I thought, well, hell, where's Ali from? I looked it up. Nia Funke Mali. I said, well, that's where I'm going to go. Trust that. 2 days later, I was on a flight to Mali, Africa to find Ali. I did find Ali on that trip and many other truths that I, to this day, trust in. I get it. It's hard to trust.
It is. I don't
We all
trust
seem to be in
anyone.
a constant battle with each other, with ourselves.
I don't trust shit.
Every day.
Basically, don't
We're in
trust
a
myself. I don't trust
cultural,
myself.
ideological,
How could I trust
philosophical
anyone
battle with
else?
The world around us every day. We're in a physical, mental, and spiritual battle with ourselves. There are vibrations of trust. And those vibrations either separate us or they bring us together.
True.
The more we give, the more we get. David Schultz says, trust is the coin of the realm. When it is in the room, great things happen. When it's not, they don't. Look, I think we can all admit that today the vibration of our lack of trust, it is separating us. There is not much trust in the room. And we are suffering from the fact. You know, a study came out last year that less than 30% of people trust their own neighbors.
Fuck them. I don't trust my neighbor for shit. Not for shit.
In our low trust society, we're anxious. We're looking for a tribe. We're cynical. We can't extend our hand to others because we've forgotten how to extend our hand to ourselves. We got to shake hands again. First with ourselves, then with each other. It's the only way to build both of us up.
I like a
Look, I'm
song.
not asking us to blindly trust anybody and everyone all the time. No, that would be foolish and unwise. I get it.
Yes.
Hell, it's a risk getting out of bed in the morning. But I am asking you, I'm asking me, to stop leading with distrust, to stop making a lack of trust our default feeling on high.
How are you gonna stab me in the back?
If we distrust ourselves, and our own intuitions, we
I
start
like
missing
this
out
one.
on a lot in our life. But when you trust others, when you give them a chance to heal, we're also healing ourselves. I don't believe we're ever going to truly move forward, individually or collectively, without having more trust. There has to be some amount of trust that we can all have the courage to give more than we do right now. So I got a proposal. How about this? How about we agree and admit to having a 5% more trust coalition?
5%?
Yes, 5%.
That's a lot.
And look, and I know there's some tyrants out there sitting there listening going, oh, perfect. I can't wait to take advantage of all these trust suckers. And to that I say, you know what? Yes, if we trust more, we are going to get burned a time or two more.
Yeah.
But the times that you get burned are going to pale in comparison to the strength, support, victories, and successes that you are going to get if you do trust more. You can measure mistrust in ounces, but you can measure trust in pounds. 5% more trust. 5%. Can we start there? See where it takes us? Trusting others 5% more, being 5% more trustworthy.
Well,
It's going to lead to trust in yourself a whole lot more.
But I don't believe anything I do is right.
So, let's first admit how little we do trust others. Now, let's admit how little we trust ourselves. Can you admit that you do have the courage to trust 5% more than you do? Admit it. Admit it. Oh.
Boom.
Trust in each other. My intuition trusting my gut. Okay, those are coming in. I'm not gonna get to all of them right now. They're there. I wanna just admit something with you and have you admit this. Doesn't it feel pretty good to come clean?
Yeah.
You know, look, we bury all this shit in the corner of our yard, all that stuff we didn't want in our house, the stuff we put on the porch and then ran out of space, so we put it in the shed. And then when the shed got full, we put it in the back corner of the yard, you know, so we wouldn't have to deal with it. But now all those piles of shit we put in the corner of our yard, it's starting to encroach on us, you know? That pile keeps growing until it smothers the shed. Then it gets on our porch. Then it's in our living room. Then it's in our kitchen. And before we know it, we are stepping over shit just to get in bed. Yeah, we're running out of real estate. And soon enough, oh shit, there's shit on the pillow. So we flip the pillow over. Oh shit, there's shit on the other side of the pillow. We gotta come clean, folks. Let's admit what we've been hiding. What's that thing that started small, that we just innocently put in the closet of our conscience, that now is starting to creep, like the weeds that are now starting to trespass on our day-to-day real estate. What's that shit that now might just be under our pillow? Let's admit it. All right. So I've asked you to admit a whole lot of things today. Thank you for playing along and interrogating yourself. Thank you for not judging yourself and just good old admitting. And hell, if anything, can we all just have a good old giggle at ourselves for being human? Remember, guilty and approved at the outset? I think we've all earned a heartfelt laugh at the fact that we may not be as evolved as a species as we like to think we are.
True. True.
Sorry, but we gotta admit it.
Yeah.
Like I said, if we want to start living, we gotta start admitting. We want to be legit, we gotta admit. Guilty twice. I rhymed for the second time.
Ooh, if it rhymes, you gotta be true.
Now, thank y'all for that. I met our first guest recently on a podcast, and we had a lot in common right away. She is willing to admit to truths about herself, about life, successes and failures. She has faced and made many a boogeyman bow down. Never one to be complacent. She is committed to making the hard choices that do bring more balance, more joy, more love to her life and the lives of those around her. That's cool. Today, she's gonna share a game-changing philosophy.
It's just like Ariana Grande.
Committing to living more of your best life.
Who is it?
Being more of your best you by making one simple change in how you think.
No, you don't pause you.
You can only do what you do when you're clear about what you don't. Marie Forleo.
Marie Forleo is a leader in a whole new generation of super solars. Millions of young women look to Marie as their inspiration.
She's one of the top life coaches on the planet.
An internationally recognized, award-winning entrepreneur.
Wrote the New York Times #1 bestseller.
Everything is
figure out
Star of the award-winning
Figure out, blah, blah, blah.
She's the founder of the highly acclaimed business training school, B School.
She's an extraordinary woman. She's a Jersey girl.
She inspires millions of people around the world.
A socially conscious global empire.
She's really all about giving back and changing the world.
Please welcome Marie Forleo.
Bah!
Will you please welcome in person Marie Forleo? Yes.
Hey, Marie. Ow.
This beautiful audience. Oh my goodness, you guys are amazing. McConaughey, thank you so much. So, first of all, how awesome is Matthew? Are you guys enjoying this?
Yes.
He's coming back so much more today. So let's see, we've got Elaine, we've got Kelly, we've got Mike, Omar. Oh my goodness. You guys, are we ready for some fun? Let's do this. So,
Hey.
I want to start with a question. How many people here have ever become a victim of your own success? Like, you worked so hard to achieve something or become something or build something.
No.
And then it finally happened, right? You got that relationship, you got that career, you got that business, you got that family. And then all of a sudden, you hit a wall. Either you ran out of gas, right? You got exhausted. Or maybe you got stressed. Or you lost your passion. Or you got bored. Or maybe your soul started nudging you from the inside and saying, hey, you know this thing that you wanted for so long, this thing that you worked so hard for? Actually, you're meant to go in a whole different direction.
Yep.
And then in that transition, right, in that realization, you started feeling totally lost, unsure of yourself, and you started wondering, like, how the heck do I figure out where to go from here? Anyone ever felt that? If you felt that, I want to let you know you are not alone. Now look, if you also identify as a creative, right, as a dreamer, as a go-getter, if you're that person that people always come to for ideas and for support, if you're that invisible strength and that stability that other people rely on, and right now, if you know in your heart that there's a bigger future for you, if you know that you are meant for more, I gotta tell you, this is especially important, what we're gonna dig into right now, because sometimes it's just harder for people like us. So what we're gonna peel into is really that first and most critical step on the path to more, right? So as Matthew was just talking about, it's about having that courage to admit to yourself what is not working in your life. It's having the bravery to recognize that, you know what, maybe it's time to slow down, to hit pause, maybe even come to a full stop, so that we can face a truth that either consciously or unconsciously, man, you've been blowing past some warning signals for a while. And maybe that's the very reason that you're here today. Now, here's something that I've learned about admitting the truth to yourself about yourself. So look, it is rarely easy. It's often kind of uncomfortable, right? Most of the time, it is massively friggin' inconvenient, but here's the deal. It always, always sets us free.
Don't believe
now,
you.
Look, I don't know about you, but freedom, right? That is my #1 highest value in life. And I have a suspicion that since you're here at this beautiful event called The Art of Living, that freedom is probably one of your top values too. And look, I mean, we all want more freedom, right? We want the freedom to experience more joy and more connection and more love. At least I do. We want the freedom to create more abundance, right? More free time. And of course, more impact. And ultimately, I think we all want the freedom to live into what we feel is our highest potential. But here's what's so super cool and really unexpected. So sometimes roadblocks actually play this critical and very positive role on our path to more. Because as McConaughey was talking about, admitting that we need a full-on red light, that can actually be the first step in catching our next level green. So here's what that looked like for me. It was a few years back, but I remember it like it was yesterday. So I walked downstairs in the middle of the afternoon in my house, and I saw it.
What is she?
It was calling to me.
What?
And it took everything I had to resist it. It was my couch. I wanted to lie down on that thing so bad because I was so friggin' exhausted. And then I heard that voice in my head, right? That voice in my head that said, you can't take a break. There's no breaks for you. You've got another interview coming up in 2 hours. You got to go to the store. You got to get groceries for dinner. Kuma, he needs his medication, and he needs to be taken to the vet today. You've got about 100 emails. You got 12 texts. You got those design approvals, and oh yeah, you know what? You promised you call your parents. So no 5-minute break for you.
Fuck.
And then I remember not giving myself permission, right, to put my head down and rest, even just for 5 minutes. Because the truth is, I thought resting would mean that I was lazy.
Right.
I was unproductive. I was not ambitious enough. And if I need to rest on the couch in the middle of the day, even for a few minutes,
I'm weak.
What that really means?
I am weak.
It means that deep down, I don't have what it takes to be as successful or as accomplished as I want to be. I must not be weak stuff. I must be weak. So what did I do? I did what I always do. I pushed myself to keep going, right? I got another.
You got a breakdown.
I marched back upstairs and I kept on working. Because pushing and pushing myself and punishing myself, that's got to be the secret to success, right? I mean, I've been doing it my whole life. Look how far it's gotten me. I can't stop now. And like so many of you, I got all kinds of people depending on me.
Right?
It's all on my shoulders.
Right.
And if I stop or slow down even for a minute,
just for seconds,
everything I worked so hard for my whole life is probably going to fall apart.
Yep, instantly.
Now look, I wish, honestly, that I could tell you that that was an isolated incident. It was not. It was as though no matter how hard I worked, no matter how many hours I put in, I felt like it was never enough.
Never.
To the point where, and this was so scary, I actually started waking up. And one of the very first thoughts I had when my eyes opened in the morning was a version of this. I can't do this anymore. I want to run away from my life.
Yeah, my life is too hard.
I wish I could just disappear for
disappear.
a while and not exist. And look, I'm gonna be honest.
I
was doing all the things that we all know that we should do, right? So I was eating pretty healthy and clean. I was meditating. I was journaling, praying, working out, getting enough sleep, you name it. And as somebody who has an ADHD brain, those things, man, they're usually lifesavers for me. But none of that was working. You wanna know why? Because I had to admit that I felt trapped.
In my own life.
I had to admit that I felt completely exhausted by my life.
Yep.
I had to admit that I was feeling such a deep level of anxiety and depression that I had never experienced before. And I had to admit that I had so much shame around that.
True.
So yeah, I mean, I knew I had a problem, but the truth was, I was so addicted to engineering green lights that yellows and reds, not an option for me.
Nah.
Now, to be clear, all that constant pushing and pushing, right? And that punishing and punishing, I mean, it definitely produced results. Just not all of them was what I was aiming for. You see, I started having all of these unusual pains in my body. I learned that my adrenals shot. Like literally, a doctor said to me, based on my lab work, she said, Marie, it's a miracle you're able to get up every day. Then we discovered I actually had all these tumors growing inside of me, including one the size of a grapefruit growing outside of my uterus, pushing all of my other organs out of place. Ultimately, I had to have an urgent hysterectomy to make the pain stop to get those tumors out. You see, life gave me a big old red light because I was unwilling to give it to myself. I believe what most of us don't realize is that sometimes getting on the path to more, it actually requires doing less. It requires eliminating, letting go, saying no of some of the thought patterns, the behavior patterns, the emotional patterns that, if we're being super honest, like really honest, that we've grown to rely on. Because look, we got to be real, right? Most of us, I at least know I have, we've developed some patterns that may have been useful at some point in our lives. They either
helped me survive,
us thrive, or they helped us survive.
Yeah, survive.
But now, the game is that we need to admit that they've become destructive, right? We need to admit that some of our old ways right now are causing us more harm than good.
They don't work anymore.
And look, I believe that our souls know the truth. Our souls know that what got us here is not gonna get us there.
No.
So what
gotta
I want
switch
to say
up.
now, this is something I'm so excited
there.
about. This is a simple science-backed trick that helped me eliminate probably one of the most destructive patterns that I had, right? It was this hidden addiction that was preventing me from getting to my next level of more. And I promise you this. So I've taught this now to tens of thousands of people. And what you're about to learn, it's so simple. It works like magic. And I promise you, like pinky swear, it's going to help you eliminate any emotional or behavioral or thought pattern that's holding you back. Cool? Are you guys into this? Yes?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
So all it requires really is an open mind, an open heart, and this willingness to just look at yourself with curiosity and compassion. And here's how that unfolded for me. So my partner, Josh, I love him so much. We've been together for like 20 years. He would often ask me at the end of the day, he would be like, hey, babe, how is your day, right? How's it going? How's it going at work? And I'd pretty much answer with some version of the same thing. I'd be like, oh,
that's good.
Work is so overwhelming right now. There's so much on my plate. I've got this big Marie TV shoot coming up, and we got to hire more programmers again.
I'd be saying, I'm fine.
All this
I'm
content
good.
on deadline. If I could just get through the next few months, then I'll finally be able to breathe. Anyone ever tell yourself that one before?
And then the next one comes,
See,
and
that
there's
was a
more
lie
stress
that I
and
told
more.
myself, and I believed it.
Yeah, of
But
course.
the truth was that overwhelmed feeling, right? It never ended because
No.
I kept reinforcing the mental and emotional program called, I'm always overwhelmed. I mean, without even realizing it. It was like I was a fish in water. My internal and my external self-talk was drenched in overwhelm.
True. Feel that?
Until one day, this was a very special day, I had this awakening in my kitchen. It was one of those weird, like out-of-body experiences where I somehow witnessed myself talking about how friggin' overwhelmed I was, and I finally saw how repetitive and ridiculous this pattern had become. I was like, whoa, wait a minute.
Wait.
Marie Forleo, what are you saying right now? Like, do you hear yourself? Are you listening to yourself? This is the same sad, I'm so overwhelmed song for years. This is super stressful. This is no way to live. Like, are you finally ready, girl, to let this thing go? And in an instant, I kid you not, this magical little phrase appeared in my mental theater, right? Like, I didn't think it up. I didn't try and create it. It was a mantra that flashed in my mind, and I feel like it was a gift from the divine or from my higher self. Here it was. You ready for it? I don't do overwhelm. I don't do overwhelm. The second I heard those words, I don't do overwhelm, I gotta tell you, my shoulders relaxed. I felt this like 400-pound weight lifted off of me. It was as if a portal opened up and I was shown this whole other possibility for how to live my life. And from that instant on, I don't do overwhelm. That actually became a part of my new internal programming, right? That became my new mantra, my new affirmation. I kept saying it out loud and in my head. I was like, I don't do overwhelm. I don't do overwhelm. You know what? I don't do overwhelm. I don't touch this stuff. Now, after a few months of saying this like over and over again, right, with conscious intention, overwhelm actually started to become foreign to me. It was as if someone asked me like, hey Marie, you know what? I want you to go murder your neighbor. I'd be like, no, what, are you friggin' bonker pants? I don't do murder. That is not a thing I do. You see, just by repeatedly using this very simple mantra, I don't do
I knew a
I
little
actually
mantra.
began to change my own brain, which did what? It changed my beliefs, which helped me change my behavior and set a whole new standard for myself.
Okay.
So here's what that looked like. All of a sudden, I stopped saying yes to opportunities unless they were truly like a full body yes.
Actual opportunity.
I stopped overstuffing my calendar with random projects and meetings and coffee dates and obligations that I knew I would later regret. I even stopped opening my inbox during the middle of the day when clearly that was not the best and highest use of my time. And I kid you not, once I drew that line in the sand, right? Once I built a new set of neural networks in this brain, overwhelm was not a zip code I was willing to live in anymore. And now here's what's even more interesting about the statement, I don't do overwhelm. So check this out.
Okay, show me.
It actually leverages an extremely powerful linguistic tool that hardly anybody knows about.
Okay.
In fact, it's empirically proven to be up to 8 times more effective than other language choices when it comes to up-leveling our own behavior. So all of this is based on research done by Dr. Vanessa Patrick. So she found that when people frame a refusal as in, I don't, so for instance, like, I don't drink sugary sodas, right? Instead of I can't, they were actually way more successful at resisting temptation. In fact, when it came to deciding whether or not to eat certain foods, right? Saying I don't was nearly 3 times as effective as saying no. And check this out, 8 times more effective than saying I can't. So now you might be wondering, okay, Marie, this is interesting. Why is that? Well, part of the reason is this. When we say I don't, we experience that as like a choice that we're making, right? So we feel strong. We feel empowered. This is an expression.
This is something I do not do.
Identity. We're taking our standards. But the
Oh, I do that
moment
with
we
powder
say,
stuff.
I can't. Check it out. What happens? What
I
happens? in
don't
your
because
body?
I don't like it.
Instantly,
I don't.
We start to feel restricted, right? We make ourselves feel weak and like a victim, like we're being controlled by some external authority or some external circumstance. Now look, your pattern, it might have nothing at all to do with overwhelm, right? So I shared this with a friend of mine, and she said, you know what, Marie, this is fascinating. Overwhelm isn't my thing, but you know what is? Guilt. Oh my God, I'm always feeling so guilty that I should be spending more time with my kid, even though in reality, I do spend a ton of time with her. But this guilt thing, oh my God, it's making me miserable and it's making me exhausted. And I said, great. So we're gonna do an experiment. I want you to play with, I don't do guilt, right? Make that your new mantra. I want you to try it on for a few weeks, just like a new dress. Let me know how it goes. You wanna know something? Totally changed her life. So for you, might not be overwhelm, might not be guilt, but I bet it's something, right? Take a look.
I don't do
This is such a cool
stress.
opportunity to be honest with yourself. Tell the truth.
If it's stressful, I'll be like, no.
Is it procrastination? Is it perfectionism?
I
Is it looking at
don't
your phone
wait.
first thing when you wake up? I don't know what it is, but you do, right? So what is it? What is that little emotional pattern? What is that thought pattern? What is that behavior pattern that's getting in your way of more?
I said I don't do
For
work.
the love of all things holy, right? Why not give yourself this beautiful 8 times advantage?
I like to say that I do not like to
don't do blank.
working for other
why not
people.
quickly and efficiently eliminate that pattern from your life forever? So I want you to think about it this way. Your brain is a supercomputer that follows the directions that you program it with. The brain simply believes whatever you tell it most. That's why what you say to yourself in the privacy of your beautiful mind, it matters.
It does.
This isn't science fiction, right? This is science fact. This is called neuroplasticity. It's something known as
Science
Hebb's law.
fact?
So neurons
Did
that
you find
fire
that out?
together, wire together. And whether you realize it or not, your self-talk, right? What you say to yourself consistently and repeatedly, man, that shapes your beautiful brain, which shapes your beliefs, which impacts your thoughts and your feelings and your behaviors, which guess what? It creates your reality. So I want you to remember this, write it down. The brain simply believes whatever you tell it most.
Yeah.
And that means whatever you tell it most about you and your experience of this life, it will create. It has no choice. But guess what? You have a choice, meaning you as the conscious creator of your life, you as the artist creating the masterpiece of this beautiful existence, you as the divine being, you always got a choice. So why not right now choose to admit just one little tiny pattern, one little habit that might be holding you back? What's that one little pattern that you're willing to eliminate, to let go of, to stop indulging
willingly,
so that you can get on your path to more? What is your I don't do blank statement? I want you to put it in the chat right now. Don't overthink, just go. What do I see here? I don't do that trip. I don't do negative self-talk. I don't do stressed out. I don't do guilt. Yes. I don't do rejection. I don't do controlling. I don't do overthinking. You guys are crushing it right now. Yes. I don't do laziness. I don't do shots. Yes. I don't do self-doubt. Beautiful. Keep going. So here's the thing. You always want to name your thing. You want to know your thing.
I don't know what the thing is.
Because we all got a thing,
Yeah,
right?
I know I have a thing, but I don't know what the thing is.
I want you to have fun with this whole process. Please do that for me. You want to know why?
I don't like you.
Because when you have fun with this process, when you admit, when you tell the truth, you will set yourself free. And more importantly,
I don't know why, but I do not like you.
Whatever that thing is, it's going to
Bring back Matthew
so
back.
much space for you to get to your more of what you really want in this next season of your life. Whether that's more abundance, that's more health, that's more energy, whatever it is. And look, here's something I know. You came here for a reason, right? You're taking your time out from your day for a reason. One of which is probably because there's something about the way that Mr. Matthew McConaughey lives and teaches that inspires you, right?
No.
It's one of the reasons that I'm here too. I love the way he thinks. I really respect and appreciate the creative and playful nature that he brings to this work. It makes the journey super fun. But the truth is, we're just at the beginning of this together, and there is so much more for us to do. So I'm actually curious, who here is excited to keep this journey going? Who here is not only loving the chance to get to learn more from Matthew, but also loving the chance, right, to unpack your own personal path to more? Type yes in the chat if you're pumped to keep going. Keep it, yes! All right, this is what I'm talking about. Fire it up! Come on now. Beautiful. Here's
Maybe.
else I know for sure. Probably one of the biggest reasons that you're here today is because deep down, your soul knows there is so much more that's possible for you. I don't care what happened in your past or what challenges you're facing right now. Guess what? There is so much more for you to create. There is so much more for you to experience. There's so much more for you to give. And I promise you this, it is not too late for you. You have not missed your chance. You know, something that I say on my show, Marie TV, I always say, stay on your game and keep going for your big dreams, because the world really does need that very special gift that only you have. And I know that to be true to my core, because here's something I know. My more is helping you find yours. It's helping you create whatever it is that's going to matter most to you at this next stage and season of your life, whether that's more joy or more time or more energy or more prosperity or more love. And ultimately, I think it's going to come down to more freedom. Because at the end of the day, isn't that what we're all looking for? I want to thank you so much for sharing your time with me today. I am sending you so much love. And what my soul knows
who are you?
Is that you deserve your more. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Joe.
Marie Forleo, everyone. Wow.
I missed.
Hey, guys. All right. Wasn't it nice to have Marie here? And I got to tell you, so McConaughey's coming back out, so I hope nobody's leaving, not even for a second. And
No, I'm still here.
Being in the back here, he's helped create such a casual vibe that's going on here. I have to, you know, we got 2.4 million people registered from this event, and it is 150 countries around the world. And you would think, and it's such a cool vibe. And when Matthew came off, I have to tell you, I could see the excitement in his face because of your chat. I watched it happen. Who in here watched it when he started reading the chats? You could see him leaning in, having more fun, right? I see Susan and Daniel and Juan and Linda and Lene, right? I watched it too, and it's pretty amazing. Now, I got a couple things to share here today. And then we're going to bring Matthew back out. But in the meantime,
give me Matthew! Matthew!
I want to share.
I don't even know who Matthew is. Like, I don't remember what movies it in.
But this is a shifting time. This is where, when we have things that are bugging us, it's like this.
But I got a mail, so I'm like, okay, I go in and check.
Sometimes we feel stuck. Sometimes we're doing okay. We want to go to the next level. Sometimes we just got to get back in the game. Sometimes we want to reinvent, reconnect, start over. Or as Matthew's son said, just meet new people and do cool things. And for some reason, we're holding back. But I want to give you a little kudos today. Just by being here, you're ahead of most. Because most people complain about things going wrong. Most people are upset about what's happening in the world, and they get sucked into one way or another, and they're not doing something. You guys are taking the time to be here today, so celebrate yourself. Celebrate yourself being here. You are taking the uncomfortable action it takes to move forward. And not everything we share, not everything I share is going to be perfect, or Marie, or Trent, or Tony, or even Matthew. But if there's one thing, if there's a couple of things that allow you to go, oh, I can make a difference, then we did our job here today. And I like to simplify. We're here to learn the art of living, right? What I'd love for you to think about, I love simple terms. I heard something about 5 years ago called own your future, to own your future. Somebody said the phrase. In fact, Tony Robbins and I did an event based around it. It was one of our biggest events. And I love that thought, because I like simple ways for analogy, is if I don't own my future, who will? And then I start thinking about, you know, if I don't own my choices, if I don't own my calendar, if I don't own my love, if I don't own my decisions, if I don't own my freedom, put it in the chat. What do you want to own? Me, one of my big ones is owning my calendar, owning my time for my family and the things I want to do. So I started thinking about that. And then if you go deeper, like I said earlier, we'll all have our stuff, right? I see in the chat what you own.
Life.
For me, it's personal, and we all got that thing, and we could use it as fuel. In my life,
I want to
have
control over my own life.
Split. And I watched them go in different directions. Both worked really hard. My mom worked 3 jobs to make about $90 a week to help support us. We lived in a trailer park for a while. I lived with my dad. He worked his tail off in a collision shop. And sometimes I didn't have lunch money when I went to school. Now, we all got our thing, but I realized my parents didn't own their future. They didn't own their decisions. And that kind of builds up, right? And can build resentment, unhappiness, all those things. So it made me at a young age say, hell no. I need to do something different. I need to gain new skills, new capabilities. I love my parents more than anything, but I wanted something different. Who feels that same way? You want something different, unique.
I want something more than whatever they told me I can be. Every time I've been told to talk to my mom, like, I want to do this and this. It's hard. You should reconsider. You should. It's not normal. I did that. Every time. I brought it up to her, but she was like, nah, I don't say that. I'm like, yeah, you do. Fuck off.
Made a big impact in my life. And the first one is change. Write that down. Change. Change is one of those things we kind of get excited about when we first hear it, but why does it paralyze so many people and they stop? You ever hear, if I'm not climbing, I'm sliding. If I'm not changing, I'm dying. Right? It's like change is so important, but when we get to that edge, when we get right to going into that new relationship or starting over or starting the business or saying I do or saying I don't or I freaking can't, right in that moment, we get a little stuck. So think about if you ever heard of or read that book, Who Moved My Cheese? Right? It's a great book. It's a short little read. But the concept is there's 2 little people and 2 little mice in a maze. And they find this big pile of cheese in the maze, and they kind of get entitled. The cheese just keeps coming. They don't have to do anything. They name the cheese. They name the area. They become the governor of the cheese. One day, the cheese stops coming.
No more cheese.
Day 2, day 5, day 10, cheese just stops coming.
No more cheese.
Finally, the mice are like, I think we got to go find other cheese. And the little people are like, no, hell no. They're going to bring my cheese back. I'm entitled to this cheese. It's coming back to me.
It's my cheese.
It's scary for the mice. They have to go change. They have to go down a maze. And you know what? It was hard. And they found dead ends. But eventually they found a little more cheese. And they found way more cheese than they originally had because they made that change where the little people pretty much starved. How many of us sometimes had stuff going on, had a good relationship, someone moved the cheese and we're like, no, 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 I want that back to the way it was, but we're not taking the change we need to make a difference.
Yeah.
How many of us had last 10, 15 years, the economy's been like that, it's shifting a little. Change, we're like, no, 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 I want it to go back to the way it was. No, we got to find a way to embrace it.
I had a better time before that got away.
Sometimes we think a change is like a 180. We got to change everything about our lives and go in a different direction. I made up this silly analogy when I was on stage once about a farmer. Every day, imagine if a farmer gets up every day and on the back of his tractor, he stacks up the grain and he goes out a half a mile into the field to feed the cows. Now, if he did that every day for years, eventually that tractor would build ruts. Kind of get on cruise control. You could start the tractor, put it on the back, and just let go of the wheel. Sometimes we've let go of the wheel of our own lives. Kind of get in a hypnotic rhythm of life. Good or bad, we just do the same thing over.
I don't need to work. I don't need to do that.
Could you change your whole life with a half an inch? Where it's little progress at a time. We got Tony Robbins coming up here in a little while. He always says we all overestimate what we can do in a year and underestimate what we can do with 5.
God.
Let me ask you, if the farmer just one day got up, put the grain on the tractor, started it, and then just turned the wheel a half an inch. Now, in the first 100 feet, you'd see no difference. 300 feet, that tractor starts going and it bounces out of the ruts. 500 feet, 600 feet, you get a half a mile, you can't even recognize where you were. You made subtle little shifts of changes towards the person you are meant to be. We all agree that we're meant for more. If we're meant for more, we got to do something different today than we did yesterday.
True.
And though we think we are, so many times we have the dreams and the desires, but we don't take the uncomfortable action. But I'm telling you, could start with a half inch.
A little bit at a time.
Number 1. Second C, write this down.
This one. Boom.
Courage.
Oh, that's a good movie. Like the guy.
Courage. Courage is moving
what the fuck?
Even when you're scared. It's not the absence of being scared or fear. It's moving forward. It's being bold. It's being brave. It's jumping out of the plane and hoping you grow wings on the way down. Oh, Jesus. So how do you find the courage to move forward? See, I'm going to give you a little secret. The third C is confidence. But you don't get to confidence unless you're courageous, because you don't move without it. So I want to give you a little secret, at least something that changed my life. Whenever you're about to move into that thing you want, that next level of life, next level job, income, whatever it is that you want, sometimes there's that belief that pops up, isn't there? You're too old, too young. It's a new world.
It's too late.
Too much technology. It's the economy. My spouse just doesn't believe. My other half doesn't believe in my dreams. My friends think I'm crazy. You realize that these little things come up, and in life they're cumulative when we start thinking about that, and all of a sudden you don't realize why you're not moving forward, but it's this story. Who can agree? Raise your hand if you've had a story, a belief, or something that's held you back in your life. Thank you, Tina, Carrie, Donna, Christian, Scott, right? So I want you to do me a favor. Let's get rowdy here in the chat, okay? I want you to rate that story, that belief. I'm not good enough. No one believes in me. I'm too old. I don't have the energy. I procrastinate. All the crap we've had in our lives. I want you to rate it on a scale of 1 to 10 in the chat right now. I'm watching YouTube, watching on Zoom. Rate it on a scale of 1 to 10 how much that story has cost you in your life. Stopped you from moving forward. I could do it, but look at 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 8, a lot, 10, 10, 10. I get it. You shared a bunch of them when you were on with Matthew before, and I was reading them all. You're in my heart, right? Look at the 9s and 10s. Every once in a while, a 7. Okay, now that's kind of a fear we got to break through, right? We got to bust that. I like approaching it in a different way. Let's park that. We had probably 8.7 or 9.2 average up there. Now I want you to think of another fear. Imagine getting to the end of your life.
And not doing anything.
Whatever your beliefs are, plays you a video of the man or woman you could have been.
Ooh.
Hey, this is when you were thinking you were too old. You weren't. You just need to be bold and move forward. This is where your life went.
This is where you could have been. Oh, Lord.
This relationship. Or yes, I'm gonna, or I'm committed to say no. I do. I don't. I can. I don't care what they think. I am enough. I look amazing. I feel amazing. I'm gonna do it. This is where you would have been if you made that choice. Imagine seeing that video and what you feel. What would you
I would have.
Can I go back?
Yeah, I can't go back. Fuck.
I need another shot. I don't care what my friends would think. I don't care what my ex would think. I don't care what people think. I know I wasn't too old. I was still a baby back then. Please let me go back. Think of that.
Shit.
Rate that on a 1 to 10 scale. The fear of getting to the end of your life and realize you never got in the game. You stayed up in the stands
10.
with someone else's name on your back instead of getting in the arena. Like it's all 10s, 1,000, a million. More zeros than I can look at. It's infinite. A million, 10, I hate it, 10 times 10
Yeah,
times.
no.
Hey, what would be?
I don't want to be that guy.
The first one seems like a 2 now, doesn't it? Right?
Yeah.
First one's like, oh, I was like, it's a 2. But think about this. If your maker said to you, hey, you saw this, you got one wish. What would that wish be?
Oh.
What would that wish be?
Bring me back, coach! Bring me back!
Your wish would be to go back.
Yeah.
To right now and start over. Look at the start now, to reload, to start again, to start over, leave overs, restart. Guess what? Wish granted. Wish granted. We're here today. We can take uncomfortable action. We can move forward.
Bring me back, coach! Put me in! Put me in, coach, please!
Shifts towards the man or the woman you're supposed to be.
Oh, Lord. Well, I gotta start my fucking project. Damn!
Confidence. You don't get the confidence until you start making changes.
Right.
And you make these little shifts, and then you get stuck, and you go, no, I'm going to be courageous. Borrow some courage from your past if you need to.
Remember that time you didn't? And you regret it? Fuck! We gotta do it this time! This time!
This is where I get to show my brilliance. Kidding aside, is imagine this. Imagine when it comes to confidence, yes, you have to make change. Yes, you have to be courageous. You got to be in the game.
Yeah. Ooh.
But what if confidence came by doing less of the things that take your confidence away? My brilliance, right? Kidding aside, think about that. What in your life do you currently do that hold you back from being all of you? And remember, it's cumulative.
Drex.
I don't know. Let's think about the news.
Fucking Drex.
When is the last time anybody ever watched the news and felt really confident or really amazing when you were done? Think about it. Has anybody in the last 3 years watched the news and got done and went, oh, I am ready?
No.
You missed the 5 o'clock news. Watch it at 9. We got this, babe.
No.
You watch the news and you're like, son of a bitch, it's over.
Yeah, the world is fucked. The world is fucked.
But if you watch the news and it dings your confidence a little, and then you hesitate on being courageous, then you don't get confidence. What's another one? Put in the chat. What's another thing that robs your confidence? That's pretty obvious. Don't watch the news. Friends, my boss, right? Others. That's my second one. Is if you look at what robs your confidence, one of the #1 things is bad advice.
Yeah.
Usually bad free advice from friends or loved ones that have the best intentions, but it's your single friend telling you how to fix your marriage. It's your broke friend telling you how to get wealthy and start the new business, or how to stop it. It's the wrong time. We are letting bad free advice come into our heads, and all of a sudden we get confused. We get a little hesitant, a little less confident, and guess what? We stand still.
Yeah, we stop because we don't trust it.
No one's coming to save us. I think we all can agree. That's why we're here today. Nobody's waving a magic wand. Last president, current president, next president. It's on us. So if it's on us, we got to regain ourselves. We got to regain that confidence. So the last one that I like, and there's plenty of you identify what robs your confidence. One I love is working on your weaknesses. Matthew said it earlier. Don't work on things you're bad at. Get really good at the things you're good at.
Yeah, right.
It's
Focus on the things you can do.
I
Not
didn't even know he was going to share that today. So many of us we were told in school or told by a spouse or told by somebody in your life that things aren't working, and then we go, oh, I got to get good at reading. I still can't read well. I have dyslexia so bad. I got to listen to books. I listened to green lights. I didn't read green lights. So you got to stop letting the weaknesses in your life compound. Screw it. Let them go. You might never be good. Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
I suck at a lot of things. But I was really good at helping Matthew and Tony in this group getting 2.4 million people here together. I still have dyslexia. I still can't read so good.
I'm still struggling. Okay.
So pick out that part, because don't you have confidence when you work on something you love? Okay, here's the next level of brilliance. Figure out the things that build your confidence and do less of it. Figure the things that build your confidence, and do more of it. Figure the things that build your confidence, do more of it. Like staying engaged in a group like this. Who feels more confident already today? We're only not even halfway through. Who feels more confident today?
Yeah.
Right? Put it in the chat, your level of confidence today. Stay connected to a group like this.
7.6.
All year long.
7.6.
Approach life in a different way. Get a new perspective. That's one of the things he's doing here today, is getting you to look at a different lens.
I see that more people are looking for the same help that I am, and that helps a lot. Just that, knowing I'm not alone out there. Like you said earlier.
Going to church. I'm not sure what builds your confidence, but if you have that meter, you go, ho, 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 that's taking it away. I'm nuking that. That makes me feel good.
Bah.
I'm going in that direction. So the third C is confidence. Now I said there'd be a bonus P. What the heck is that?
Penis?
Persuasion. Influence. Sometimes we call it sales. Now I want you to really think about influence and persuasion. It gets a bad rap. That's just a true story. Persuasion, influence. We think of sales. Sometimes we think of it as icky. I want you to tell you something. You know what's icky? The people that do the wrong things when they influence. If you sell a really bad car to an elderly person and they don't know it, that's not sales. You're just a bad human.
Yeah, yeah.
If you sell drugs to a drug addict, you're a bad human.
Yeah, you don't help
But
them.
sales, if you really take sales, influence, persuasion, when you know it can help someone's life, when it's a good product, or you're selling yourself to your children, you're influencing your children, influencing people you love, or offering something that could really make a difference in their life, then sales is love. Sales is service. Think about this. Who in here is glad that you were influenced to show up here today? Raise your hand or put it in the chat.
I was not.
Nobody's watching your chat, all. So who is glad you were, if you read green lights, who's glad you were influenced to read green lights? So if we look through sales and influence in a different lens, then all of a sudden we realize it's love. Listen, I wasn't joking before. Matthew's worked his tail off. I mean, we've got 8 months working on this and what's next for you. I mean, we spent 5 days in a table around in the other room a month ago. We spent another 4 days this week gaining the skills, fine-tuning every bit of messaging. He's doing that out of love. And it would be a disservice to him not to offer it to you. Is that true? So in your life, if you start falling in love with what you want to provide a spouse, a friend, your children, in your new business, in your career, the people you work with, you realize that influence is one of the greatest gifts to go to your next level. All change starts with influence. I got to give you a quick story. Now we're going to bring McConaughey out here in just a few minutes. But I got to give you a quick story. My wife, she's in the other room. When we first started dating, you know, in the beginning, we're both foodies. And my wife's a very successful hairstylist. She owns a couple salons and has done amazing for herself. And one day I said to her, you know, how do you feel about influence and persuasion? She's like, no, I'm not sure on that. She was voted the top 10 hairstylists in Arizona for 8 out of 10 years. She makes more than 99.9% of every hairstylist. I was amazed at what she does. I knew she had to be good at influence. And
yeah.
So I waited one day and I said, hey, I'm dying. We were foodies, both love food. And one day I said, hey, babe, I'm dying for spaghetti and meatballs. I'm Italian and I want it. She's like, babe, oh my God, she's very animated. She's like, babe, we have to go to this Italian restaurant in up in Scottsdale, Arizona. It is amazing. If you've ever had pasta that's al dente, it's a little firm. She's like, the pasta's homemade and it's so firm. And they must cook the sauce all day because it's not chunky. It's smooth and thin. They grate a little olive oil or grate a little Parmesan cheese over it, a little olive oil, and they put meatballs if you're going to eat meat. By the time she's done, you know those little things in your mouth when you're like, oh my God, it's so good. I just want to go right now. So she gets done. I go, you're so full of crap. She's like, what are you talking about? I said, you're the best salesperson I've ever met. She goes, no, babe. Hear me out. She said, I just want you to experience it. Think about that. When you read a book.
Right.
When you go to a movie, when you eat at a great restaurant, who in your life, they're like, oh my God, you gotta read this book, Green Lights. You gotta go to this movie. You gotta go to this restaurant. You gotta try this supplement. You're not doing it because you're trying to sell them. You're doing it through love. You want to empower them. So I'm just sharing with you today, when you look through the lens that sales is service, and if you have something that improves someone's life, you're actually doing a disservice if you don't get it in their hands.
Fuck! Now I have to do my shit.
The last thing I want to say is we covered 3 C's and a P today. Remember, change could start with a ½ an inch. You have to embrace it. You have to love it.
I gotta put out days to actually work on, like, okay, this day I gotta work on this day I gotta work on this.
Growing wings on the way down. Courage can come from borrowing it from something you did in the past, or it can come from realizing I'm not going to get to the end of my life knowing I played small. I'm here to give more, be more, do more. Who's meant for more?
Yes! Yes!
And you have a little more courage.
No, Bob, no, fuck you.
Empower yourself with the things that bring your confidence up, not down, and then realize influence can be love. Influence, persuasion can be getting someone to do something that changes their life. You put those ingredients, I think you are on your path to more. You guys feeling it today?
Yes!
All right.
I think it's easier for me to just run past this, actually, because...
Are we ready for a little more Matthew McConaughey?
I don't think he likes me!
Without further ado, Matthew McConaughey.
Excuse me, can I come for it? Thank you.
Ownership.
No! No! Thank you. Thank you.
That build my confidence more. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
At this phase of your life?
Die. Fuck you.
I'll tell you this. I can tell you what. What comes up short is when I don't. I know the things that I need to do daily and weekly that I need to tend to that are most important to me. That when I do them for a week or 2 or 3, that all of a sudden I start to go, oh, I got that. Oh, I got that in spades. Oh, I got a full tank of that. And I start to fade.
Yeah.
I'm tending to those things. I quit having certain habits that feed that confidence. And all of a sudden I look up a couple weeks later and I'm like, well, I'm a little shaky right now. I was like, oh. Well, I've been playing grab ass with my memory for the things I didn't do that I know I needed to do to fill my tank.
It makes total sense. Yeah, you know what? I love this relationship that we built, and I got to see behind the hood a little, behind the curtain a little bit. And what I said earlier is I meant, and this is such a benefit for you. You've had this opportunity to look at 30 years of journaling and see what works, see what patterns, what habits, and it's always, in my opinion, it's always the little things. They say small hinges swing a big door, and I've just watched that. Spending as much time as we did, you got these little habits that add up.
Thank you.
So I got a big question for you though. People have known you for the amazing actor you are. I watched your Oscar-winning speech, so killer. And you play amazing characters.
Yeah, you do.
This is different. This is you today. Vulnerable. You, being you. They're not saying, I love that character.
No.
They're thanking you. Right. So I guess the question is, with all that you've done, and we're halfway through this day, we got a lot more coming, how you feeling?
I'm feeling as alive as I've ever felt. I'm feeling a little more alive than I maybe even thought I was going to feel. Look, I make films. I'm playing someone else's character in a script that someone else wrote, directed by someone else, lensed through a camera by someone else and edited by someone else. So there's like 4 or 5 filters before my expression gets to get to you and you're in the theater. Even writing the book, it's still one filter. You have to look at the written word. This is filterless. That's what I mean by it's live and alive. To be there and to be here talking to each one of you individually, but over 2.4 million of you, that collective of individuals all here for the same purpose, and to get like responses back from you.
Yeah.
Questions, admittances, the conversation, the live conversation. I did not know it was going to be this much of a buzz, and a damn good buzz it is. So I'm having a great time. I don't really want it to end. We're not close to ending, are we?
No, we got plenty
Good.
Ending. I've just got to jump ahead here. You got an ending prepared today. I'm just telling you, you do not want to miss the end. Probably a couple hours from now. That we were going through it yesterday. I'm like, you sure you want to do that? He's like, absolutely.
Yeah, so show his dick. Show me your dick. McConaughey.
You got a lot going on. You got TV, something TV coming up. You got movies coming up. I get to see behind the curtain, like I said earlier. I know how important your relationship is with your wife. I love watching you two behind the scenes. It's even way better than you would think in the front. And the connection is inspiring. The way you talk about your kids, the time you spend with your kids. Man, you put a lot of time into this, a lot of work into this, and some great things that we get to share with you today, or even more of what this guy's done over the last 8 months. Crazy nights. We were up to midnight, going back and forth.
After midnight a few times.
Yeah. What drove you to go deeper?
A few reasons. Well, to start off with, I personally needed to. Secondly, after I put out green lights, so many thousands of readers asked me to say, can you go deeper? Can you give us more? Can you come back for more process? And then serendipitously and simultaneously, you and Tony give me a call. Go, hey, I'm like, oh, you reading my mail? And I'm like, you reading my mail? Let's do this. Secondly, look, I know that it serves all of us to get to know ourselves better.
Yeah.
It does. We're the only people. The only person in our bed is us, no matter who we're sleeping with, right? And if you're not for you, who the fuck is? You know what I mean? I also would talk about us as individuals. I believe that the new frontier, where we can go, it's not going to come from a policy or a mandate or from the outside. It's going to come from a commitment and a covenant between our ears, I think, first, and then between this lane that we have between our head and our heart that can sometimes have a lot of potholes. You know what I mean? Individually. And if enough of us do that, we align enough individuals that way, we're going to have some real revolution, and one that matters, not just to ourselves, but everybody. And that excites the heck out of me. And then thirdly, the particular times. You've talked about it today. We've all talked about these particular times. This moving goalpost. Hey, I thought that was in concrete. And the world said, no, it's just Velcroed. We're moving it. You know what I mean? It's confusing. We're uncertain. We lack trust. We lack connection. We lack in supply that which we most demand. Belief and a roadmap. Whew. What better time to go deeper than right now with those two things and try and give them to you and you give them to us, and let's get this revolution going.
Yeah, oh my God, so good. And speaking of that, speaking of a roadmap.
I've been listening, but I need to go to the toilet.
On this part is this event to put 2.4 million people together. All these people. There's 125, actually 300 people working on this event behind the scenes right now.
It's an incredible operation. Y'all couldn't see. There's a lot going on and has been going on for 8 months to get to this right now.
Yeah, and those late nights, it was part for this, but it was partly to go more. It's that transformation. I always looked at it as the book. Today, as amazing as today is, I hope you're inspired today. I hope this book inspired you. But inspiration only lasts a little bit. I learned that from Tony Robbins 25 years ago. Inspiration only lasts a little bit. We need transformation. You called it. The book was an approach. It was time for the process, what everybody was asking on you. So I'd love to share a little bit about what we've been working on as well as this for the last 8 months, because it's been a heavy lift.
It has been a heavy lift.
And amazing.
And worth the wait. I sure hope. Yeah, so the word more keeps coming up, right? We've been talking about it. It's been in my verbiage, it's been in your verbiage. The word more has been around in our talks, and I think for good reason. Why? Because I think we can all agree that we all want and need more. So we put a course together that starts defining even more in depth that more for each of us. You know, quantity is a more that so many people talk about, but if the quantity we reach for in life doesn't give us quality as well, aren't we using the wrong calculator?
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So how do we become more ourselves?
I don't know.
How do we get more values? How do we have more choice? How do we get more balance? How do we have more joy, more love? And if we do all those things, wouldn't that be cool? And ultimately, I believe, by unpopular demand, that if we do all these things, that would be us being more selfish. So we put this course together. It's called Road Trip, The Highway to More. It has 9 mile markers that go in depth on each one of those topics that are in chronological order. So when you do the course, you're going to come out the other side seeing the kind of the real change that you want in your life.
I gotta commend you. I gotta share. And in a minute, I get the pleasure, the privilege of being the first one to let you know what this man has worked so hard on. Before we go to that, I just want to share watching your work ethic, your depth of caring. Who put it in the chat? We're watching. Who's felt this man's heart today? The energy. He doesn't need to be here. He wants to be here. He doesn't need to go beyond. He's got a bunch of acting roles, and he could just go down that road. But you kind of got bit with the book and seeing the and this kind of transformation that we need. I'll tell you, Tony and I have been doing this. I've been in this industry 27 years. Tony for over 45. Tony's got #1 best-selling personal development course in ever, Personal Power. I've got a couple of #1 best-selling courses. But I'll tell you, what you put together is going to change the game. It truly is revolutionary. It's an evolution, and it's the opportunity for you to go on a road trip with this guy. Let him ride shotgun. So if you don't mind, I'm going to let them know what we did.
You're going to let them know?
I'm going to let them know.
I'm getting out of here. You let them know. Appreciate it.
Guys, Matthew's going to be back in a few minutes here, but I get the privilege, I get the honor to share with you what this man has worked on for 8 months. Because we're right. Today, I hope, is inspirational. Don't leave. There's so much. Tony Robbins is coming. Trent Shelton is coming. Matthew's coming back with an ending that'll blow your mind. But when today's over, sometimes we fall back into the hypnotic rhythm of our lives, right? We go back to where we were, even though we want to go someplace else. And we thought of a way where you could have this man ride shotgun with you to build something immersive. Can't even call it a course. We're calling it an immersive learning. And this is what you get. Guys, could you pull this up? I'm so excited. I get the honor to share this with you because here's what I know. If you're going to get from where you are to where you want to go, you're probably going to need some help. Sometimes we get stuck. And at this phase, all this time with him, I think McConaughey is the perfect person to go along that ride with you. Can you pull this up, guys? It's Road Trip, The Highway to More. Now, here's what we know. Is in life, we need immersion, don't we? Need to immerse ourselves and said we need to discover, immerse, and change. We also need repetition and momentum. We got to keep it going forward. We can't just go in today and hope tomorrow changes. You go to the gym for a weekend and be in good shape for the rest of your life, right?
No. You got to do it every day.
I love what Matthew's son said about, I don't know if you guys heard it when he was going off to camp. He said, Dad, I just want to do cool things, or do new things and meet cool people. How cool is that? That's what community and accountability is. So we took all this in mind, literally 8 months. There's no exaggeration. 8 months, obsessive nights around a table to create something no one's ever done before. There it is. Road Trip, immersive learning experience. Let me go through it real quick. You get 9 mile markers. Admit more. Got a little bit of taste of admit today. Who felt the admit in Matthew's first presentation like, shit, I gotta admit. Well, that's just the first part of this course. You have video, nonstop, in each one of these mile markers. More you, how to find your identity, be closer to you, more value. How do you trust in your value so you give more value to receive more? More choice, get unstuck, more balance. Who needs a little more balance in their lives? More joy, more cool, more love, more selfish.
Yep.
This is one of the most amazing courses. We don't call it a course. It's transcended. It's going to change the game. And here's the cool part. He also built a 64-page immersive workbook that goes along with the course. This thing is unbelievable. The team worked with McConaughey on this night and day for months. So you can create your path. You can create your journey. So you can lay out your road to more.
Okay.
Now here's the cool part. A course like this, again, Tony and I have been doing this forever. 65 years between us. This should be a $1,000 course, and it's not. I'm just going to be transparent with you. It's not. McConaughey literally wants every single person that wants to have him help ride shotgun, be a part of this, and see it, that everybody here has the opportunity to get this. But let me tell you what else we did. Next, you're going to have live, we just decided to do this a couple days ago. For the next 8 weeks or so, and the first training starts next week, we're going to get together as a family, do cool things together, and we're going to walk through each of the mile markers together to keep you on track. Because sometimes, who's ever bought something, a book, you're excited about it, bought a course, I love it, and then you let it sit on the shelf.
Yep.
Lainey, I see you do it, Lene and Liz and Tracy, right? You're like, I love that book, but nothing happened. We're not going to let that happen. So for the next 8 weeks in this studio, we'll be walking through, making sure that you stay on track to your more. So you're not left behind. So you're not just hoping. I've read thousands of comments in the Facebook group. Filled my heart. It allows me to come here and speak without scripts and stuff because I know my job here is to help impact lives. And this is the man that can. He articulates in a way I've never seen. He makes it interesting, makes it fun, but also challenges you. These courses are also challenge you. This is not just a good watch. At the end of each one, he's going to make you do your homework and challenge you to change your life.
Good. That's what I want.
You get 8 weeks walkthrough. Then you get this private community that'll change the game for you. Because you're going to be connected to this group. The people that you saw on the screen, but I get to see hundreds of you in front of me. You're connected to something bigger than yourself. That's an amazing
But I'm huge.
package.
How is that working?
Course, workbook, live weekly, and part of something bigger. But Tony and I, we've been doing this for a long time. We had so much fun partnering and working with McConaughey that we wanted to create something so irresistible during this event that if you're thinking about it, you got to say yes. And this is only for this event. We decided to give you 3 months free of Mastermind. Now, that's a platform Tony and I created to have the immersion, have the repetition, have the accountability. And here's what we're going to do. You'll also get 3 monthly live trainings. Now, if you think about the weekly you're going to get, that's about the course. This is next level. These are deep dive. And I'll be live in May. In June, you'll have Marie Forleo back on how to have the big ask. Who'd like some more Marie Forleo? And here's a cool part.
I'm good.
Just a couple days ago, Matthew McConaughey agreed to come back in July for a training to show you how he uses journaling to take his success to the next level. So you'll have live monthly trainings as well. This is how you immerse yourself. This is how you say, I'm not settling for where my life was. I'm going to where I deserve to be, and I want to gain new skills, look through a new set of glasses, and take action. So you have live monthly trainings. Here's the cool part. You get 4 years of the past trainings. They're unbelievable. Okay, you have access to that. Next, as a part of Mastermind, this bonus we're giving, 3 months for free, you're going to get a new course every month. And it's already got 20 courses in it. Persuasion, creative storytelling, no limits, confidence. There are so many amazing mini courses. And here's how I want you to look at these. What Tony and I are giving you, the course is your main focus. You go through what McConaughey created, you fill out your interactive workbook, you show up for those 8-week training, game changer. Look at what Tony and I are doing is like Christmas presents. I want to know a little bit more about persuasion. Let me go grab this course. I want a little bit more about relationships. Let me go grab this course. We just want to give you that access to immerse yourself to make the shift. Who knows they have to make a shift?
Yep.
Raise your hand if you know you have
I know I have to do something.
You have to burn the boats, and that's why we did this. We'll also add another 50 meals through Feeding America. We're already over 1 million, so let's go to 2 million, so we could do a little good for ourselves and some.
If I had money, I
for
would
other
buy
people.
the full session. I get
Here's
a
what you get.
private session. I could be on the screen,
Road
blah blah
trip.
blah. But I don't have any money. I'm broke.
You get to have this guy ride shotgun with you for the next 3 months, 3 years, as long as you want. It's yours for life. Imagine going through a tough time and say, I need more love. I'm gonna go get McConaughey. I need more balance in my life. I'm gonna go get more McConaughey. I suggest you go through it right away, but
That would be
have this
sick.
as a library for
Bro,
you.
I'm
You get
struggling.
one
Well,
weekly
I got a cold McConaughey.
community.
McConaughey.
Be a part of something
Hey, bro.
bigger.
How
You
am
get
I
a
supposed to
live
do
training
this?
Every month, one of them will be with McConaughey. You get a new course monthly, over 20, over 30 to choose from in the library. We'll donate 50 meals.
What the fuck's
Honestly,
this
truly, this
last
is real value
thingy?
at $3,900. And if today we dropped it to $997, I would say you guys should all run and get it right now. But here's the cool part, and only during our live, you can have Road Trip, the highway to more.
300. Oh, 4,000 kroners! Ah! I ain't got that kind of money.
I'd write this down because it's today. This is event-only opportunity with Tony and I's bonuses. That's
With
right.
3 payments of 1,500. What the?
$150 today.
Oh Lord,
so
that
honored
is
to be part of
actually
this,
dumb.
to watch what this
Actually
man has
dumb.
put in. I can't wait for you to get this course in your hands. It is beyond that.
Don't like
and I am so
what you're
stoked that
doing
you
right
have
now.
access to it. So here's what we're gonna do.
I don't like what you're doing right now, the selling part.
We got Trent Shelton.
But hey, what do we gotta do? What do you gotta do to sell your products, huh?
Let's take a quick 10-minute break. Go get enrolled and then come back. Be the first one to say, McConaughey, I'm in. We got
I'm in. Can you feel me? Where's this last thingy? I've been looking for ages.
They do be a changing.
McConaughey?
And I say it's time
McConaughey!
for us to adapt and to evolve.
McConaughey!
Take a road trip.
McConaughey!
Somewhere. A road trip on a highway that gives us more.
McConaughey! McConaughey!
You're here.
Why?
What do you
What?
say?
Where's the last part?
A road trip to where you really want to go? I do. Thanks for being here. Let's work this thing called life out a little bit, huh?
And I've been so lonely my whole life, but now I got McConaughey by my side. He's my one and only hero. He's the one that is above everything else. Yeah.
Look, Green Lights is a book that shares my approach to life. But on this road trip, we're going to take some of those stories and insights and philosophies and put you in the driver's seat.
I don't have the license, but yeah, I can drive.
My one and only goal is to help you get more of what you truly want and need in this life.
I want to actually get the courage to do the things I think I am made to do. I want to create. I want to make. But it's scary, okay? It's scary. What if I use like a year and a half onto a project and it flops? I use time, energy, money, and everything into a project that flops. It's
That's right.
It's kind of sucky. We going back in 10 minutes. Let's go, baby. Come on, wait. McConaughey. Yeah. What the fuck is this last thing? I need 3 more. There's one more pile somewhere I'm not seeing. I feel like it should be down here, like in the square, or like down here. I don't know. What the fuck are you going? I don't give a shit what you think about my mom. She beat your ass. She probably beat your ass. Yeah. I don't need to defend shit. Is that it? No, that's not it. Gotta be up here then. Where is this? Last. I found it finally. Oh wait, it fell down. Okay, we got 2 up here, 1 down there. Oh my god, I went past it like 6 times. Thank you. Hey, McConaughey. Like, I haven't actually seen any of his movies. Like, I probably have, but I don't know. Like, I don't know the movies. I got an email. Join our little session thingy-mabobber. I'm like, what is this thingy-mabobber? I went on and I got it. You know. Oh Lord. And now I'm here. Been watching this shit for, what is it? How long I've been recording? Can I see that? No, I cannot see how long I've been recording. If I go over here and look at my, oh wow. Why am I so tired lately? It's actually stupid. It's actually stupid how tired I am lately. It's actually stupid. Okay, so I've been watching this for like 2 hours. Golly! I didn't feel like it went that far, like took that long though. Oh, iron. Wait for clapped up. Alright, I've been waiting. Oh! Can I see her? Is there a possibility for me to see how many is in here on this one? Sorry. It's me. I'm in here apparently. I don't need that one. No. So I'm probably moderator, stream bot, easy users. So you got Roxessi, Stream Fire, Tracklink, World of Chatters, Discord community. Is that a person? I don't believe it. Come on. The ultimate weapon, the spatula? I don't believe you made me the greatest weapon in history, Claptrap. I don't believe it. The Bachelor! I will murder everything with it. The chat is still going on. I have a YouTube channel! You cannot watch this. You cannot read all of this. Yeah, I'm streaming this on YouTube and I'm streaming this on Twitch. Let's go and fuck some bitches and get a lot of dick. No, wait, what? wait, what? Some good beats. I like it. Collect obsidian. I got you, bro. I got you, fam. I got know what you gonna have. Give it obsidian. Give me obsidian. I want obsidian, bro. I want obsidian. Wait, what? But I can't. What? Oh, now I can get through. Ah. Okay, so I guess the obsidian's down here, but I think I'm gonna die. But hey, let's go! I need 30 obsidian. Oh Lord, fuck my ass. Okay, we get a lot from each core, so that's nice. Give me that. Give me that. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Get out. Die. Okay, please. Just take a little 360 so the mouse is on the other side of the map. That's nice. You wanna go, bro? What the fuck are you? Jesus. Oh, yeah, I got one piece over here also, yeah. Is there more over here? Because I still see this thing. Oh, I see it, I see it. Okay, so 2 fell down there. I'm just checking. It's more over here. Ba, ba. What? Oh god, I did not see you there. Sorry. And reload. Thank you. Switch it up. I do like this gun though. I do. So I wonder what they're gonna talk about next. Because for now, I think I feel like they had a lot of good points. Like personally, I think they had a lot of good points. I didn't like the please pay us, give us money. We use so much time and effort for this free, especially free. It should be $1,000,000. I didn't like that part, but you gotta do what you gotta do to get paid. It's not free, but god damn, almost like what is it? 4,000 kroners for like. Are you actually gonna be in on the road trip? Highway to War is an immersive learning experience with 9 miles markers. You have a live weekly road trip. No, it's just online. I don't feel like that's worth 4,000 just to be in on an online meeting. It's a one-time payment though. But I'm struggling already with the money. I cannot be paying that shit. I wish I had the money to do that, but I can't because I'm broke. I'm legally broke. I'm legally broke. Okay. Stop. Woo. Okay, freeze. We don't like you. I don't like you. Get away. Okay, so we got some more obsidian down here, though. I got. We don't have space for anything. This is basically the biggest problem. What? Oh. Okay, so we got 22, 23, 24. So you need a couple more. Yeah, we do. Oh, we got some obsidian here. Okay, sorry, I didn't want you. No. Get out of here! Get out of my face! Ugly! I would love to have you as a dog or as a pet, but you're ugly! Get away with me. Ooh, 2 more thingy barbers. My inventory is full. So I just throw my shit that I don't want down here.
Art of living, family, and community. Come on back, come on back. Get some energy in your bodies.
Woo! Let's go! Hey! Oh! Oh! Get it! Boy! Hey! Hey! Who are you? I've never seen any of this person. Woo! Like I could have been the one on the guys in the background if I paid money. But I ain't got no money.
Come on back. If you're grabbing a drink of water, come back to your seats. It is time to get started with the second half of this beautiful day and just make some energy with your body and by a show of hands and some applause. How you feeling so far at the Art of Living event? It's been such a joy to be able to witness all of you really giving your all here today, and it's been so beautiful to see all these light bulbs turning on for all of us. And before we get into this next half, I just want to say, first and foremost, congratulations to each and every one of you that have committed to this unbelievable road trip that we're going on. I had the chance to take this course myself, thanks to Matthew, and I have to say, you know, I was so moved by what this course provoked in my own life.
Oh, hello.
It's these inside stories, these questions, and you guys probably felt it today. Put yes in the chat box if you did. These questions that really kind of dig in and have you addressing yourself, and it's ultimately calling us forward. I know for myself this is true, to my highest and best version of me, version of you, and this amazing community that we've had the chance to create.
I don't know why, but the ladies feel like they just talk. I don't know why, but I feel like they're not actually there.
About pacing of the course and some timing things, so I want to answer those for you right now, and you can drop the answer to these in the chat so nobody misses it. But the first question was, when does this amazing course start? And the great thing about this is go at your own pace. So literally the second that you sign up, so many of you have already done this, you already have access. The moment you sign up, you get access to this course. I ended up flying through the course in 2 days. I was like literally inhaling it, and what I love revisit it and watch it as many times as I want. I find myself changing every 3 and 6 months to a new person, and I can just go get the course again and say, now what do I need to address now? The other cool thing is if you're someone that really likes to go through these things with other people, accountability, anybody like that out there, you want to do this with your friends, your family, your peer group, we're actually going to be going through this course together as a community, walking you through the modules. Myself, Dean, will be doing this week by week, so you're going to have the ability to have some support, some accountability, and just the fun of going on a ride and a road trip together. So that's going to start next week. Again, you'll get all the information at jointheroadtrip.com. If you haven't gone there yet, I encourage you, we'll throw the chat in the link in the chat. Just click it and go check it out. You'll get the details, and also our team is here if you want to send any messages and get some specific questions answered. And finally, yes, this is an event-only offer, so all these amazing bonuses, this amazing price point, this is for you guys today, our gift to you for saying thank you for just being here. Thank you for saying yes to committing to yourself, to going on this beautiful journey of life. And that's
journey of life.
We hope you take it to the next level. And the next
I hope you pay us money so we can give you some more stuff. That's what I hear. That's all I hear.
I don't know if you'd believe me if I said it's going to get even more epic.
It's going to be more expensive.
So here's what we got coming up. We're going to get
I'm a little bit drunk though.
We also have Trent Shelton in the pipe. We even have Mr. Tony Robbins coming up.
Not Tony Robbins! Oh my god.
So excited. We also have Dean Graziosi that will be back.
Dean Graziosi? What?
The theme of this next phase
Can't be serious.
is really the how. Right?
Garcia?
It's about bridging this gap from the amazing
Probably not the
people
guy
we
I'm thinking
already
of.
are today, and then who it is we're destined to become. So this is a really, really important next stretch.
It's a shark.
I encourage you guys
Hammerhead
to be
fish.
100% engaged and play full out. Okay, a couple reminders. This
You
is
know what?
home
Fuck you guys.
So stay engaged all the way till the very, very end. Remember to utilize the chat
Ow.
box. So if you're with me right now,
Excuse
just
me?
put all in the chat box so I can see you, whether you're Zoom, Facebook, or YouTube. When we get our guests up here, that's the way that you're going to engage with them and stay connected with them. And then number 3, let's just keep having so much fun. That's what this day is about.
Let's have some fun. Let's have fun. Let's have fun. Don't think about all the money you're using. Just have fun, okay? Okay. Oh, you think you can do behind me, huh? You think you can go behind me, huh?
Let's bring back the ultimate road trip leader to the stage. If you know who I'm talking
I see
about,
you,
put it
Hubhead.
in the chat box. It's someone that's captivated our minds today, our hearts today. He's so freaking amazing, and he's right here. Ladies and gentlemen, please help welcome to the stage, Matthew McConaughey.
Why is he like the center of everything? I love it though. Hello. Oh, Matthew. Get a little frisky there, huh? Woo-hoo-hoo. Oh, you good, bro? No, you're not, because you're dead. Oh, shit, I'm dead.
Y'all are having back with me and us, and we're having back with you. This is a buzz like I've never felt before, and my heart is very filled with this relationship we got going today. Thanks for being here. I was so excited that I said yes to this, and that you said yes to this. To us doing it together, to choose to go new places. As I said earlier, I'm here today for the same reason that I wrote Green Lights. I believe that it's about belief. Belief, which we talked about earlier, is in such high demand by us right now, but seems to be in such short supply. You know, I don't think we gotta live in such a divided world as we do. I think we can become our best friend instead of our own worst enemy.
Oh.
I think that, you know,
I want to get up there.
We get one shot, right? We get one shot at every day. So that shot we get, we're gonna win every time, but let's at least make sure we don't half-ass it.
Half-ass it is my half name.
Choose being connected and being unified over division.
Yeah, it's basically half my half name.
That's ultimately gonna serve not just ourselves, but everybody. I believe that behind every red light, there actually is a gift, and there actually is an opportunity. We have to trust and believe in, even if we had to dig through all the shit to find it. I also believe that inspiration is necessary, but transformation is what's going to allow us to really go further. To take what knowledge we can glean and turn that into wisdom.
Wisdom.
That's what today is all about. We talked about earlier. That's what the art of living is about. That wisdom. Today's about
hello there.
First step you're all taking in shifting perspective. A perspective that can lead to transformation. Dean talked about transformation is a big, bad, scary word.
It
We're
is.
not always ready to change from the caterpillar into the butterfly.
No, it's
Sometimes
scary.
we want to cocoon.
Yep.
And go through some smaller changes first, and it's good. It's right. We should do so. Look, my next guest personifies all that. I met Trent through Dean. Dean said, this is a guy you have to know, McConaughey, and he was not wrong. Trent and I are both from Texas. Everybody from Texas out there, come on.
Yeah, Texas.
He and I have a lot in common. Our only beef is that I'm a Longhorn, and he played for the Baylor Bears.
Ooh.
Now, this man is tuned in to his own frequency. And it's a station that I believe we should all have a listen to. I know he's going to inspire you to see yourself, your value, you're cool differently. I believe he's going to inspire you to admit more of who you are and stop focusing on what you are not. Check it out.
I can easily tell you, I'm a top motivational speaker.
Trent Shelton now sharing the life lessons he learned.
I can easily tell you, I played in the NFL, and I'm a Baylor legend. I can easily tell you, I have over 10 million followers and over 1 billion video views. I can easily tell you, I travel all across the world and inspire people.
Love each other, man, period. At the end of the day, we all going to the same place, straight up.
But I'm not here
to
impress you with numbers. I'm here to impact your life. So if you're ready to make the world respect your greatness, tell the person sitting next to you, it's rehab time.
It's rehab time.
Let's get it.
Everybody, Trent Shelton.
I see you, Katie. I see you. No, I see you, Lisa, up there. Light up the chat. Drop some hearts if you're ready. Drop some fire emojis. Let me see. Justin, I see you. Oh, yeah. Y'all are ready. What up, Robin? What up, Katie? Let's get it. So, first of all, the hardest thing about
this for me today is I'm here to serve, but I'm also a student. I'm in the back, and I'm taking everything down. So I know you're feeling the energy, and it's truly, truly, truly impacting my life and impacting my soul. And the value you're getting today, I want you to understand, it's second to none. So if you guys are having a great time, light up the chat and say, yes, we are. Yes, I am. Let me see it.
Yes, indeed.
So as I was preparing for today, I was thinking about how do I want to serve you guys today? And if it's okay, I just want to come from my heart for these next 20 minutes. For these next 20 minutes, I know some of you might not know me.
20 minutes!
All that I ask is that you're vulnerable, that you're real, because I'm going to do that. I know a lot of you are in here for, maybe you've been invited here, you've been influenced to come here. But the truth that I know that's real is that every single person on this stage, every single person watching this right now, over 2 million people, we all got something inside of us that we struggle with. We all got something inside of us that we need to admit more of. We all got something inside of us that maybe be holding you back.
Indeed.
Now, I don't want to get too much in my story, but I know how it feels to lose everything. I know how it feels to have a football career at the high of everything in my life, my greatest dream. I know how it feels to lose my best friend to suicide. I know how it feels to lose my mother the past years, tear my Achilles, lose my grandmother back to back to back to back. I know how it feels.
All right.
But I also know how it feels to rise above. I know how it feels to turn that struggle that you may be dealing with into your greatest strength. To turn that pain that you may be dealing with into your greatest power. To allow that setback that you may be dealing with to be your greatest comeback. And so today, more than anything else, I want you to dive into your heart. Because life for me, and maybe you can agree with me this too, life for me, it's not always about climbing higher. A lot of us think that it's a next thing, and that's true in a sense.
Be content.
Right now, it's not about climbing higher, it's about diving deeper.
Just getting content with everything you have and then
into your soul. I
build on it.
Deeper into your heart. I want you to dive deeper in you because I know this is true, my friends. There's a you inside of you, and I know it's because you're here right now.
And I like this dude either.
And I know I'm getting a little bit of passion. I promised myself I wouldn't get this passion, but I can't help it. Because I know that breakthroughs are happening right now. I know some of us might be on the verge of breaking down, but the beautiful thing about breaking down, your breakthrough is near. And I'm gonna look at the chat right now, but I see it scrolling. Drop a heart if you're having breakthroughs right now.
Nah.
Drop a heart if this is changing your life right now.
Nah, I can see it's life changing at the point, like at the moment.
It's near, or it's here.
Life changing.
There's a you inside of you. A you inside of you that's been a stranger for far too long. You know, potential is great. Everybody says potential. Potential. We all have potential, but potential is pointless if it's never met.
Right.
I don't want you no longer to live with potential. I want you to live in your potential. And that you inside of you, that you inside of you that you've been holding back for far too long, that you inside of you that you've been keeping bottled up, that you inside of you that you know needs to come out. That dream, that gift, that talent. You see, for me, this is my biggest fear. Not this stage, but public speaking. I'm an introvert by nature. But I understood that there was something calling my life. There was a calling put on my life that even I didn't understand. So it took me losing my dream of football. It took me losing my everything to walk into my purpose. And this is what I know is true. Every single one of you, I don't care where you come from, I don't care what you dealt with, I don't care what's going on in your life, you have purpose. You are purpose. You're put here for a purpose. Before you were born, you were already set apart to do great things. There's a plan for your life, but a lot of us, we hear this and we don't believe it. You say, Trent, Matthew, Dean, Marie, I hear you, but that's easier said than done. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's time to throw away that prison perspective.
No, thank you.
Your perspective can be either one or two things. Your prison or your power. And that prison perspective is thinking about all the reasons why you're not enough. Can I be real with you? This morning I woke up, just being honest, transparent. I had that feeling like I wasn't enough.
Why are you immune?
And as a human, I deal with this too. No matter how many stages, how many followers, that human brain of mine goes back to my limiting beliefs of not enough.
I'm not enough.
Now, I ask myself this question. What's your definition of enough, Trent?
Ooh.
See, I know a lot of you right now, you're saying that you're not enough. You're not enough for this world. You're not enough for that person. You're not enough for this. You're not enough for that. But what's your definition of enough? I've been doing this for 14 years, so I know this is true. Most of you don't even have a definition of enough. And you're comparing your life to something that doesn't even exist.
Yeah.
So right now in this moment, I want you to throw away that prison perspective. That easier said than done. I know a lot of y'all thinking easier said than done, but you don't understand my circle. Easier said than done. Everything in life is. You coming here and getting dressed, cooking food is easier said than done. But when you're hungry for change, when you're hungry for your next level, when you're hungry to live the life that you're meant to live, you don't say easier said than done. You say no matter how hard it may be,
Yeah, you gotta do it. You gotta get fruit.
I'm gonna get it done.
You have to get fruit.
And that's your power perspective. Life is less about what happens to you and more about how you use what happens to you. Life is less about what happens to you and more about the meanings you give to what happens to you. So that you, that's inside you that you haven't met is the greatest you. And that greatest you is begging to come out. But you got a choice. You got a choice when you get to April of 2024. Is that greatest you still gonna be a stranger? Or is that greatest you gonna be your best friend? Are you still gonna be talking about change, typing about change, saying amen, living a good life of talking, but not doing anything about it? I get it. We all got visions, right? Our vision boards are so cute, amazing. Right? Artistic. Like, look, oh my gosh, that's Picasso. Some of y'all are amazing with your vision boards. And it's good. And I know this is none of you. But for the majority of the world, that vision stays exactly that, a vision. And we get infatuated with the vision and we don't put in the work. There's 3 types of people in this world. I just want to touch on this real quick. And I've been all 3, so I'm not judging you. But I've been all 3, and I don't know which one you are, but you got to be real with yourself if you want to heal yourself and change yourself. But a lot of people in this world, number one, they're watchers. They sit back their whole entire life and watch. Dean talked about it. They sit in the stands and watch on social media, giving your thumb exercise. Some of y'all got some strong thumbs, right? You're just scrolling all day. I get it. Watching other people live their dreams, watching people on the stage. I remember 14 years ago watching. I said, man, I don't want to be addicted to being a watcher. And this sounds very rude and it sounds very insensitive, but please hear the sincerity of my heart. My biggest fear is that some people, not in here, but some people in this world are going to die a watcher.
Yeah. And in here.
Their whole entire life watching. When you were meant to get into the game, your
had a
your vision, your dream, it might not
you had something to do in this life.
Told me this, God bless her soul. She said,
but something stopped you.
You're not meant to be like everybody else. You're assigned to reach people only you can reach. Katie, Paula, Ellen, I see you. Don, I see you. You're meant to reach people that Matthew can't reach. Trent, me, I can't reach. Dean can't reach. Nobody can reach but you. But you're leaving your gift wrapped up. That gift that's been specifically designed, uniquely designed and created for you. And you know what I'm talking about because you're here.
I feel like I lost it a long time ago.
That gift that's burning in your soul, that gift that's in the shower, you're like, man, I think I can be this. I think I can do this. That gift, that talent. But so many of us in this world, we stay watchers and we leave that gift wrapped up forever. But let it be your birthday. Let it be Christmas. Those physical gifts, we show off to everybody. Look at my new Louis, look at my new purse, look at my new shoes. You show the world everything on Instagram and Facebook. You show off your physical gifts, but when it comes to your spiritual gifts, your emotional gifts, the gifts that were uniquely designed for you, custom made. I know you hear that, but do you feel that? If y'all with me, let me know, because you are custom made. And it's not just no motivational mumbo jumbo. This is real. You're custom made.
Oh, finally.
Just like you show off those custom made things, those one-on-one things, how about you start showing off yourself? And give your gift to the world. Unwrap that beautiful gift of yours. And I don't care what limitations you're thinking right now, what excuses. I don't look like the speaker in personal development.
I didn't have the suit and tie. I didn't have the perfect speech. But I realized that I'm meant to do purpose and live purpose. I might not be professional enough, but I'll tell you this, I'm purposeful enough. And when you live in purpose, that's when things change. So I got a question for you. Is your perspective gonna stay your prison or your power?
Ooh.
It's time for you to shift it. And how you shift this perspective? Simple. I'm like the common sense expert. I'm gonna talk about things you already know about, but I'm gonna hit you right in the heart.
Okay.
Each and every one of you got a vision, man. And you know it. A vision to do more, be more. And as I said earlier, your next level might not be upward, but inward.
Huh.
That vision
Did you just call me the end of the world?
has been given to you. But a lot of us, we discredit ourselves so much of the not enoughs. I'm not enough for this, I'm not enough for that. Congratulations. Maybe you're not supposed to be enough for certain things because certain things aren't enough for you.
Ooh.
Maybe you're not supposed to be enough for that job because there's a job greater for you.
Ooh.
Maybe some doors have to close in your life so you can walk through the better doors that are meant for your life. Maybe sometimes you gotta get some no's that don't make no sense to walk into your yes. I've learned this in life. Rejection is the ultimate protection. Rejection is just redirection for what God has for your life. But so many of us in here, we're thinking that, oh man, my life is over. I want to tell you right now, your life is not over. Your life is just beginning. You are a choice away from a new beginning and a commitment away from a new life. And I want you to believe that in your heart. A choice away from a new beginning and a commitment away from a new life. That vision. I had a vision. Matthew talked about going to Africa. I had a vision when I first started this in 2012. And I told people, this was crazy to say this back then, that I was speaking Africa. And all my friends, my mom, my dad, they didn't mean no harm, but I said, Trent, how about you just start in Dallas first? Africa? Like, let's start in Fort Worth first, where you at. Like, why the vision is so big? Let's just start here. Africa, really? Let's start here.
Get away.
But I want you to remember this. And I say this with all sincerity and not trying to be insensitive. Small mindsets. And I'm not calling my parents' mindset small, by the way.
Oh, I do.
Small mindsets can't comprehend big visions. It's oftentimes the people closest to you that don't get what's meant for your life. They're too close to you.
Jealous.
To see your greatness. And what a lot of us do, we have this vision and idea, we run to the people closest to us.
Yeah.
Because we love people. Those people, they love us.
I want to share whatever I have.
We share it and they give us the sympathy answer like my friends gave me. Oh, that's cool, but how about you start here? And make a long story short.
Don't do that because you're gonna kill you. Okay.
I've been to Africa 3 times. South Africa, Cape Town. I've been across Africa with my own events 3 times. And every time I go, and I want y'all to get this, every time that I go to Africa across the world, they always ask me this question. Say, Trent, are you surprised that you're here? And I sit and think for a moment. Say, no, I'm not. They look at me like, so I'll tell you why.
I want to be here.
You see, my physical body is in Africa right now, but my mind was in Africa 5 years ago. My mind was in Africa before my physical body ever showed up. And all life had to do was, reality had to catch up to my faith. That vision of yours. You see, I believe that God designed a unique vision for each and every one of us. It's like going to the eye doctor. I forgot the eye doctor's name. Y'all can put it in the chat. Like I always mess it up. But going to the eye doctor, and you go to the eye doctor, and they give you a specific prescription for your vision that's meant for you to see. I remember putting on my wife's glasses. She's probably not watching this. So I put on her glasses.
And I put them on. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you are blind. I can't see anything. She's like, Trent, this changed my life. She said, Trent, this prescription is for me. Why are you expecting to see it? This is not for you. And I said, that's it.
That's it.
What a lot of us do, we have that vision and we take off our glasses that were specifically designed for us. And we give it to our friends, we give it to our spouse, our loved one, and say, look at my vision. They put them on and say, oh my gosh, Africa? I can't see that. Everything that you've been through, and you're expecting to grow from that and change because of your past and make a better future, I can't see that. All I see is things that are unclear. I can't see it.
Okay.
I'm
getting what to tell him about.
It's not meant for you to see. If God wanted you to see the vision, God would have gave it to you. It's mine.
Yeah, right.
But instead of saying that and believing that, we get the glasses back, and this is how we do it. We don't put the glasses back on. We put the glasses back in our pocket, and we live the rest of our life not living the vision that was created for us and meant for us. We live the rest of our life unclear, unsure, not having clarity because you're expecting somebody else to see a vision that wasn't meant for you. Wasn't meant for them. It was meant for you. So I want to tell you right now, as you take charge of your life, as you continue to walk into your next level, as you continue to walk into the life that's meant for you, as you continue to live your purpose, everybody won't see it and everybody won't get it, but it's not meant for them to get. Most of this world lacks faith. People lack faith, and a lot of us, what we do, faith is like the opposite for us. We have to see it to believe it, but we know faith is having vision in the unseen. Faith is having knowing in the unknown. And so it's time for you to walk that journey and trust the vision that's been given to you.
It's hard. It's scary.
And I want you to give it to the world. Can y'all say straight up in the chat if you feel me? I want to see the chat light up right quick. Are y'all still with me? Say straight up. I see you, Tammy.
Yep.
Wow.
Can you just
I get
send?
chills
Every
single time because I know there's going to be somebody 5 years from now. It's going to be like, Trent, I was at the Art of Living event, and one of the speakers, it was you, it was whoever, said something that ignited the change in my life.
Well, like that,
I want that to be you. And the question I have for you is, why not you?
All right.
Why not you?
I don't believe.
Don't you know that qualifies you? Oh, because I'm going through a divorce or this or that,
Bitch.
so there's nothing meant for my life. With your permission, everything that's meant to work against you can work for you. Last time I checked, broken crayons still color the same.
Ooh, broken crayons color the same. I like that.
You ain't broken.
I do like that.
So it's time for you to keep coloring your story and keep writing your vision. Everybody put your hand over your heart real quick. Robert, I see you up there, big dog, driving. So don't put your hand over your heart. Okay, still doing it. I appreciate you. Put your hand over your heart, and I want to speak to your heart for a moment. Never back down when your back's against the wall. It matters how many times you get back up, not how many times you fall. It's about your mentality. What's the point of dreaming a dream if you're not working to turn that dream into reality? So speak life into your life. Speak life into your life. Right now in the chat, speak life into your life. Say, I am purpose. I am healed. I am free. I am me. I am my next level. I am greatness. Speak life into your life. As Marie said, I am not these things anymore. Speak life into your life. Be your own motivation. You see, a legend is just an ordinary person with extraordinary determination. So find a way and make one. Because at the end, you just regret the chances you didn't take.
Always.
So find the courage to take one. Your only limit is you. Don't surrender to your struggle. Make that struggle surrender to you.
Fuck yeah.
You see, pain is temporary, but giving up is forever. Never settle for good enough when you know inside you lives something better. You didn't come this far just to settle. You didn't come this far just to accept whatever. You came this far to take it to your next level. You came this far to become something greater. You came this far to become something greater. And I don't care what odds are stacked against you, my friends, you are highly favored. So for your family, for your life, for your vision, for this world, don't you ever stop working. And I think the art of living will teach you this. When the destination is worth reaching, the path won't always be perfect. But I promise you, it's worth it. I'm so proud of you. Now it's time for you to be proud of yourself. Like I always say, it all starts with you. It's rehab time.
That's true though.
Let's get it.
Let's get
I
it.
just want to say this before I bring Matthew back out here. This ain't no fluff, and I hope y'all feel my heart. But the team sent me the experience, as I call it, the program, the immersive learning. And I had to pick up my daughter, Marley, from school. And I was like, I'm just gonna watch 5 minutes of it. I'm sure it'd be great. Well, that 5 minutes turned into the whole first module of 35 minutes. And I go to my daughter's school and I'm almost late, and my teacher was like, Trent, like, I had to wait. And I was like, well, I was watching something from Matthew McConaughey. She was like, okay, cool, that's okay. For Matthew, it's cool.
For Matthew, alright.
But for everybody who signs up today, right now, takes ownership over their life, I'm gonna give you a gift from me. This is my baby. And I'm gonna give it to you. The self-worth method. It's yours as a bonus. Just as a thank you for showing up for yourself and taking ownership over your life. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Let's take that road trip. I'll be in the backseat. Let's get it.
Let's get it.
Bring Matthew back up. How you doing, brother? Amen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Amen. Amen. Amen.
No!
Bend the knee. Ah, thank you, Trent. I found myself taking notes.
Fuck.
Well, that went from his mouth, kind of skipped the old nugget here and went straight there, didn't it? Here's some things I heard that I want to remind myself that
Lucky McConaughey.
we all struggle. We want more choice, we want more love, we want more cool. There is a prescription for vision, and that prescription is not a one-size-fits-all. Yes, we each have certain deeds that we have to do to get to our own dream. The head and the heart says dive deeper instead of necessarily climbing higher. The dive deeper is where we're definitely going to find quality. Climb higher, we might find more quantity. Nothing wrong with climbing higher, but if you don't want quantity without that quality, so
True.
make sure to take that deep dive. Don't live on the extra credit of potential. I thought this was really cool. Don't live on the extra credit of potential, of being infatuated with your vision and physical or material gifts. Instead, live in your potential, in your vision, and in your soul.
Ow.
Oh, like this one. What's your definition of enough? We talked about that earlier.
I don't have
Well,
a definition of what's enough.
What is that?
It's never enough. It's
What is
like,
that for me? What is that for each of us? What's your definition of enough?
when should you stop? No.
What meaning do you give to what happens to you? Amen. Oh, my mom's hearing that one. She's digging out. Hey, Mom Mac. Do you want to be a stranger or a best friend with yourself?
I want to be a best friend to myself.
Let's talk more walk. Do not die watching. Small minds cannot see big vision. Has your reality caught up with your faith? And lastly, this
You know
is
what?
something that really struck me. In my book, I talk about there's a gift in red lights. It's really one of the hardest things for, I don't know, all of us to understand. What do you mean, man? I'm in a major crisis. I had major loss in my life. You're telling me there's a gift in here?
What are you talking about,
And
bro?
there is. Gotta trust it. Gotta believe in it. Doesn't make the crisis that we have in the red light go away. It doesn't make us belittle it or be callous to it. In a way, it can actually honor the crisis or the loss that we had in the red light. Trent knows loss. He's had major red lights in his life. He said it. The loss, those losses, are what made him listen to his heart. Rejection, loss, was his protection. Green light.
Green light.
Amen, Trent. Thank you for that.
Oh, whoa, big boy.
Our next guest knows a little bit, make that a lot of bit, about more. He has commanded some of the world's biggest stages, mainly because every individual in the crowd believes that he's talking directly to them. And he is. The man is here to honor your soul, your identity, and to be a blessing in your life. He is committed to being true to himself, and on that quest, at the same time, to have each of us
get out of my face.
With ourselves. Everybody, Tony Robbins.
You are a catalyst for getting other people to change the way they think about themselves.
Over the past 4 decades,
He's changed millions of lives.
and the nation's #1 life and business strategist.
#1 best-selling author whose books and seminars have helped inspire more than 50 million people to transform their lives.
People around the world have attended one of his live events.
It's just showing people that so many things in your life you think are difficult or impossible are actually easy if you put yourself in the right state of mind.
I was looking at the
Yeah,
list
it's
of
mindset.
people
Everything's
who have
mindset.
helped Bill Clinton, Princess Diana, Mikhail
Like,
Gorbachev,
if you're in prison,
Fraser, Nelson
you're not in
Mandela,
prison if you don't
Quincy
think
Jones.
you're in prison.
What do all these people have in common with one another?
No,
They
in
all
prison if you think you're stuck.
by Tony Robbins, who help condition the mind, also think through how to get to places that are unimaginable.
Worth magazine just named him 100 most influential, powerful people in global finance.
Forbes top 100 celebrity ranking, top 6 business leaders in the world. I could go on and on and on.
Business is a spiritual game. That it's about how do you add more value? How do you do more for others than anybody else in the marketplace? That's how you dominate.
How does he has that such a deep voice? What the fuck?
In the middle of a sporting event, you've got to do something right now to turn them around.
Top man Tony is, it's not just words, you know what I mean? There's action in there and there's structure in what he's saying, and it's just giving me more passion and more focus and more drive.
If you want to change your state and you want to change your results, this is where you do it.
He taught me that life was happening for me, not to me. And that has been my guiding force through many challenges in my life.
There's an unbelievable gift in life that comes when you can step outside of yourself, no matter what your problems are, and find a way to help somebody else who's got a more challenging time than yourself. People forget what a little bit of caring can do for, to inspire or to move somebody, and that's what I think changes people's lives.
Tony Robbins, Mr. Robbins, Montel Robbins. How do you do, sir? Thanks for being here with us, man.
Thank you, brother.
Let's go! Woo! Oh, I never liked him either. I don't like motivational speakers that much.
Good, man. I'm watching you. I'm digging everything you're talking about.
I dig everything you talk about. Are you?
Listen, I'm going to turn it over to you. But
I'm
before
so
I do,
mean, I'm
I
sorry.
want to ask you a couple questions.
Okay, cool.
All right. So, I've got to know your buddy Dean pretty well. All right. And he told me that your initial reaction after reading my book Green Lights was that you said, man, this bastard's crazier than me. So, I'm curious. Why do you think I'm crazy?
Well, it's good crazy, not bad crazy.
Okay?
Al, what's the difference?
Read your book, and I can't wait for people to get this course because I've also gotten to see what you've created for people here. But I think the biggest piece is, well, first of all, I don't think I've ever pounded my bongos naked in my backyard while the police are escorting me out. I haven't had that experience. That's a little crazy.
Time? You got time?
What? His voice sound like my voice when I have like my voice meter on.
In Australia, when you were
Not voice meter, but voice changer.
than what you expected, it was painful for you to say the least, but you kept your word. And, you know, to me, most people think that's crazy. That's the way I live. I've kept my word, and things people said, why the hell did you do that? That was unjust, it was unfair. But it always led to a lesson that was so invaluable for me. I saw that with you as well.
This really sounds like my voice meter.
Hollywood, going back to Texas, taking care of your family, and then turning down all those rom-coms.
Is he actually that deep, or is it actually a voice meter? Because his recording is really hard also.
At the peak of your career, turning everybody down. Everybody said it was crazy, but it was good crazy. Because you understood what you really wanted. You knew what the road you were on was about. And you didn't let anything get in the way of it. And then you find Dallas, Buyers Club, and the rest is history, So that's the kind of crazy I love. And you're that.
Amen, Art. I like your definition of my craziness. Thank you. All right. So, on the subject of crazy, what's crazy mean to you? What's crazy mean to you?
Not, I think crazy is what's normal to me.
Okay.
Culturally, what's crazy is not settling. The world's always telling you to settle, right? The world's always saying you got your dreams are too big, all of it, it's not going to happen. Your own subconscious. I'm going to make this happen. And this voice in your head goes, who are you kidding? So crazy is ignoring all that. Crazy is not being a follower of the culture.
Okay.
Leaders create their own culture. Decide what's right in their heart and soul. They don't let anything else drag them away from that. Crazy is, I'm going to feed 1 billion people when I said it originally. But it started with 2 and then 4 families and then 8. And, I just hit that goal a few weeks ago of providing 1 billion meals in 8 years because I had no money when I was growing up. So, pretty cool.
Okay. Got a sound thing? We're fixing up right now. Don't go anywhere. I'm going to bang on some skins and try to stay crazy. Just a second.
Okay.
Yeah, he sounds like you can hear his voice meter is going off the charts. Open up. Goddamn.
Ain't no cops coming if you bang 'em. Ain't no cops coming if you do. Ain't no cops coming if you bang 'em.
If you bang 'em.
Sure you ain't wearing your birthday suit. That is how I got arrested. There was nothing wrong with what I was doing. I was banging on my drums 3 in the morning in my birthday suit. That was proof of my innocence. Cops came in. Oh, man. You got to put on some clothes. We're taking you down.
Who's this?
Tony, can you speak again? See if you're coming through. I see him. I don't hear
How's
him.
it working? You know what? It's okay. I'm hearing myself really loud. If you guys can hear me and it's not on your side, I don't care. We'll just go for it.
Do you hear Tony, everybody? Thumbs up?
Yep.
Everyone can hear him.
All right, let's just do it.
Look at that. So,
I'm gonna hear myself twice.
We were talking crazy. We were talking crazy. Yeah, you remind me of those. We listen to people, the world. We watch the news, and we do, and all of a sudden, it's like we put those little fictitious ceilings overhead, like a lid, Yeah. And I always talk about this thing like if we could have immortal finish lines, then we wouldn't choke because, like Bo Jackson as an athlete, he'd run with the ball. He wouldn't run. He wasn't trying to cross the goal line. He was running across the goal line through the end zone and up the freaking tunnel. He was going on the other side. And if we do have our projections further and our ceilings higher, we don't get kind of nervous or choke at the goal line. We do seem to go a lot further. Yeah, we do got to watch that because the world does like to say, hey, shh, back in your place. That's
yeah, back up, back up.
You about this, Icarus. I think our challenge is Icarus in reverse. You know, the story of Icarus is he takes his son up, and it's mythology. So they're flying, and they have wings connected to him by wax. And the boy says, "Oh, I want to fly really close to the sun." And the dad goes, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! Don't go that close. It'll get too hot. It'll melt the wax on your wings, and you'll fall." Well, sure enough, the boy flies up. Sun melts the wax. He falls. I sometimes think I've got a good hunch that our problem and challenge is Icarus in reverse. We think it's getting hot, and then it's getting so hot that it's going to melt the wax on our wings, and it's like 55 degrees Fahrenheit. Not even close to melting our wings. You know what I mean?
So true. We all settle so far less than what we're capable of. I think part of that, Matthew, is that we overestimate what we're going to do in a year, and we underestimate what we can do in a decade or 2 or 3. And you're a perfect example of that. You know, you work and you work and you work, and then you get this breakthrough. But, you know, all that went into that is invisible. People are rewarded in public for the things they practice in private, often for decades. Right. And that's what people are missing. They think it's just an overnight thing, and it's just not that way.
No, you've been practicing a long time.
All right, I got one last question. What we got?
You're not an actor overnight. You gotta learn the scripts. You gotta. Bro. Ow, fuck off.
Well, one thing that's keeping me up at night was how I'm going to do this in 30 minutes. It's the shortest thing I usually do is 4 days and 50 hours. But no, what keeps me up at times is seeing the division that's out there. It seems like our vision is division in this country. Seeing good people
I thought I caught him
forgetting
too.
that we want
Oh,
the
it's a
same
Hydra.
thing. We may have different ways to go about it. I have 5 kids and 5 grandkids, and I certainly want to see them in a better world. But I used to stay up at night freaking out about people starving and everything else. But, you know, you don't stay up at night if you get yourself taking action. It doesn't have to be a big action. Just some action will lead to bigger action, leads to bigger action. So, like, you know, I started feeding 2 people, and then 4, and then 8, and then 12, and there was 1 million people, and now 1 billion. I'm doing a new challenge now. It's 100 billion. It sounds completely crazy, but I'm already at 60 billion in 6 months when it took me a lifetime to do 1 billion. It's just wild.
Right.
So I think it's what keeps you up at night. I think is any unfinished business tends to keep you up at night. You know.
Yeah.
And so you got to do what you can do. You can make yourself crazy thinking about all the horrible suffering in the world. What I try to focus on is what can I do, not for everything and everyone. What can I do next to make a difference in my own world, my own family, and then of course out to the community and the world.
Not from a future, but what can I do now to actually make a little change?
It's another way of saying that, I think, is not finding out.
Oh, we lost sound.
Oh!
This is crazy.
We're there? We there? You there?
This is crazy. Oh, there you go. You can hear me now?
They can't hear you now, Tony. Hang on.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I do. Good thing we got a laugh track coming out of the studio here.
Can everybody hear me now?
Because this is good comedy. Hang in there with us.
Can they hear us now?
Can you hear Tony?
Hello?
Why doesn't it open?
Do you hear Tony? You see Tony? Do you hear Tony?
Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You got it from here, Tony. I'm doing charades. They can't hear me.
Okay. You guys hear me? Make a little noise if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Thank you. Well, technology is wonderful when it works.
It is.
First of all, it's a privilege to be visiting you in your home for a few minutes here. And I am challenged and excited to be able to share with you, excited to be partners with Dean here to bring you Matthew, because I look at him as a pragmatic poet. He's a man who, he's pragmatic because he gets the job done, but he's so poetic in his willingness to dig in and go for real answers. And I've been watching this morning
So
all
I
of you
feel,
on the wall there and seeing the kinds of things you've opened up to and admitted to, and that opens up progress for anyone. But Matthew and I share something else.
I feel,
we're both journalists. We're constantly, we know the
I feel,
power of questions.
oh, there you go.
You know, one thing I've learned is questions are the answer. If you want better answers, you need better questions. And a lot of us ask lousy questions like,
I feel like he has like this thing, like a voice changer on it. I have a lot of echo on mine though. I can't fix that, but I feel like he has like this kind of voice. I don't know why, but that's what I feel.
Enjoy the process.
So yeah.
I used to play racquetball. What if I played racquetball and I'm having fun? I'm not even worried about it. I'm losing weight. The quality of life is the quality of our questions. And I tell you this because the question I've been obsessed by for 46 years. I started when I was 2, of course. Right? But for 46 years, I've been obsessed with the question of what makes the difference in the quality of people's lives.
Since you was 2? Bullshit! I mean, how can you come here and lie?
They get love from their family.
I get what you're trying to say, but still, it's not right.
And many of those people, not all, but many of those people end up spending their life going in and out of rehab. I'm sure you could think of some names right off the top of your head, famous people. On the other side, you can think of people that life has just been brutal to, where they've experienced nothing but injustice or abuse. And yet many of those people become the stories that inspire us most, the Oprahs of the world. So one thing I learned early on, and I learned this not because I was so smart, I learned this because also I wanted the answer. It wasn't I was an intellectual. I had a pretty rough life. I
just looking for it. Helps looking for the answer.
Emotionally.
Can't find an answer if you don't look for it.
4 different fathers, so they didn't all quite agree. And I remember one day I went to my mom and said, you know, I'm confused. You know, which one is my dad? And I wasn't the kid in school that was the most popular kid in school, not even slightly. But I noticed the most popular kid in school treated my friends and I like we were dirt. And I was like, it made me want to understand the human psyche. It made me want to become kind of a practical psychologist. I had to be to deal with my mom too, because she drank alcohol to excess, unfortunately. She's a great woman, but then when she had a prescription drug, she got pretty violent. So, you know, I had some experiences that were quite brutal. But my mom has since passed. I didn't even talk about this until one day I was working with this group of kids in New York that all were from single-parent households, mostly African-American, Hispanic kids, and I'm this tall white guy. You know, what could I possibly know what they went through? So I told them the whole story. The liquid soap down my throat, the throwing up, the bashing my head, all these things. And they were crying their eyes out. But I was able to get across to them that biography is not destiny. That where you've been does not determine where you have to go.
Right.
And
that's
the most important lesson I think we all
true.
get in our lives. And so I wanted answers. I wanted to know what that difference was in people, and I had no one around me as role models. So I became a voracious reader. I even took a speed reading class when I was still in high school, my sophomore year, freshman year, and I wanted to read a book a day. I didn't do that, but I read about 700 books in 7 years. I was obsessed. Anything that could improve your life physically, mentally, emotionally, your body. And then I tried to apply it. And I started with me being overweight as a kid, and I lost the weight, and you know, it changed my relationship with girls, which definitely incentivizes you in high school at that stage. And then I helped my friends, and then I got hooked on having answers to help my friends as well. And then it grew from that area. But it started with me looking for those answers, and it started, quite frankly, with a seminar. It's why I know the power of this kind of education, because a lot of people don't read, or they read partially, they don't act on it, because it's missing the movement, the emotion that comes when someone's looking in your eye and sharing from their heart and soul, like Matthew's done here. And so
it does. I have to go to school to actually learn shit, I feel.
Still in high school, moving furniture, because my dad told me this guy used to be such a loser and now he was successful. And I was like, oh, I want to learn what he does. So I'm moving this furniture. He used to flip houses in the late 70s in Orange County, California. And so I'm moving. He goes, you're a hard worker. And he said, have lunch with me. So I had lunch with him. I said, can I ask you a question? I said, you know, my dad said you used to be such a loser. Now you're so successful. Only a kid can say this, right? And I wasn't being harsh. And I said, how'd you do that? And he said, your dad said, what? And he said, well, it's pretty true. And he said, well, it all changed because I went to a seminar. And I said, what's a seminar? And I never even heard of such a thing. He said, well, a man takes his life experience, 30 or 40 years of his life, 25 years of life, and he shares you the best of what he's learned and show you the shortcuts, what you need to face, what you need to do, how to get there quicker. And I said, wow. He goes, yeah, he shows you what his failures and successes and what worked. And he does that all in one night? Yeah, in 3.5 hours. I said, could you get me in? He goes, yes.
Sure.
I said, well, will you? He said, no. I said, why not? He said, well, because you got to pay for it, you won't value it. I go, no, I'm working as a janitor, I'm in high school. It's like, trust me, I'll value it. He goes, no. How much is it? $35. It'd be $400 in today's dollars, to give you an idea. $35, I was making $40 a week as a janitor. So I was like, that's a week's pay. He goes, okay, well then don't go and learn on your own and take decades to figure out and maybe never figure it out. It's up to you. So I made at the time what I thought was the most intense decision of my life. And, you know, looking back on it, it wasn't a big decision, but it was one of the more important ones. It was the first time I decided to invest in myself. And I went to this seminar by Jim Rohn, and I'd read a lot of the books he was talking about, and I was finishing some of his phrases, and people at the table look at this kid, I was so crazy passionate about these things. And sure enough, as I listened, he taught me some simple things that still ring true today. And one of those things was, for things to change, you got to change. Everybody wants things to change, but that's not how it works.
No.
In fact, by the way, change, you don't have to work at it these days. Change is automatic, right? As time goes by, the economy's going to change. You can guarantee that. Relationships are going to change. Your body's going to change. No matter what you do, there's going to be change. Change is automatic. Progress
it happens.
is not. And I realized progress means for things to get better for me, I got to get better. And the great lesson he gave me is he said, Tony, you got to learn to work harder on yourself than your job. You got to learn to become a more valuable human being. You got to get the skills that matter. Like I remember years later, I interviewed Warren Buffett. I was doing a financial book, and I asked him, what's the single most important investment you've ever made? And I expected he was going to say Coca-Cola or Geico, because I knew his top investments. And he paused for a moment. He goes, it's what you do, Tony. I said, well, I do a lot of things. What thing are you talking about? He goes, teaching people how to manage emotions and how to communicate. He goes, I went to Dale Carnegie, and he goes, 40 years ago, 50 years ago, whatever it was, that time 60 years ago, and he goes, all I can tell you is without that, all my other financial knowledge would be worthless. My ability to communicate it, my ability to get through to people, my ability to use my humor, all those things came out of that. And he goes, and I just saw an interview that was done just a few weeks ago. He does this annual meeting with all the people that invest in his company, and someone was asking about inflation, and they said, what do you do with inflation at 8%, maybe 9%? He goes, don't worry about it. Work harder on you. Go invest in you. That's the best investment. Develop your skills. If you're the best doctor or lawyer or salesperson or writer or webcaster or whatever, it doesn't matter what happens to the economy. You're going to do well. Plus, no one can tax that. And it gets better with time. Invest in you. So I made those investments, and I remember asking Jim Rohn, I said, my fathers were all good men. I don't understand why we're so broke. I feed people today not because I'm such a good person. I feed people because I know what feels like not to have any food. And somebody when I was 11 came and fed our family. And I never forgot it. And it made me believe strangers care. It was the biggest change in my life.
Strangers
and it made
care.
me care about strangers. But at the time, I just said to him, I said, why do my fathers work hard and they lose their jobs? And he goes, Tony, because you have to understand, we're all equal as souls, but we're not equal in the marketplace. So what does that mean? He said, you have to learn to become more valuable for what people need. If you develop that, you can do whatever you want in your life. I said, give me an example. He goes, well, I talked to him earlier about, I thought it was so unfair that teachers made so much money and these hedge fund guys made $1 billion that year. One guy was very famous, did it. He said, Tony, well, let's start with McDonald's. He said, no disrespect to McDonald's, but people say they should pay more. The job skills that they have at McDonald's are only worth minimum pay. It's not supposed to be your permanent job. It's the first job. You learn to be responsible and do things. And then you develop more skill and you get paid more and you develop a new business, a new career, a new direction. He said, the school teachers, some are good, some are not. He goes, and they're affecting 30 or 40 people. He said, this guy made $1 billion, made $100 billion for his clients. He made a 40% return. Normally people in those days would get 4 or 5%. He advanced their careers, he advanced their business, he advanced their pensions, he's paid for their college educations. He's worth it, he's absolutely worth it. So he said, the bottom line is, if you become more valuable, you can write your own ticket, but you got to work harder on yourself than anything else, and you got to invest in yourself. And so that has been a journey for me now, 46 years, and what's led to is the privilege of being able to talk to you right now. The privilege of being able to raise my 5 kids and 5 grandkids into people they're proud of being and I'm proud of. Be able to feed 1 billion people, plant 75 million trees, free 38,000 children now who are trafficked. These are all things I've been able to do with the success and the economics and the achievements that I've done. But most importantly, I've had these meaningful life and relationships. And we all have those. But if we want more, which is what this is all about, the road to more, right? Then we got to decide that we're going to get clear about what's holding us back, which is what Matthew's been showing us, admit. And then we got to get clear what we really want. We got to find what's getting in the way, and we got to track our way to do it. And so, for me, I look at it this way: there are certain forces, I call them invisible forces. What shapes your life the most is usually invisible. It's electricity. Right now, because of it, we get to talk to each other. You get to be in a cool or warm home. Electricity is huge. You don't see it; it's invisible. It affects your life massively. How about gravity? Without that, we're not around. How about radiation? It's invisible. Too much, you're dead. Too little, you're dead. Our planet is in this perfect little spot with just the right balance of gravity and radiation and all these things that we can't even see, and they shape the quality of our life. But pragmatically, on a day-to-day portion, the most invisible, powerful force is human emotion. Think about it. Emotion is the ultimate power. We think it's our minds. Our minds are only operating because the way our emotions are, what we really want. Think about it. If you really think about it, emotions cause wars, and they eventually can cause peace. People get exhausted of feeling a certain way, tired of being pissed or frustrated, overwhelmed. They can get you married or get you divorced. It's how you end up having children is emotions, right? Everything is emotions, but most of us are not very masterful at our emotions. In fact, if you said, what's the quality of a person's life? If I said, is it the money they have? You and I both know there's plenty of people with tons of money that have killed themselves. Is it fame? A lot of famous people have taken their own life.
Yeah.
All the things that the culture tries to make us believe is most important really isn't. If you say what's really most important, the quality of your life, in my opinion, is the quality of where you live emotionally. We all have an emotional home, a place we find a way to get back to, whether things are going well or not. If you're used to being pissed off, you know anybody's pissed off all the time? If there's nothing to be pissed off, they get pissed off about things that don't even relate to their own life. Or do you know somebody who's worried all the time? They worry about everything. If they can't worry about things in their own life, they worry about things that haven't happened yet to people they don't even know, right? Do you know anybody that's not really funny, but they think they are, right? They crack themselves up all the time, you know? Well, we all have patterns of emotion. We have a home we get back to, and the quality of your life is your home. If you got $1 billion, and every day you live in the emotions of being frustrated and pissed off and worried, what's the quality of your life? It's frustrated, pissed off, and worried. If you have 3 beautiful children, a husband or wife you adore, but all day long you're worried, or all day long you're overwhelmed, your life is worried and overwhelming, you're missing your life. So we want to master those emotions. And the one we got to master, since I only got a couple minutes, if there's one to go after, it's the one that stops us. And you know what it is. Whenever you say to people, why didn't you do this? Why didn't you achieve your goal? They go, I didn't have the money. I didn't have the time. I didn't know the right people. I didn't have the right resources. I remember at a talk at TED one time, everybody in the room's like, you know, Steve Jobs was there, these billionaire people there, and they're all saying these different things. One man said, you know, I didn't have the right people. I heard one of his people say, we didn't have the right owner. You know, people started laughing. And I heard the one man said, I didn't have enough Supreme Court justices, and I looked down, it was Vice President Al Gore. I couldn't believe it, right? He's there in the room.
Get down here.
So, and I said to everybody there, what I'd say to you, it's really never the resources. You're telling me I didn't have the time, the money, the resources, the people, the technology. Resources aren't the problem. Being unresourceful is the problem. Because anything you want to get resource-wise, capital, money, people, resource, opportunity.
Why am I saying I have freezing?
If you find the right emotions,
I don't like
if
freezing.
you're creative enough, you can find it. If you're determined enough, if you're loving enough, if you care for others enough, everything you want comes from mastering those emotions. But what gets in the way? F-E-A-R, fear. Jot in the chat box. What's a fear that's kept you from getting what you really want right now? Put it in the chat box if you would real quick. What's a fear? It's a fear of failure, success, rejection, loneliness, not looking good, being judged.
Other opinions.
And what are the deepest fears that are out there? How many of you have, I'm curious by a show of hands, how many of you out there have a fear of failure? Make some noise who've got a fear of failure out there.
Who isn't afraid of failure?
How many of you out there have a fear of success? Make some noise. Fear of success.
Yes.
How many of you have a fear of success and failure? Show of hands.
Let's go! Like, what do I do if I actually get a lot of money? Would that change? If I actually made it?
All the fears we have come down to 2 primary fears. I hear people talk about the imposter syndrome all the time. That's just pop psychology for what we're really afraid of. We're all afraid we're not enough.
Yeah.
We're not handsome enough. We're not funny enough. We're not sexy enough. We're not rich enough. We're not playful enough. We're not intellectual enough.
My dick is not big enough.
All this is the game of the mind, and it's just based on fear. Because the truth
but
is,
it doesn't work.
Enough, we're really afraid
They do come back, so it's
it's
apparently it is good.
Even if you don't think you were loved, if you made it, somebody loved you. Somebody put your needs ahead of their own.
Yeah.
But one day, the oxytocin in your mother made you love you, even though you look like a lizard. You know.
Fuck off! How do you know? Oh God.
You're a kid. What does it take to be loved? You crap your pants, you loved. You spit out over your mother and father, you loved, right? You got no teeth, you're loved. You're fat, you're loved. You're bald, you're loved. Try that at 50. See how it works. See if it works for you really well, right? Because eventually those drugs that make your mother and father love you disappear, and now you got to prove yourself in some way. You got to be good enough. So we all
all
have
over
this
my
fear.
shit.
But fear is the only thing stopping you. You got a story, but it's just fear. I haven't done it because of this and that. I got 3 kids. No, you're just afraid. Just be honest. And if you can be honest with the fear, you can deal with it. And how do you deal with fear? Let me give you 2 simple things. 1, turn it on itself. Turn it on itself. Get more afraid of failing to become who you were made to be for yourself, for your family, for this world, for your creator. See, if you start thinking about what you're missing out on because you're letting fear stop you, you may find yourself pushing through. I don't have time to tell you, but I've had so many experiences, and I developed this little rocking chair test. One example is I made it to my first talk show, Good Morning Minneapolis, to promote my first book, Unlimited Power. I was 23, and I couldn't get from the seminar there. They couldn't do it because the driving time was going to take, an hour and 15 minutes in Seattle to get there. And the seminar wasn't going to end. I couldn't end it sooner. It's the only flight out. Couldn't cancel. You're in a place where you're screwed if you do, screwed if you don't. I was like, get a helicopter. It can land on the water. I'll run to the water. I'll jump on it. We'll fly. And so I took 12 minutes to get to the airport. Remember, this is it. I got to do this, like flying above all the traffic, bumper to bumper. What a way to live. But then I got home, right? And then what happens? You set this dream you're going to do, and it's like, oh, I got all these things I got to do, and I got too much time, and all the money for that, and all the stories and excuses we tell ourselves because we're afraid. We're afraid to be disappointed. We're afraid to not be enough. We're afraid it won't work out. We're trained to say no instead of yes. You go to a clothing store, someone's, can I help you? What's the first response? No, I'm just looking. No kidding. That's why you're here. How can I help? Right? But what happens for us is we get so trained. So I did this little rocking chair test. I just said to myself, I need to be in a place where, I'm 90 years old, I'm on my rocking chair, and I'm looking at my life, and one is, I never learned to fly. It's a good life. The other is I learned to ascend, take the doors off, take my kids, take my family, go diving down and do what I love to do now, which is called helicopter surfing. Other surfers don't like it, but I think it's really cool. It's quite fun. And so I was like, the 2 differences were so huge, like, no, I'm going to do what it takes. So I get to fly today. And I've been flying for 30 years, plus 40 years almost now. It's wild. So you can turn on itself. But the other thing you got to realize is, what's the difference between fear and faith? People, they often don't know the difference. What would you say? Put it in the chat box. What's the difference between fear and faith? I'll give you a hint. They're both made up of your imagination.
Yeah.
No one knows what the future is. Matthew said at the beginning here, some of the first words out of his mouth is the future is foggy, right? We're at this interesting time. Well, it's easy to make up the worst scenario because we're followed by the media. They're not bad people. Our friends in the media are just doing their job. Their job is to get your eyeballs, get you to click on, get you to look, and they know there's a primal part of your brain that responds more to fear and upset and anger than anything else. That's a survival mechanism. But you can get beyond survival. You can start to create life on your terms. And it doesn't mean you're not afraid. It means you're afraid, but you do it anyway. That's what courage is, right? Courage is you're scared to death and you still find a way to do it. So most of my life I've been scared to death. I just did it. I wouldn't let the fear take control of me. But I realized fear and faith, what's the difference? Well, fear is imagination undirected, right? It's like weeds, it grows automatically. You don't have to work on fear. Faith, you decide what you're going to believe in, and you just keep envisioning it over and over until it becomes real for you, and then all of a sudden you start to manifest it in your life. You do the actions that are necessary. Listen, you were born with faith. I'll prove it to you. How many of you drive down a road most days of your life where there's nothing but a yellow line dividing you from a bunch of crazies, and they're driving at you at 60, 65 miles an hour? Think about it. And you're driving along, and every single day people on the other side of that road fall asleep, they're drunk, they're texting, and they kill people in every city in the world, all over the earth, every single day. So how do you drive? Faith. And why? Because the alternative is stay home and do nothing. Well, we experienced that for 3 years of COVID, and it made most people crazy.
Faith? I know I can drive. I know I'm not going to crash.
Is what we got to face.
What do you mean?
How do you do it? Well, the other way to do it is feed what you want instead of what you fear. I'll give you an example. I went to racing school, I remember, years ago. I want to learn to race. I knew this guy, Bob Bondurant, one of the great racers in the world, and he had his own school. And I went up to Northern California, this place called Laguna Seca. This racetrack's amazing. And he said, Tony, I'm going to start, since we're friends, I'm going to show you what a race car can do. Get in the passenger seat, lock me all in, helmet on, let's go. And I went on a drive that I still can't forget. There's a place in Laguna Seca racetrack in those days called a corkscrew. We're going 120 miles an hour straight at a wall, and then you snap around it. Most people go about 80, but Bob goes 120, right? And I mean, I thought we were going to die for sure. At the end, my heart's beating out of my chest, and he goes, Tony, in 4 days, you're going to do that. I said, Bob, I'm a positive person, and you're full of crap. I said, I don't know if I even want to do that. He goes, Tony, we're not going to just send you out to do that. He said, first, we're going to put you in a spin car. I said, what's a spin car? Now listen up, because it's a perfect lesson for life. Perfect lesson for that journey to the road to more, to the quality of life you're really looking for. I said, what's a spin car? He goes, I'm going to put you in this car, and you're going to drive, and we're going to drive for a while, and you're going to get comfortable. And he said, we're going to go faster and faster, and there's going to be a point you'll lose concentration. Because when you see guys that are in race cars, you think, wow, how could they be sweaty? The concentration when you're going that fast is so intense. He goes, the minute you lose it, I got 4 little buttons over here, right below where I can't see by his seat. He goes, I'm going to push one of those 4 buttons right when you least expect it. It's going to lift one of the 4 wheels up, and we're going to spin out of control in that direction. I said, well, there's a wall right there. He said, that's right. We hit that wall full speed. Minimum is we're going to destroy the car, and you're going to pay for it. But he said, worse, we could get injured or you could die. I said, okay, so what's the secret? He said, here's the secret. It's so simple. When you're running out of control, when you're spinning out of control, focus on where you want to go, not on what you're afraid of. I was like, no problem. I teach this shit. This is easy. Right? It's just going to be no problem. So sure enough, I get in the car. I'm concentrating. He's not going to get me. I'm ready. I'm ready. Of course, does he push the button when you're ready? Life never pushes your buttons when you're ready, right? It's when we're not ready when you get tested. It's those red lights that get you, right? I always say to people, it's like, I've never used the red light metaphor before Matthew, but I've always say, listen, it's in those times when you're most challenged, right? That's what determines your character, not when things are going well. Anybody can do well and be happy when it's going well.
Yeah, when life is hardest.
It's unjust, when it's unfair. So sure enough, the button gets pushed, we spin out of control. What do? I immediately look at the wall, right? And as I'm like, oh my God, he grabs my head like this and forces it to the left. Now I'm fighting him because I want to see the death happen, right? It's gonna happen. But he keeps my head going here, and of course, wherever you focus, that's where you steer. And so sure enough, we steer, and it's like, have you ever heard about a guy on a brand new Porsche driving down a country road 100 miles an hour, and there's one telephone pole every quarter of a mile, and the guy loses control and hits the pole? How come? Because he's like, oh my God, I don't want to hit the pole. So by forcing my head, sure enough, I steer in the right direction. And by the way, when you do the right thing, do you immediately get rewarded? Not always. There's a lag time. Someone says, you know, I've been dieting for 5 days, I haven't really lost any weight. Well, you've been a pig for 30 years. Come on.
Yeah. It takes a little bit of time, buddy. It doesn't happen overnight.
Time, right? To make the change. But sure enough, I'm feeling that lag time, so I want to look back. But he's holding my head, and sure enough, the wheels finally catch, and we miss the wall. Feels like 12 inches. It's probably more like 4 feet, but when you're scared, your brain exaggerates, doesn't it? So he looks at me and goes, did you learn? I said, I learned. I didn't learn squat. I didn't learn squat. I got right back in again. We're driving again. When I least suspect we push a different wheel, we're spinning out of control. It grabs my head. After about 10 times of this, I learned to just train myself. Boom. And not look back. Keep focusing where I want to go. Even though I'm still skidding in that direction, keep focused where I want to go. And sure enough, the wheels catch. So now here's the question. Important question for you. If you focus on what you want versus what you don't want, are you guaranteed to get what you want? Yes or no? Put it in the chat. Yes or no?
No.
Put it in the chat.
No.
Well, the answer is no. You're not guaranteed.
No.
But if you focus on the wall, are you guaranteed to hit it?
Yes.
And the answer, as you well know, is yes. So it's all about increasing our probabilities. That's what gives us the breakthroughs in our life.
If you only think about the negative, what is going to happen, the negative shit. If you think about the positive output, it's going to be positive. Like most of the time, it's going to be positive.
Life are 3 decisions. You're making them right now. But most of them make these decisions unconsciously. So whatever happens in our life, usually what happens is we have the same experiences day after day, because we make some of the same unconscious choices.
We do the same mistakes every day.
Etc. So let me give you 3 decisions that I want you to look at. That if you just looked at these 3 decisions, you could change your life today. Because I want to get real pragmatic with you as well. So the first decision we all make, and by the way, where this came from is, I told you when I was fed when I was 11 years old, no food, it's Thanksgiving. My mom and dad are saying things to each other that you can never take back after you said it.
Yeah.
And my mom's let my dad know how he's completely left his family in the cold, and we wouldn't have starved. We had crackers and some peanut butter, but we weren't going to have a dinner. And this man arrives at the door. I answer the door, big guy, groceries, a pan on the ground of uncooked turkey, frozen turkey. Is your dad here? I thought it'd be the greatest day in the world. It wasn't. My father was insulted and angry. Without telling you the story, because I don't have enough time, all I can tell you was he did not respond well. He took the food, slammed it down, and was angry. And shortly after that, he left our family. Because he made these 3 decisions, I realized this years later, differently than I did. Not better, just differently, so he had a different life. The first decision that controls your life is what are you going to focus on? Right now, in this moment, there are millions
Thank you
of
for the
things you can
food.
focus on.
Amazing.
You can focus on where you're going to go after this, what's been talked about, what you want to do with your life, what you're going to have for lunch, right? You can focus what was just said, anything. You can focus on the blood rushing through your left ear. You weren't thinking until I mentioned it, or the feeling of your clothing against your skin. You're not usually noticing that. But sure enough, whatever you focus on, you're going to feel. Please write down, focus equals feeling. It isn't true. If you have this thing like someone tells you, oh, this person's been talking behind your back, and you go, no, they're not. 2 or 3 people say, yes, they have. They've been talking behind your back, and then all of a sudden you're angry, or you're sad, or you feel hurt. And later on, you find out they weren't talking behind your back. It was a misinterpretation. You feel like an idiot. But it's real to you when you focus on something. So you got to consciously choose what to focus on. If you focus on something, though, the second decision your brain makes is, what does it mean? So let's say you're supposed to meet your husband or your wife for dinner for 7:30. You get there at 7:30 and they're not there. Well, you focus on it, but you give it a meaning. What's the meaning? Well, some people get really worried. Some people get really angry.
Where are you?
Seminar.
I was scared. Where the fuck were you?
One person goes worried, another person goes pissed off. Well, it's only 7:30, right? But what if it's 8:30? What if it's 8:30, you've been there for an hour, they've not called, they've not shown up, they've not texted, now what are you feeling? Person goes really pissed off, really worried. One woman says to me, full, I'm not waiting for the bastard anymore, right?
He's dead.
But the difference is not based on just focus, it's the meaning you gave it. One person, meaning they imagine they're in a car accident, so they're worried. The other person imagines they're screwing around with somebody else. And whatever you focus on, whatever meaning you get, creates emotion. And the emotion shapes your life. Is the meaning, this is the end or the beginning? If you think this is the end of a relationship, you're going to behave very differently than if you think it's the beginning of a relationship.
True.
In the beginning of a relationship, what will you do for somebody? Make the sound of what you're like when you're really and totally in love. Go ahead, make the sound of being in love out there, guys. You can do it. For some of you, it's been a while, I can tell, just by that, okay? But if you're really totally in love, what do you want to do for somebody? Anything, whatever you want. Hey, would you take out the trash? I'll take out the trash, of course. What else could I do for you? Right? I love you. But after 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 years, or 7 years, somewhere in there, someone goes, could you take out the trash? And go, what do I look like? Your janitor. Right? So people go, I don't know what it was. We used to have so much passion. What happened? Well, change the meaning. I always tell people, if you don't want this to be the end of your relationship, treat it like the beginning of your relationship. Do what you did in the beginning and there won't be an end. Or what if someone comes to you and does something? Are they dissing you, disrespecting you? Are they challenging you? Are they coaching you? Or are they loving on you? If you think they're disrespecting you, you're going to have a very different response. You think they're loving you.
True.
And then the second decision, what it means, produces emotion. And emotions control the third decision. If you think you're disrespected, a very different emotion than if you think someone's loving you. You think it's the end, very different emotion than the beginning. And we're in control of what it means. But most of us do it on automatic pilot. So the third decision is, what am I going to do? And what you do is what controls your life. Your actions are what shape it all. But your actions are shaped by these first 2 decisions. So let me give you 3 patterns real fast, something practical for you. Let's try this out. Put it in the chat. And remember this, these are not about you, nothing to feel good or bad about, no judgment. Just think of it as software in your brain.
Okay.
So here's a pattern of focus that affects people's lives, and everyone has it. Do you tend to focus more on what you have or more on what's missing? On what you
What's
have
missing?
or what's missing? We all do both, right?
Missing. Of course.
Which one do you
Not
focus
of
more
course,
on?
but missing.
And during COVID, which one did you focus more on? Now, I'm sure some of you are putting here in the chat, I can't see all the chats at once here, but I can tell you, when I ask this in an audience of 20 or 30,000 people, I'm blown away. The vast majority of people tend to focus more on what's missing. Even super achievers do. Now, don't get me wrong. Noticing what's missing so you can make it better, that's part of the process of on the road to more. But you can't do it constantly.
Oh.
Because if you're constantly focused on what's missing, you cannot sustain happiness. You only build on success. So you learn from the failures, and I love what Matthew said earlier, right? It's like, he said, what do you learn more from, your failures or successes? I think you learn more from your failures because most people, when they succeed, they party. When they fail, they ponder, hopefully. And more than ponder, find something, pull something out that makes you better. It's not a failure if you learn, right? But the bottom line is, if you and I are going to take that to the next level, if you and I are going to say, okay, we're gonna produce the results we really want in our life at the highest level, then we're going to have to come up with the most empowering meeting. We're going to have to take the most empowering actions on a consistent basis. Does that make sense? That's all you got to do to make your life work. And again, a step at a time. You know, I'm feeding 1 billion people. It started with 2, and then 4, and then 6, and then 8. Most people, again, they overestimate. I used to beat myself up because I hadn't achieved these giant goals within a year. Well, now, you know, it's been 46 years that I've been doing this. And literally tens of millions of people around the world, the people I've been able to get to know and touch and help and be helped by and learn and grow and share, it's beyond anything I could have ever dreamed of. But it's because I stayed on that area. So I think of it this way. You want to change your life today? Make a decision. That's it, make a decision. Of something else you're going to focus on. Like focus on what you want, focusing on instead of what you don't want, right? Focus on where you want to go instead of what you're afraid of. You know, focus on a deeper meaning. Like, what if everything in life happened for a reason and it served you? What if life was always happening for you, not to you? I don't know if that's true, but I believe it. Because I believe it, I believe there's got to be something good in the worst situation. And so I dig and I dig and I dig, and I can always find it. A lot of people say, well, your mom, I don't think she went along with your mom. My mom was the greatest mom I could imagine. If she had been the mom I wanted her to be, I wouldn't be the man I'm proud to be. Because I had to grow and learn and become a practical psychologist. And she had a beautiful heart. I'm a big part of her in me still today. So I tossed out those things because we all have those things that don't work. And I focused on where the real value is. So think today, what decision could you make today that would move you forward? What could you do right now today? Tell you one thing, get Matthew's course. Please do. I mean, I don't care, it's not gonna change my life economically, but it'll change your life completely. He's put his heart and soul into this thing. And how cool to be able to have Matthew coaching you one-on-one in your home, on your TV, or on your laptop or your iPad, 24/7, 365, whenever you want it. He'll take you on a journey you're going to love. I'm going through it right now. I think it's spectacular. I'm always absorbent, but this is a whole nother level. That's why I want to share it with you. But I'll give you an example of taking real action. Most people have great intent. They get excited, say, I'm going to do something, and then their brain goes, who are you kidding? Or I'm going to do something, and then they get home and they get caught up in their emails and their demands and the calls and the people and their kids. They lose momentum because they don't take action while they're in state. So I'll tell you just a quick little story to finish up. I have 5 kids, 5 grandkids. My oldest daughter, Jolie, when she was
Jolene.
Her whole dream had always been to be a dancer on Broadway since she was a little girl. So she's going to college. She's competing in dance competitions, really winning all these trophies. She's home for, the break, the holiday break at Christmas. I sat down with her. I said, honey, how you doing? I'm doing great, Dad. This is going great. I said, no, I'm so proud of you. Straight A's in school. She did incredibly well. Really, really diligent student and great human being. And I'll just say it because my daughter, she just really is. And so I said to her, honey, I want to ask you something. How are you doing on your dream? I'm asking you the same thing. Some people have forgotten what their dreams are. She goes, well, what do you mean? I said, how are you doing on your dream?
What dream?
I said, your dream to become a dancer on Broadway. It's like she was already letting it drift away a little bit.
Oh, forget it.
Dad, I'm in school, I'm doing well, and I'm doing dance classes, and I'm competing. I said, I know, honey, but you're beating everybody you're competing against, which tells me that we need you to grow. And also, beating people in LA is different than Broadway. It's a different culture. It's a different standard there. She's saying, well, what are you saying? I'm saying, honey, I think sometimes you think I'm a genius, and of course I am. I'm your father. I'm a total genius. Right?
I'm the best.
But my genius is not what you think it is. My genius is whenever opportunity's in front of me, if something's in front of me, I say, God or the universe, whatever your preference is, for me it's God, put it there for a reason. It's my job to do something with it. And I grab it by the hair. And some opportunities don't turn out to be much. Some turn out to be disappointing. But by always going for what's in front of me, most of the time it's led to something extraordinary where other people just dream about it, think about it. And I don't do it because it's easy. Jim Rohn taught me, if you say you can't do something, I don't have the time, I don't have the money, I don't have the effort, then you must. If you know that by doing it, you'll be better, stronger, wiser, a better person, more successful, more to give. And so I said, I live that. She goes, Dad, I see that, I see that. I said,
Now look at him.
You are such a good person, you're doing so well, but you're missing that sense of urgency. And I've never lost it, and that's why I have the life I have. And I said, in your case, there is a timeline on a dancer. You can't do this when you're 50 and start then to become a Broadway person. I said, you got to begin now. She goes, well, what are you suggesting? I said, I'm suggesting you do what I teach. You get in the environment with the best in the world, you learn, grow, and compete around the clock. She goes, what does that look like? I said, you leave, you move to New York City, you take care of the classes. I'll pay for the classes, you got to pay for your housing. I'll pay your housing first 90 days, but I'm not going to have some weak person there. You have to be on your own, but I'll pay for the classes, you pay for your housing, and let's see what you can do. I said, I believe you could be a star on Broadway, but I'm your dad, so I'm biased. I don't know for sure. I believe you can, but the only way we're going to know is get in that environment and learn and grow and compete. And she's saying, well, when are you saying I should do this? I said, when would now be a good time? She goes, Dad, you say that phrase all the time. I said, because it's true. When would now be a good time for you to go after what you want, not wait another day? People don't do it because they go, I don't know where to start. Do whatever's next. Try anything. If it's wrong, try something else. That doesn't work. Try something else and you'll find it. She's saying, like right now, in the middle of a semester? I said, right now. Tell me how you're going to be closer to your dream at the end of these 6 months than if you don't take action first thing you take action today. She thought for a moment. She goes, Dad, that's a big step. I said, that's how our life changes. Little steps and big steps. And the big ones move us faster. And they take courage. Courage doesn't mean you're not scared. It means you're scared, but you do it anyway. She goes, well, maybe I should get someone in the entertainment business to give me some feedback about this. I said, sure, people pay me $1 million a year to coach them, but you should go to somebody else to get some feedback. And she laughed. She goes, no, Dad, no. I'm sure you're right, but I just, in the entertainment view, I said, who are you thinking of? She said, how about Jay Maloney, a good friend of ours who was at CA. He's since passed, but he was a top agent there. And she goes, okay. I said, honey, I think that's a great idea. Call Jay and find out. She goes, okay. I said, what are you doing here? She goes, I'm talking to you. I said, that's right. What are you doing here? I said, go call him. She goes, right now? I said, right now. So she goes to the other room, call him. True story, I quickly call him, right? Fortunately gets through because he's a good friend. I said, listen, you're going to get a call from Jolie in a minute. Here's what I told her. She's here. She's doing that. I want you to tell her the truth. But am I on the right track? He goes, Tony, absolutely. He goes, New York is different than L.A. If she's got to go, she's got to get proximity to that group. I said, well, tell her that. Huh? She comes back 2 minutes later. He's on another call. I said, don't give up so easily. Call him back, right? So sure enough, she calls and she's gone for like, almost an hour and 15 minutes. He talked to her 45 minutes to an hour. She comes back and she was in this really interesting state. She kind of nodded her head and I said, so what'd he say? She said, you're right. I said, of course. Right?
Of course I'm right.
It's not me right, it's what's right, honey. She goes, he said that if I'm going to compete, I got to get there and I got to do it now. I said, then let's do it. So we flew, I'll never forget, a couple days later, found her apartment, got her to New York. My little daughter, I grew up in a tough environment. She grew up on the beach of Del Mar, California, San Diego area. And so now it was the hardest winter they'd had in like 8 years. She toughened up, she got her classes. And so I was checking in on her, and about, I don't know to be accurate, probably about 7 or 8 months later, I called her. She actually called me and said, when are you coming to New York? And so I said, let me know, I'll let you know. I called her and let her know I was coming. And I got to the airport, and there's a car there for me. My daughter sent me. She's like, first of all, that's a big expense. I hope she didn't spend that money, but okay. I get in the car, and I said, okay, you're taking me, my daughter? He goes, yes. And so we drive, and we drive past where the turn is to go to her apartments, and we go to downtown, and now we're down in the district where all the plays are going, and all of a sudden we pull up to the play Tommy that Elton John did, and there's my daughter's name on there, starring in Tommy. 8 months later, ladies and gentlemen, how's that for incredible? So I'd love to take full credit for my daughter's success, but I don't have any dancing success or any ability to teach her anything in that area. But what I did get her to do is to make the decision and take immediate action. And so I always tell people, whenever you hear something you know is valuable, Do not wait. In that moment, do something that commits you to follow through later on. Something that's going to get you to follow through. So right now, what's a decision you could make right now if you wanted to? What's a decision, an easy one that you've been talking about doing that you're not doing? But if you made the decision, you acted upon it immediately, it improved your life. Something with your diet, something with your relationship, something in your business or your career, something you've been putting off. What would be a big decision that if you made it and went for it would change everything? Think about that, but more importantly, maybe make one. I'm out of time pretty much here, so I gotta get off here. It's the shortest talk I've ever done in my life. But I want you to really make a decision, ladies and gentlemen.
It's shortest.
And
Oh
if
my
you
God,
really
you've
make
been
a
talking for
decision,
like
I'll tell you a little
half an hour.
Use your body. There's all this research. I just read another study about this recently, that if you put your body in a strong state, you make a strong move, you make a strong sound, yes, anything intensely that adds tension in your body, your willpower goes about 35%. And I've taught people this for years. You know, if somebody, Harvard did a study, and you know, I teach people all these techniques, because I teach not just philosophy, but strategy to get you to follow through. And Harvard did a study, and I've taught for years, how changing your body changes the way you feel. If you think of a depressed person, you know, their shoulders are down, their breathing is shallow, their head is down, they talk slowly. But if you take that person, put their shoulders back, speed up the tempo, make a different tempo of gestures, their biochemistry changes. So Harvard did a study and they called it power postures. Have you ever seen like Superman or Wonder Woman with their hands on their hips, standing tall, shoulders back, head up? If you do that for 2 minutes, just stand tall like this, your shoulders back, head up, two things happen. Your testosterone surges 20%. Whether you're a man or woman, doesn't matter. And cortisol, which is the stress hormone, drops by 33%. And your willingness to take an action that's fearful jumps through the roof by almost 30%. So there's lots of ways to do it. But if it's easy, do it easy. If it's hard, do it hard. But make a decision today. And I hope one of those decisions, invite Matthew as a mentor. He's become a mentor for Dean and I because he looks at life from a different angle. It's beautiful, it's unique, it's special, it's soulful. I know you can feel him. I know you must have been a fan of his to come here in the first place. But don't let it end today. Don't let this be the end. Let it be the beginning. And by the way, if you decide to do that, I'll add to the more. You know, I have, at this stage of my life, it's pretty amazing. I have 111 companies. We do $7 billion in business across all these different industries, beyond my education business, obviously. And I learned all that a step at a time along the way. But the hardest lesson was managing time. And not just managing time, but creating a quality of life where I could be a great father. And you know, today I got a 2-year-old and I got 48-year-old, to give you an idea. I've got grandkids. I got all that. I got all these companies. I'm here with you. We're working on this project with Matthew. I mean, there's so many things that we're doing. How do you do all that? You can't do it with a to-do list. You know, make a to-do list. There's always more to do than you have time. How many can relate? Make some noise if you can relate to having more to do than you have time for.
Never enough time, baby.
It's a system that without it, I wouldn't be who I am. And it's a system that we call it the time of your life, or RPM. It shows you how to not focus on what to do, but focus what do you want and why do you want it. What gets in the way of success is the tyranny of how. When people start, okay, I want to do this, but how am I going to do it? You go, I'm going to do this, and your brain goes, I don't know how, I've never done it. And so you stop. But you know, the greatest leaders in the world all knew what they want and why they want it. When Kennedy got up and said, we're going to put a man in this decade on the moon, return him to the earth, the people in NASA are, he's crazy, we can't do that, we don't have the tools. And we landed a man on the moon with a technology
boss,
that's 1/100th that's in your cell phone right now. And it was impossible, and they did it. He knew what it was, he knew why it was important, and then they figured out how.
Fuck you.
Martin Luther King got up and talked about a dream he had, about how we could be, and we've got a lot more to go in that area. But hey, we had a president that mostly white people voted for 8 years in President Obama. Whether you liked him or not personally doesn't matter. We all voted for him as a group, and we loved on him. Like, our culture has shifted since the time of Martin Luther King quite a bit. And he didn't know how, but he knew what and why. This course is going to help you do the what and why, and then I'll show you how to manage that in little bite-sized chunks so you're not overwhelmed.
Oh, Lord, I was not expecting this.
So that's going to be my gift to you. If you decide to do this, Matthew, it's called the time of your life. You're going to get that as a bonus. And I think I made it within my timelines, or hope so. God bless you guys all. Matthew, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom. Everybody here.
Thank you, Tony.
Let's go.
people are dancing out there. They enjoyed that, Tony. You got hands, you got the body movement going out there 2 million times.
What do you mean assist?
Hey, Matthew, blessings to you, brother.
Hey, and back to you. Thank you, bud. Hey, everybody, I took a bunch of notes on there. I bet y'all did too, and I just want to go through a few of them with y'all. How you doing with your dream? That's a great question, isn't it?
It is.
Invest in yourself. Become more valuable. Then have more meaningful life relationships. And then go live actively a more valuable life. The invisible force of human emotion. Emotional quality being home base.
You have any small fries I
Culture.
can kill?
Yay. Culture be selling us Kool-Aid.
Can you not
about
drive away?
What we should be emotional about. Watch the Kool-Aid. That we need to master our emotions. Man, this has been around for a long time, and we have a lot of work to do. And I guess that's part of the exciting part is if we are all here, which we are, investing in improving ourselves and getting more out of what we want in life, we all got lifetime job security. You know? Talked about fear of success and failure, that we're not enough. And that reminded me, you know, he's talking about when we were a child, how we love the right way unconditionally. And it seems to me that as we grow up, we kind of learn to love worse, not love better. But it doesn't have to be that way.
Why is
Between
this so
fear
hard?
and faith, I thought that was really interesting. Both are of the imagination, but fear is like a weed. Needs no effort, it'll grow on its own. Faith takes intentional choice.
Bro,
Seem to be
stand
the
still!
Two wolves, as my buddy Roy Spence talks about. Two wolves, we all got two wolves in us. Maybe fear and faith are two wolves that we all have. And the question up to us, the choice we got to make is, which one we going to feed? When we're out of control, focus on where we want to go, not where we don't. I love this one. Where we focus is where we steer. Geez, that's so simple. I forget it all the time. Focus on where we want to go. That's where we're going to head. The lag time of rewards. We've talked about this. If y'all read Green Lights, you know how much I believe in delayed gratification. You know, rewards. There's sacrifices and plastic rings that we can sacrifice today for the golden crowns later on. Trust that. I think we can all trust that more. Delayed gratification. Focus on where we want to go and how to get there. No, focusing on where we want to go. Will that guarantee to get us there? No, but it will greaten the chances. But if we focus on the wall that we might hit, we're going to hit it every time. I thought that was a really good way to sum that up. No guarantee when we focus on where we want to go that we're going to get there. We got so much of a better chance of getting there if we do focus on it. And the alternative seems to just 100% suck. Focusing on the wall, hit it every time.
This crit damage is mine, so you can
What
tell
are we
that.
focusing on? What meaning are we giving what we focus on? And what are we going to do? You talked about focusing on what we have, not what we don't. We talked about that with gratitude earlier. And that it's all between our ears.
It's the mindset.
What we think. We do have to be better self-regulators, don't we? Compete with yourself. Chase yourself. Make a decision. Take action. Focus on what you want and why, not how. How you doing on your dream? Thanks for all that, Tony. So, if you are just starting to identify where you might want to go versus where you are, if you are just starting to see that gap, no one knows better how to identify and help people close those gaps than my friend Dean. Now, I asked him to come back out here and share an exercise that does really work. It's one of those things that once you see it, you don't really unsee it. Clear, simple, a way to really get clarity on life and the more that you want and need to get. And when Dean's done, I'm going to come back out. And I'm going to do something that, yes, I'm going to say it, it's going to be very unpopular. I'm going to tell you why selfish might just become your new favorite word.
Selfish? I like selfish already.
Yep.
You please just die.
You know, it's so cool to be here today. You got to understand before I get to this exercise. And the exercise I'm going to share with you is truly something I've been doing for 20 years. And we all have an unfair advantage, something that we think gives us a competitive edge. What I want to share with you, I'm going to do it all within like 10 minutes. I think it's one of my biggest unfair advantages, and I think it will be hard to unsee it and be something you use for the rest of your life. But I want to tell you, being here in this moment, it's the last time I'll be on, and Matthew's ending is going to be off the charts. You can't miss a second of it. You understand, we did start this journey 8 months ago, working together. I did feel that the world needs more McConaughey. Who's feeling right now the world needs more McConaughey, right?
McConaughey!
McConaughey! Be here today and watch us come together with 2.2 million people and hundreds of thousands of comments and seeing some of us are being stretched. Listen, some of us, when I was blessed, fortunate enough to make the offer for road trip, the Highway to More, so many people are like, thank you, thank you, thank you. And every once in a while someone say, oh, I can't believe we're selling. Listen, I want to tell you something. When you feel that in your heart, that's the question. Listen, if this isn't for you, that's okay. But do something. Listen, 27 years ago, you're saying I get to watch Tony be on here. He's my best friend now. We talk every single night through either voicemail or a phone call. But 27 years ago, I was sitting where you were, watching a late night infomercial. And Tony Robbins came on. And there was a call to action for his course, Personal Power. And I remember thinking, damn, is he selling me? And I bought it. It was the first thing I'd ever bought in my life like that. I bought a course. My dad said to me, he's watching right now. My dad said, you paid $300-400 for information? I could have talked to you. And I remember feeling, oh, why did I do that? And truth of the matter is, my life shifted forever because I took that uncomfortable action to get Tony's course. And I remember I wrote in a journal, this course is so damn good, someday I want to meet him and thank him. 12 years ago, I got the chance to meet him and thank him. We've been partners, friends ever since, and our families love each other. We're chosen family. Sometimes that uncomfortableness of like, should I do this, is meaning that you must do this. So I just want to share that with you guys, that I felt blessed.
That's kind of why I'm here today.
8 months of hard work so we can ride shotgun with you on this journey to more. Hey, real quick. So this exercise, I'm going to try to do it in about 15 minutes. But really think about it. Try to jot down. Follow me over to the whiteboard. All right. So this is kind of a cool accumulation of everything you've heard today, some of the stuff Tony shared today, some of the exact stuff, and how it can come together in something I would suggest you do in each area of your life. If you could turn that down, I could hear you guys. Okay, sorry, squirrel. I can hear. So I do this when my daughter wants to get softball practice, and I do this when my daughter's thinking of going to college, or my son's thinking of baseball or not, but I also think about it in my next business, in my relationships, in everything in my life. And here's where we're starting.
Okay.
So let's see, let's start here. Okay, I gotta do something here. All right, I gotta go to black. That's it. All right, here we go. So where are you? Okay. What that question means to me, and I want you to hear me, you're here for a reason.
Yep.
And hear me on this one. All change starts with being honest with yourself. I want you to hear that. We could all feel blessed, and we are. Who loved watching Trent Shelton? He's still in the other room. You want to give him some love. He could see it. He's watching the chat. Oh, my God. Right? But we all realize we're here, and all change starts with being honest. And I said that because some of the things Trent said I wrote in my journal about being even more honest with myself. You may be blessed. We are. 150,000 people die a day. You didn't today.
I'm still living.
You're blessed for being here. But
hell yeah!
You've tapped into who you're supposed to be.
Still breathing.
We don't want to get to the end of our lives and see a video of the man or woman we could have been.
No.
So if you put it in the chat, why are you here today? Right? Change, love. Matthew asked that in the beginning of this day. And when we remember that, we get to realize that we're meant for more. In GPS, you don't just have a destination, you need a starting point.
Yeah.
And you know what I love about being honest? Is you get disturbed with your own inaction. You don't want complacency. Today is a day to stretch you. That's what we're all trying to do. We're trying to make you uncomfortable, trying to make it so where I was isn't comfortable anymore. I gotta move. I'm meant for more. You see the build of what Trent and what Matthew and Marie and what I shared. We want the end of the day to go, I gotta move. So if
I feel like I have to start making my stuff.
a little uncomfortable with being honest, then congratulations.
It's of course, honesty is scary.
But if you know where you are with honesty, I want to make more money, I want to start a business, scale a business, or
Start a business.
Trust love again.
Trust
I want to let go
love
of the
again.
past of when things went wrong, that I was deceived. I don't want the deceit of the past to tarnish the future opportunity that I have anymore. I want to step boldly into a new relationship. I want to find intimacy in my current relationship. I just want to love me again. I want to look in the mirror and say, you are enough. You are good enough. I don't know where you are, but when you write it down, and you should, you have a launching pad. You have a place to kick off of where we can push out into the next version of us.
Where you are and where you want to go. What's the next step? What's the steps in between?
You can make it change in an instant. I remember him saying, how long does it take to quit smoking? And somebody would say in the audience, took me 12 years. It's like, bullshit.
Yeah,
took you 12 years to think about it. Took a second to decide to quit smoking. And that's what we can decide today. This is where we are, but we can decide to make a move. So if you know where you are, then, you know, where do you want to go? Sorry for the sloppy writing. I could have done this with fancy slides, but it works better for me when it's, you can zoom this whole thing out so we can see the whole whiteboard. So if you know where you are, I just like to put this on a 45-degree angle because we want our year, next month, 5 years from now to be better than it was last year, right? Raise your hand if you want next year to be better than last year.
Let's go. Of course, of course.
Who will not accept next year to be like last year, right? So we want to go, and it's so sloppy, sorry, but that says, where do you want to go? Now, this is
what's your finish line? Oh, not finish line, but what? Goals.
Because so many times in life, we know what we don't want. I don't want this job.
I don't want that. I don't want this. I don't want that.
I don't want to feel insecure. I don't want. Well, when is the last time you knew boldly? If we were in an elevator and I said, hey, just met, saw you on McConaughey, where do you want to go? How many of you have an answer? Or would you default to what you don't want? Think about that. I've done this on stage. I've watched Tony do it on stage. I've watched so many else. Most people know what they don't want, but haven't taken the time to figure out what they do want. And I have to tell you, this models Tony's story. But I heard a great story from a dear friend, father of 8, good man. His name is Ethan. Love the man. I get a lot of great parenting advice from this father. I have 4. I don't know how he handles 8, but does amazing.
Woo, 8 kids? God damn. That's a lot. That's fucking a lot. Damn, Jesus Christ. Jesus almighty.
They go to Colorado and they get there. I don't know much about rafting. But I guess the rapids go from a 1 to 5. Anybody that knows would know what I'm saying. And I guess they were a 4. And they were so big, he's like, listen, we're responsible for these kids. I think we should call it off. And he said this salt and pepper hair guide comes out and says, Dads, don't worry, boys, get in the raft. He said, are you sure we're okay? He goes, yes. He said, first 5, 10 years of me being a guide, it took me a little while to learn things. He said, I used to go, hey, watch out for that tree that fell. We don't want to hit it. And he said the whole raft would look at the tree, as Tony was saying, with the wall, and they'd hit the tree and flip over. And he said, I'd say, don't hit the rock, watch the big rapid. He goes, I'm a slow learner, but eventually I realized the positive point. He said, I promise we're all going to be good today. He said, when I point, I'm going to point in the direction the raft must go. And if you guys all paddle your guts out in that direction, I promise we're going to have an amazing day.
Cool.
True story, he said nobody flipped over. It was an amazing day. How many of us are pointing in Tony's circumstance, are pointing at the wall? In this circumstance, pointing at the down tree, and don't even realize we're getting up every day focusing on what we don't want, and what Tony said earlier is we run right into it.
Yeah.
Maybe today, when you know where you are and you know where you want to go, we start pointing to the version of us that we should. Go back to what Trent said. No more prison. Decide to uncage the man or woman you're supposed to be. And listen, some of you are in really tough spots. Some of you are doing okay. Some of you have other people in your life that think you should be happy with where you are, but you're wearing your glasses, not theirs, and you know there's another level. So how I love to figure out exactly where I want to go is I like to pretend it's a year from now. And instead of looking forward to what you want out of life, sometimes goals are hard to set. We turn around and we look backwards and say, what if it was the best year of my life? I really want you to put that in the chat. What would be the best year of your life? Not look at what could happen.
What if this was your best year of your life? Oh, fuck! My life is sucky.
Where are you with your career?
God
or the business you want to start? Or love relationships? Or intimacy, passion? Or your health? Or your weight?
Zero?
Or how you look? Or your physical fitness? Or your self-love? Your self-peace? Put it in the chat right now.
Zero.
If it was the best year of your life, and in a year from now, we were back here again with McConaughey.
Shit.
I try to get him to do that, but we'll talk about that another day. But in a year from now, we were back here, and we were all celebrating the best year of our lives. But I don't want you to just write it down. Truly feel it. Don't think I'd like to accomplish it. I want travel to Europe. I want a greater career. I want to retire. I want a beautiful new partnership. I want to grow and move forward. I want to love traveling with my partner. I want more travels, best life with my family. I want weekend getaways. I'm in love and traveling. I want to become a physical therapist. I want more travel. I want to sell lots of houses. I want to flipping a canoe with lots of fun. Look at this. That's all. Finish my business. Finish my book. Try not to worry. Love and friendship. Finish an album. If we can turn it around and say that's the best year of our lives, then what I'd suggest is really do the work. Really think it. Get it in your cells that it's actually happened, and then circle them. Put stars next to them. Underline them. Because that is your compelling future. That's what we need to say. We don't need to avoid what we don't want. We have to find the point. Like the driver with Tony. Like the guide with the positive point. We have to find that, and this is how we find it. So if we know where we are, and we know where we want to go, and can you see how this works in every area of your life? You could say to your kids, hey, this is where you are in school. This is where you want to go. Why, what does that look like if it was a year from now in school? The next part is the most important, one of the most important. The next most important is why. Why do you want this?
Why do you want to have this goal? Yeah.
I learned a long time ago, no change happens without an emotion.
No,
without your
you
heart
gotta
involved.
want it. You have to want it.
So if I said to you guys, why are you here today?
Because I want to change.
It's one of those reasons from our honesty, one of those places we want to go, but we got to emotionally get out of here and get into your heart.
I want
give you a little
change.
secret here. You always
But I
hear
don't
about
want
finding
change,
your passion.
but I want.
Trent shared that,
I
right?
don't know.
You
I want to
find your
hear
passion,
someone
you
else
find your purpose,
struggle
your
with the same
why.
things I
I'll tell you
do.
the greatest exercise in 20 years I've ever learned was a guy named Joe Stump. I hired him as a consultant. He came in. I want to have more progress. I want to get more impact with our clients and our students. This was almost 20 years ago. And Joe comes in and he says, oh, you want more impact? You want them to change their lives? Well, they got to know their why. I'm like, I think I do that. He's like, no. Have you ever done the 7 levels deep? I'm like, I don't know what it is, but if it'll help, I'll take it. I paid $10,000, I think it was at the time, for a day of consulting, which was a lot.
$10,000? That's 100K Norwegian.
Do it with you. I said, okay, let's do it. So he said to me, why did you hire me? Just like I said, why are you here? Being happy, love, I want to grow, I want to fulfill my soul, I want to give the most to other people. I remember I said something like, I want to change more lives and leave a legacy. He's like, oh, that's great, Dean. Here's the whole secret to the 7 levels. He just asked the question again with the same answer you gave. So I said, I want to change more lives and leave a legacy. What did he say? Why do you want to change more lives and leave a legacy? I was like, okay. And I gave another answer. I don't know. I want to step up this industry so more people get transformation. And I remember I gave him like 4 or 5 answers that were from my head. But I do remember when it shifted. I remember when I'm asking it that many times that it got to a point where I literally felt it go from my head to my heart. And I felt this emotional shift. And when he said why, the 5th time, something came out I had never said before. I said, I never want to go backwards. was like, where the hell did that come from? I remember my mom working 2 jobs, like I said earlier, 3 jobs to make $90 a week, come home late with her hands tired. And I remember saying, no way, I don't want to go back to that. I remember my dad working hard in the collision shop. I don't want to go back to that. Being in a trailer park till we couldn't afford it anymore. I don't want to go back to that. Not going on vacations. And all of a sudden, I just started feeling like, ooh, this is why I work so hard. This is why I got to go after it. This is why I got to take uncomfortable action. This is why I got to be courageous. Ooh. And I remember thinking, that I got it. And he's like, no, that was only 5, Dean. Why don't you want to go backwards? And the next one, if you're a parent, you know what I'm talking about. Next thing that came out of my mouth was, I want my kids to have choices. Ah, I never said that either. Now, I'm not talking about raising, now that I have 4 more entitled children. The world does not need any more entitled children running around. But as a kid, I don't think I felt like I had choices, and I want them to have choices, to do different things, to explore, to not be stuck. Oh my God, I'm in my heart. There's tears coming out of my face. I'm trying to hold it in, I can't. And I'm like, I got it. He's like, Dean, you got it, but that was number 6. He said, why do you want your kids to have choices? And my why came out. And it was, I want to be in control of my life. That's still my why to this day. It's still something I repeat to myself this day. Because as everybody probably told you here so far today, stuff will go wrong. Things don't go right. People will doubt you. Some things will fail. And we have to get up and keep moving forward. If it's just to make $1 million, you'll give up. If it's just to find love and don't care, just want someone, you'll give up. But when you get into your heart,
why do you want this? Why do you need it? Why do you feel like you need it?
I love my parents dearly. They married and divorced a lot. I moved 20 times by the time I was 19.
Hard feels.
Step-parents and step-grandparents and brothers and sisters, like, ah, it was nirvana. But then 2 years later, we're gone. And then we're over here, new house, new family, gone. I was never in control.
No.
I moved around nonstop, different schools, different people. And all of that hit me. And I realized what was important to me at this phase of my life. I pick up my kids every day from school. I take them to school every day. I still make them lunches. I go to every baseball game that I'm in town. I used to go to every single practice in town. When my kids get off school, I'm still there waving. I need to be in control. There's nobody that's going to tell me I can't pick up my kids. No, sorry, you got to work late. Can't pick up your kids. No, I'm sorry, can't take your wife on a date. My date nights with my wife are everything. I need to be in control of my calendar. And when I think that, it is such a why to me that I would die for my why. I get emotional when I think about my why. That's how much leverage we need to get the momentum to start. So if you know where you are and you know where you want to go and you write down a year from now, best year of my life, you got to attach your heart to it. And keep asking yourself why until you get to where you feel it in here. Until you feel emotions. Until you feel your eyes swell up. Because then you know you got the thing. When someone says no, you go, no, that just means not yet. When someone says it's not going to work, you say, that's what you think. That's for other people. No, that's what you think. These are my glasses, as Trent said, and I am getting to where it is I want to go. Does that make sense?
It makes sense.
Put in your chat your why. Who thought? I see it, Tom and Bridget and Fernando and Catherine and Elisa. Put in the chat, what is your why? If you don't feel it totally in your heart, I'm going to challenge you to dig in even more. What is your why? I want to be in control of my life. Knowledge. What you just said. Freedom, security. Learn. Clarity, freedom, experiences. Resilience. Freedom. Quality time. Freedom. Show my kids joy, love, peace, marriage, happiness, joy, freedom, peace, guilt-free. Kids, love. Teach my daughter that anything is possible. I get that one. To really show up in my own life, to feed my soul, my baby girl, no hesitations. Set an example. I want to free my soul. I want to have more fun. You should. Love, I want to be free, joy, coaching. I just want to be happy, time and financial freedom, being in control. Get out of my Groundhog Day. Guys, we all have this journey. And congratulations, it's life. This is the journey we're all on. The last part of this equation that I've literally done, I do it at least 10 times a year right now, is if we know where we are with honesty, sorry, this is so sloppy, and we know where we want to go, and we attach our heart. with a Y. The last piece is how. It's kind of a exclamation point and a question mark. How are you going to get there? What capabilities do you need? What new perspective do you need? What new thinking do you need? What do you need to go from where you are to where you want to be? What capabilities have you been putting off or avoiding that you need to get and say, I need to take bold action? It's the how. And today, of course, I'm so excited to let the world know about Matthew McConaughey's course. I mean it. I mean it. If it's not for you, that's totally cool. Take what you learned today and go, or go find what capabilities you need. Listen, the #1 priority of this event is for you to see there is a gap, and the only way to get from where you are to where you want to be is you got to fill it with capabilities, and then you got to take uncomfortable action. I hope it's Matthew's course, because I watched what this man put in that course. I know he could ride shotgun to help you with more joy, more cool, more love, more balance, more you. More selfish. He's going to talk about that in a minute. But you got to decide, what is the how you need? And then take the uncomfortable action to get it. Now, one more little secret that's evolved for me over the last few years. How is really important. But what did Tony say? The tyranny of how. Sometimes how freaks you out. So
sometimes, most of the time.
Who has already done what you want to do? Who's already carved the path? You're getting to the edge of the woods. You can figure it out on your own, or somebody over here is selling a map. You have the opportunity to get a map. Listen, if this is not for you, if you don't want more, I mean this, and this is Matthew's heart and his beautiful wife's heart. They want you to go get the capabilities you need to not live small, to not settle to live here, whether it's Matthew's course or something else. Maybe you could just declare today is the day that you will get the capabilities you will need. You will stop dabbling, stop thinking, stop pushing it off to tomorrow, and gain the how from the who's already done it.
Gotta look at Elon Musk.
I hope today, if you need more love
he makes electronics and stuff. That's what I want to do.
More balance.
I actually gotta research more how to actually make those things that I want to make.
Matthew's course. Now, here's the cool part. You guys got an incredible opportunity today to be one of the first people to ever get it. And so many of you have already enrolled. I see it in the chat. I get to see in the back. Congratulations. You're going to be blown away with what this man created. So here's what we're going to do. Matthew's going to come back with the ending. And you got to be ready for this. He's going to tell you how more selfishness is actually the greatest form of selflessness. Think about that one. In the meantime, here's what we're going to do. You got 2 extra bonuses since we started. You got Trent Shelton giving you the self-worth method. That's an amazing course. I've been through it start to finish. Did that because he wants to serve you guys. You got Tony's Time of Your Life. Both of those courses sell for almost as much as this entire course. This is all of us. You got the mastermind. This is all of us putting in to go, this guy created something amazing. And we're nudging you to action. Again, I mean that. If this isn't for you or you feel uncomfortable, that's okay. But maybe ask yourself, is this the uncomfortable nudge that I need? I said earlier today, when you're selling something, when you're persuading someone or influencing someone to take an action and you know it could change your life, if you know how just wanting you to experience, I don't feel as if it's selling. It's service at the highest level. I know the disservice it would be for you not to get it. So here's what we're going to do. We'll take a quick 5-minute break. This is the last break before it's over. Then McConaughey comes back and is going to make this amazing, this final ending. Why not go to bed tonight excited knowing, hell yeah, I went in with McConaughey. So if you want to bring that up, it's jointheroadtrip.com. You got the course, you got the weekly training, you got the monthly training, plus the library. You got a new course every month, plus the library. We'll do 50 more meals. You got Tony and Trent's bonus. Pretty spectacular for $397. We'll see you in just 5 minutes.
5 minutes.
Because the times, they do be a-changing.
They do be changing.
I say it's time for us to adapt and to evolve. I say it's time for us to take a road trip that really does go somewhere. A road trip on a highway that gives us more.
I would love to, but I don't have 4,000 to put into that.
You're here.
Or 1,500 a month to put in it. Sorry.
A road trip to where you really want to go.
I just lost my cat. I have to pay for that.
Thanks for being here. Let's work this thing called life out a little bit, huh?
You wanna.
Look, Green Lights is a book that shares my approach to life. But on this road trip, we're gonna take some of those stories and insights and philosophies and put you in the driver's seat.
But I don't have the license. Can I still drive? I would love that.
But my one and only goal is to help you get more of what you truly want and need in this life.
Malakasam.
You ready?
No,
I'm
sorry. I don't want the money to be in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, McConaughey. McConaughey, I'm sorry. I wanted to. Really wanted to. It would be nice. Nice is not probably not the right answer. It would be cool. Yeah, it would be cool. I feel like you learn a little. Ooh, I see a little cube over there. So, excuse me, guys. I'm just gonna. Money. Ooh, necklace. Picking up everything I can. I'm gonna throw out when I don't. Yep. I'm looking for all the secrets. Oh. Time. You're gone. Oh shit, more over here. Fine. Alakazam. I miss this every time. It's like an extra spell. Oop. Why is it like runnable up here? Okay, I didn't actually expect to be anything up here. Oh, another cube. Hell yeah. I need 2 more in this area. Ooh. Sniper. I don't use snipers. McConaughey. 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 Alakazam. Oh shit. I want money. I want I want to be funny, but they ain't got no money. Ah. I want to be funny, but they got no money. Oh. You really hurt my tummy because I'm really hungry. Oh. I gotta make some food, but I don't have anything to make. Oh. Blah, boom. Why is my Lich Lord died dead? Excuse me? Why are you dead? Damn Lich Lord stands, he's dead, but he's not dead, he's still there. I just saw him, I promise. Now look at him! Alakazam! Okay, the skeleton is dead, nice. Got another companion. Finally with a bad skeleton. Give you like 500 bullets. Who got you smiling like that? Oh, it was me. Right. Did the timer go up? I swear to God, I saw 3 minutes like a minute ago. This thing did not take 1 minute. Fuck no. Fuck no. Put that there. Alaka, alakasum, alakasam, alakashim, shim, sham. Oh, what is that? Oh, what is that? So if I go up here and then do this, kaboom. Gonna give him a little bit, right? Yeah, gonna get him a little bit. Yeah. And then we go a little bit, boom. Alakazum. Did I miss something? No, his skull, of course. Of course I need his skull. We got 2 skulls. Do I have to follow him? No? You done? Okay. I have to look. So yeah, this show is on YouTube and on Twitch, but it's gonna be on YouTube, I think, for a while, good while. So, somebody wanna listen to the McConaughey and me commentating a little bit? So it's on YouTube, the whole thingy, bobber. Just have it in the corner right there. Seduce? You, me, a dark room, huh? Absolutely not! How fuck you, I just want to fuck! That's all I wanted to was fuck a little bit, huh? But you didn't want to fuck with me, huh? Then I don't fuck with you either, huh? Blah! Oh, just a lot of garbage, cool. More garbage, nice. Okay, so now we're done here. McConaughey. McConaughey. What is his first name? What is his actual name? I don't remember. Die Mage. Ba da 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 da. Just have to look. Maybe it was something here, maybe not. Maybe not. You should just be friends? What? Oh, that's how I just told somebody this. Oh. Okay. Okay. You're sobbing? You broke up with me. Why are you sobbing?
I will greet this day with love in my heart. And most of all, I will love myself. For when I do, I will zealously inspect all things which enter my body, my mind, my soul, and my heart. Never will I overindulge the requests of my flesh. Rather, I will cherish my body with cleanliness and moderation.
Moderation,
Never
yes.
will I allow my mind to become attracted to evil and despair. I will uplift it with the knowledge and the wisdom of the ages. Never will I allow my soul to become complacent and satisfied. Rather, I will feed it with meditation and prayer. Never will I allow my heart to become small and bitter. Rather, I will share it, and it will grow and warm the earth.
Don't you dare to crash on me, game.
I'll greet this day with love in my heart by Og Mandino. And damn, it's selfish, isn't it? All of you. You're sure a bunch of selfish people.
Yeah, that's why I'm
Don't
here.
laugh at that. I'm serious. You just spent 5 hours with us today on a work day, just working on yourselves. That's pretty damn selfish of you.
Sorry.
Congratulations.
Wait, what?
Now,
5 hours?
Definition. The dictionary's definition of selfish. Selfish. Being concerned chiefly with one's own personal profit and pleasure at the expense or disregard of others. Now, I'm good with the first part of that. Concerned chiefly with one's own personal profit and pleasure. That's selfish. But the second half of that definition, at the expense or disregard of others, bullshit. That's not selfish. Being truly selfish does not inherently exclude someone else's gain. Quite the opposite, I believe. True selfishness serves ourselves and others. It's a win-win. It's where the I meets the we. Where when you truly serve yourself, what you want and what you need, you're going to truly serve others what they want and need. It's got to be personal first, though. True selfishness is doing the things for you to win and gain victories that also allow others to succeed and get more themselves.
How am I supposed to get up here?
Making long-term investments in ourselves instead of the one-sided short-term gains that we want just to feed a hole that's inside of us.
Maybe I have to jump from here and down.
We do not undersell ourselves, who we are, our capacities, and what rewards we're after. True selfishness takes true knowledge and belief in ourselves. And when we believe in ourselves, what do we have? We have identity. But we got to get to know ourselves to have identity, right? And yes, to know ourselves better, we have to get more self-involved, not less. I believe that each one of us should invest more time in ourselves and serve our own self-interest more than we do. And the fallacy, I believe, is saying that this egoism contradicts empathy, care, and even awareness of others' feelings, wants, and needs. I disagree with this opinion. Because the individual who is truly self-involved and feeds his or her ego, learns about him or herself, gains judgment and discernment, identity.
Fuck me.
When that person truly gets involved with themselves and their personal inventory, what's going to happen? They're going to see themselves and others and actually become more aware and caring of others' needs and wants. They're going to realize that serving oneself and serving others are not mutually exclusive endeavors. They are naturally coexisting in the human relationship. One must serve himself to serve others, just as one must serve others to serve themselves.
Right.
The more self-involved that we do get, the more identity we're going to have. The more security, respect, and trust we have with ourselves, the more secure, respectful, and trusting we can be with others. As I said earlier, get more full of yourself. It's a good question, isn't it? I mean, who the hell else are you supposed to be full of? I actually got asked that question the pastor. Somebody told me, McConaughey, you're so full of yourself. And that stumped me. I went, well, who else am I supposed to be full of?
Who else am I gonna be? I'm sorry.
It does, though. It starts with you and your identity. You properly take care of yourself, then you're going to properly take care of your neighbor.
True.
And look, this wisdom has been handed down through the ages. Heck, it's religious.
Take care of you, take care of others. If you're good,
what you sow.
If you're good,
well, that inherently means that generosity is selfish. Love yourself. Love your neighbor as yourself. The golden rule. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Both of those are proof that selfishness reciprocates. It's like a law of nature. But we were not built to accumulate and hoard. We were built to make each other better. Let me ask you this. Who has more power, more dignity, the giver or the receiver? The giver.
Of course, you can stop giving.
The power of dignity is selfishness. And generosity is what brings us that dignity. So, even though the world and Webster's keep trying to tell us that selfless and selfish are incompatible, they're not.
I hear you.
They more than coexist. They are actually dependent on each other. They even reciprocate and feed each other. And that's the honey hole, the place where we individually, the I, still have judgment, identity, discernment, desires. And our individuality, our opinions, our choices, our wants, feed the collective as well. Serve others at the same time. That's when selfishness becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And when we serve the collective feeds us back. Now look, I think that in any example or scenario in life, we can define the more truly selfish choice to be made. It is also the most selfless choice at the same time. Let me give you some examples. How about that 2 hours that you take in your office working with that privacy sign on your door? You know, when you tell your kids, don't knock unless it's urgent. Okay, yes, it is selfish because maybe you're taking time to work on your dream. Well, I'd also say it's probably selfish to be letting your kids know that maybe it's okay to get bored because you're not there to entertain them. Heck, they might have to get creative, become more self-reliant, and figure out how to entertain themselves. And that would be a lesson that would serve them later in life. So yeah, I'd say that's selfish and selfless of you. Example 2, what's more selfish in love? To keep score and make sure that you individually win in the relationship more than your lover?
Of course not.
Or to keep score and make sure that you both win. Well, if you want to sustain your relationship, both of you are going to have to win, not just one or the other.
No.
If it's just one or the other that wins,
Your team.
It turns into a business transaction and a damn good way to end the relationship.
Yeah.
So if you want to stay in the relationship, what's more selfish way to keep score? Where both of you win. What about friendships?
Oh, fuck off.
Is it selfish to spend more time with your friends and those you love because you want those relationships you already have in your life to be deeper and richer? Or is it more selfish to spend more time with acquaintances and strangers? Well, I'd say it's more selfish to spend more time with friends and loved ones. That's going to pay you back more. That's going to be more selfish. What about forgiveness? Look at Nelson Mandela. Was it unselfish of him to choose grace for himself and his perpetrators after being locked up for 27 years? Or was it more selfish because he chose forgiveness, knowing that the spite and the anger would eat at his soul? It would not serve him or those who prosecuted him. He chose forgiveness. He chose grace. Wasn't that the more selfish choice? Would it be selfish to spend 2 hours a week working on yourself? Maybe to take time with a hobby, even though it may be a hobby that you do alone. I don't know, maybe you start journaling, take a few walks or drives with yourself, reservation for one.
It's important to think of
friends, they might be like, hey, where the hell you been, bud? Well, that time you're now spending on yourself, working to evolve instead of revolve, is not only serving you, your true friends who want what's best for you. And you might even inspire them to grow with you. So, what's more selfish?
Love me!
You're here because you want more for yourself. Everything that we've talked about, everything that you're seeking can and will serve yourself if you activate it in your life. But it's just as true that if you start doing more of the things that we've been talking about today, you are going to be of much greater service to others. Can you argue that?
No.
I want to talk about
cannot.
the 9-mile markers in my course Road Trip Highway to More. 1 is about admit more. Okay? So we admit more, we're more honest. The more honest we are with ourselves, I would say the more honest we can be with others, and that would be selfish. 2, seek more identity. Well, the more we know ourselves, the more I find that we can understand others. Right? That's selfish. 3, more value. Well, the more we define what we value, the more time we end up spending on what really matters. Selfish. 4, more choice. We make better choices for ourselves. The world's going to choose us more. Selfish. 5, more balance. We create more balance. We not only create more quantity, but we create more quality. That's selfish. 6, more joy. Look, we live with more joy, we're going to spread more joy. Selfish. 7, more cool. Look, when we're more cool, yeah, if we're each and all more cool, we're going to have more nerds in the world and less dorks. You'll know, I break that down in the course. You'll know what it means further. Big fan of nerds. And yes, that's selfish. 8, more love. We love ourselves more. We got a whole lot more love to give. That's damn selfish. 9 is more selfish, meaning, yes, it's all personal. So please get more selfish. I think it's why we're here today. It's why you're here. As we said in the beginning, we're all in different stages of life, at different lights, on different highways. But because we're all here, we are all headed in the same direction. A selfish and selfless direction at the same time. It's life we're living. It's a road trip. And we just started this journey together to identify where we are and where we want to go. And when we do that, we're going to be able to deal with whatever color light shows up on that journey, be it red, yellow, or green. We just need a roadmap to help us get there. Well, I truly believe that road trip, highway to more, is that roadmap. And as has been said before, and I'm going to say it again, for those of you who cannot make it on the road trip or just choose not to, take what you learned today and just pick out something you can commit to.
Yeah.
Implementing in your life. It's going to work.
I will try.
If you choose to do the work.
Of course.
But for those of you who do choose to take this road trip with me, I want to be right there, riding shotgun next to you, trying to keep you headed in the right direction, helping you make some better turns, steering you away from some potholes and traffic jams. And it's going to be a damn good time. And wherever we are, each of us, whatever gaps we need to close, and however wide they may be, everybody just make sure to give yourself some credit. Said it in the opening. You're here. You're putting out the effort. You're trying. You made a choice. Where you are right now is a solid step in the right direction. Trust that. Believe that. And know that you chose it. That was damn selfish of you.
Oh, shit. How dare you say it, tell me I'm selfish, huh? God damn.
Amen. Good night. Just keep living.
All right, everyone. It has been a beautiful and incredible day. We've got our amazing team that has made this incredible event possible joining us here on stage. And we want to finish by saying thank you so much. Thank you for your willingness, your dedication to shift your plans, to change your schedules, to be here with us live and make history. Again, this was the first ever live event that Matthew McConaughey has ever hosted. And you, my friend, were a part of it. A couple final announcements. Our VIPs, we're going to get started in 15 minutes from this moment. We're going to have Dean. We're going to have Matthew. We're going to have Trent.
Yeah, not a VIP. Fuck.
So we can't wait to see you there. You don't have to go anywhere. Stay put. And for everyone else, we hope to see you in Road Trip. Again, today, the art of living really cracked a door open to what's possible for us in our lives. And this course is the roadmap. It's the how. It's the playbook for really reaching this level of more. And we'd love to see you in there. And as Matthew just said, it works if you show up and do the work. So we'd love to have you there. We'd love to be on this road trip with you. We'd love to be riding shotgun on this trip of life alongside you guys. So let's finish today with those 3 special words that Matthew always says. And if you want to join me and say it too, go ahead. That is just keep living. We love you guys so much. We'll see you next time.
Excuse me, what happened? And that's the finish, so why not? That's the right. people is in there? Fucking McConaughey. I don't know how many. I wonder how that you can't see how many people's in here. That's kind of sad. But thanks for the ride. I've been here for a couple hours now. Goddamn. I personally been here for 5 hours, basically. Jesus, I was a little bit late though. I lost the beginning, so that's sucky. But
Time for us to adapt and to evolve. I say it's time for us to take a road trip that really does go somewhere. A road trip on a highway that gives us more. That's why I'm here. I hope that's why you're here. So what do you say? Want to take a little road trip to where you really want to go? I do. Thanks for being here. Let's work this thing called life out a little bit, huh?
a lot of good words, a lot of good points. I don't know a lot of these people, but I've seen them on TV. They are motivational speakers. They have made it in life. So hearing their point of view from things, actually pretty good.
Approach to life. But on this road trip, we're going to take some of those stories and insights and philosophies and put you in the driver's seat. My one and only goal is to help you get more of what you truly want and need in this life.
Put aside a couple hours every day just to do whatever pulls you forward in life. For me, it's putting aside a couple hours just to be creative.
You ready? Let's ride.
If I had a lot... Wait, what? Total value of $4,500? Lord almighty. Well, I'm curious if I can be here. This is the first time they've done it. Maybe they fucked up a little bit. I'm gonna stay and say 50 minutes. Let's see. Maybe. Yeah. But I really liked it. It was really good. Like the whole premises of this thing was pretty good. And I don't know how to say it, but there's a lot of good people talking, good word saying. And yeah, I don't know how to like put anything extra on it either. I am happy I used 5 hours of my day just to listen to this, actually, yeah. Personally, I found a lot of this information pretty useful. And I will try my best to actually follow some of them. Really, I only got... I can't. Oh man, one mission left. Let's go! Oh, I'm going the wrong way. But I'm curious if I can sneak myself into a another seat. I think they're gonna go for damage maybe, or more health. What does efficiency mean? What do you mean with efficiency? This one is not good. I don't want to have it on minus, so I'm gonna fill that up until it's on the plus side. Just 1 plus is good. Attack with a snack. And I'm curious to see what the finish is. Was that the finish? I got the impression of it, he's gonna have like a good, like, it was a good finish, I'm not gonna lie, but I got an impression that it was gonna be a little bit more. It's kind of annoying to Malagazam. What's this? The shield? Does it hurt me? Alakazam? Alakazum. Zombie Gunner, another one of those. Why did you lose so much money? Get away from me! Remind me a little bit of Black Betty. Oh, Black Betty, bam lamb. Oh, Black Betty, bam lamb. Bam lamb. Gonna go wild. Bam lamb. Oh, Black Betty, bam lamb. Oh, Black Betty. That's what it reminded me of. Did I lose the encounter? Oh my god, I lost the encounter. Oh my god. That was not the meaning. don't need to push. They can push me. Because they will push me anyway, so I can stand over the pushing. Boom. If I feel like I'm getting overwhelmed somehow, I'm just gonna run. I thought I could throw 3 of those. Only 2? Oh, it's slowness. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. Watching the map a little bit too, just in case. You never know. You never know. And we can change to this one to get a little bit more oomph. So right now we only have burning stuff. No bueno. Excuse me, no. Oh, I'm getting hungry. Just 5 minutes until I find out if I can be a part of the last part. Excuse me? No? Okay, that was the counter. Okay, I was like, what is going on? There's a gun with 100 damage? Ooh. Where's the key? Shouldn't I find a... thought that was a key. Oh, double encounter. Fuck. Okay. So right now I actually feel like I'm struggling a little bit. Well, it is on insane, so it's not weird me struggling. It's not on easy to say that. Oh god, I'm getting bombarded from every side. It's not good. My little demi thingy? No. Three of you guys, let's go. Bah. If I can hit 3 of you and I manage to kill you, it doesn't cost me any health, but it's a lot of damage. Shambling skeleton. Maybe flame is not that best for skeletons, actually. Bah. Counter clear. Oh my god, nice. Honestly say, I was a little bit afraid. And in these places, there's nothing for me to actually find, right? I haven't found any extra stuff in these places. Okay, the encounter is done. I have a key, but wow. Nom 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 nom. Ah! This is a shrine piece. Sure, why not? There's gonna be a boss, probably. A shrine piece in here, so it should be a boss. Trying to figure out where people are actually coming from. Well, you guys don't like fire, right? Well, there you go. I am getting a low on bullets though, so maybe I should switch over to this for a little bit. Yeah, you don't like the explosions that much, so yeah, we're gonna do for the explosions for a little bit. And some electricity, yeah. Bah, bah. What's this? Who's that? Who's you? Troll witch doctor? You wanna go, bro? Oh, fuck me. Reloading. Come on, please. Please, yes. Oh, you're immune to that, so that's sucky. Excuse me, I'm just gonna, oh, excuse me, nope. Oh, I'm gonna take that too. Oh, no, fuck off! I hate when okay, so you're not gonna work at all. Inventory. What kind of guns do I have that actually work on you guys? Okay, so switch out you with you. Yeah. Even better damage also. Could also go for this one. Oh yeah. And it's over.
Right, so it's really.
No, this is something totally else. Adele, the final karaoke. Carpool karaoke. Well. It is done. The McConaughey show is done. Kind of sad, but it is what it is. Oh, fuck off. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. Oh, wow. It's a big boy. That's leeching health, right? Ow. Oh, whoa, whoa. This one hit hard. I did not expect it to hit that hard. Okay, but this encounter is not done yet. Yep. Okay. Oh, oh god, excuse me, get away from my face. Yeah, when I'm thinking of it, I think the gun itself is lower damage and everything else, but it's good if I have something else to also have it, because these follow and do burn damage. That's pretty good. So I can shoot around corners and shit. But if I having struggles, I can do boom. Get out of my face. Delete. What are you doing behind me? Stop. They fall a little bit, but I'm good. Okay, so now I can turn up the sound again. Okay, so I don't know if this is too loud or not. Oh, he's a badass. That's why I'm struggling a little bit. Right. So now he should be gone. Yes, thank you. Ooh. I'm gonna finish out this mission and I'm gonna probably just take the night. I'm getting real tired.
We've got an easy mark over here.
Wait, but does this actually, when I hit people, do I get money from them? Huh.
You have to do better than that.
Noise. But this one gives me a lot of money. I like money. Is this it? Still no. Another shotgun. I can't wait to get another health. No, they can hold another weapon. Oh. The encounter is 3 times? Okay, we got 3 times. This time I get in my shit. Fuck you, assassin. I don't give a shit if you're an assassin or not. You wanna go, bro? We got a boss over here now? Oh, the boss? No, you're not the boss. Where's the boss? You're the boss.
Lightning! Not to, but I'm completely spent.
Fuck up. Buckethead, come on, you gotta go.
Let the magic begin.
Woo.
You see a shrine piece? Hey, one shrine piece coming out piping hot.
Let's go. Oh, so that's the end of the board game, huh? Razor. Okay. Okay, so I need 2 more of that. I cannot get in there yet. I want to find this bard. I think this is like endless. It's never actually stopping with the missions. So I'm gonna find this dude, talk to him, and then
The weak, wild, and ghosts. Soul
take my leave.
heavily. Reached the dankness.
I thought something called the dankness would be, I don't know, danker?
Okay.
Okay, fine. Just then, all the trees died. And then mushrooms grow out of the rotting corpses. Now it's mega dank. Are you happy?
Just how dank are we talking? I need a dank ranking. You gotta rank the dank. If I'm being frank, you gotta rank the dank.
Oh, you need me to crank out a dank rank? Well, the Franks would say, sank out a sank. That's it. That's one.
Oh, I've been in some dank places, but this one outdanks them all.
I'll dank him.
We've got an easy mark over here. Next time, learn to pick an easier mark.
So that's good. I just want to talk to this dude and get finished. Is the place? Looks like I have to go further in, but I will stop here. I'm just gonna check my inventory and find out what I'm gonna throw out. I have no clue, so I am just gonna take my leave. Okay, no health things. Everything under 500. Go. Gray stuff. I don't want the gray stuff. Don't want the gray stuff. Even though it's better, I don't want the gray stuff. No. I like this one. It's pretty heavy. But I can't wait to actually get another like thingy I can use. Action skill is active. Increase the supercharge. Because this one is an LMG and this is a pistol. Ah, okay. Cell junk. There we go. But that's gonna be me for today. Goddamn, we've been looking at McConaughey all day. Pretty good though. I like it. I like it a lot.